Boys, good morning. I don't know how long the music was stopped for, but I was sitting here and I was like, man, it's awfully quiet. And then I realized that my music was paused and I was really confused. But apparently the music stopped for some reason. Anyways, good morning. We have a beautiful day of spamming the same exact leveling route over and over and over and over again today. And I cannot fucking wait. The buildup is happening. The final touches are being applied. Boys, we're up. Keith, what up, my dude? B-Tron, thank you for the 100-day. Leon with the first in chat yet again. My boys, how are we? I had a heart attack when I woke up and saw Discord. Yeah, imagine me just trying to take a calm morning poop. And then I look at the Discord and it's down 500 members and it's being absolutely fucking purged. Yeah, believe you me, we were all fucking shocked. Yeah, I look and I'm like, well, I got a ping and cats. We must be talking about leveling stuff. Huh. Discord tripped the fuck out. Yeah, I don't know. There are people saying that it was a lot of like Discord-sided stuff. However, we think there may have been a compromised account that lined up with a few other things, because with all of the like the joins that we've had lately, we've been getting a lot of the like auto mod settings where it's like, oh, this is a lot of people joining. Is everything okay? And we think somebody got hacked, and there just happened to be this perfect storm where a bunch of people had been joining the Discord lately. So it nuked a lot of people that were recent joiners, and then they went through and nuked just like some individual people that they had perms for as well. So I'm not quite sure how. I'm not quite sure what. But reminder to always 2FA, and honestly 3FA if you can, every single one of your accounts. Every single one of those bitches. You gotta be careful, man. Everything should be 2 and 3FA'd like fucking crazy. Z, good morning. I'm not even cool enough to get kicked. Maybe they didn't make it down the list to you. I don't really know. Don't click on dumb shit. Yeah, don't click on dumb shit. 2FA your accounts like fucking mad. Yeah. But at the end of the day, if anybody got cooked, get back in. The Discord went through some not so good things. 2FA, two-factor authentication. I can't get back in. What do you mean? Are you banned? All of the bans should have been reversed, because they hard banned people. Yeah, they were kicking and banning people. We should have unbanned everybody though. If anything, if anyone's still banned, then reach out to one of the officers. We'll have a lot of officers that are working on it. Essentially, everybody was all hands on deck. Organization for the next few days is going to be rough. Yeah, the timing on this is super unfortunate, if I'm being completely honest. It's going to be really tough to keep all of the leveling prog as organized as it was before. Now, fortunately, we also have the common benefit of every single person just knowing that they can come here and I can relay all of the information. Can you imagine if it was just one Discord server and there wasn't like the Dusty Discord or like pull up to stream to get it sorted out? Dude, we actually would have been down bad. It would have been very hard to get everybody back on. We would have had to reach out and DM so many people. Thank you for the officers. Yeah. Our entire officer corps is like fully locked in right now trying to get this all coordinated. So be sure to thank those that are working very hard on the front lines. Not me. I saw it, panicked, got every, like, you know, looked and evaluated what was going on, made sure the security side of things was good, and then once everything was in motion, I was like, all right, thank you guys so much. But be sure to thank your officers, man. We have a lot of people that are working very hard right now. Felt so bad all day, I thought I got kicked. No, nobody should get kicked. No, nobody should get kicked. In fact, some people that were banned previously for other reasons are actually unbanned now. So maybe if you ever did the Cats Discord bad, then you're up tremendous now. Also, Sendamir, what up, dude? Good streams. Want to ask something quick. Is the leveling system changed or is it like Alpha P1? Some of my friends said on P1 we only have a couple of quests and grind mobs all day for XP. So the questing is not going to take you all the way 1 to 25 right now. They're still working on building it out into the higher levels, but your 1 to 10 is way better from questing now. There are some more systems in that can also help. And then in addition to that, if you don't want to just hit mobs day and night, then you can absolutely level your character just from smacking trees and smacking rocks and gathering and refining and crafting. So, you can actually... The crate and caravan quest is gone. No fucking shot. Oh, fuck you guys so fucking hard in the butt. Oh, no. Somebody's preying on my downfall. 12-6 curve? Bro, that's that fucking Kershaw. Nah, I swear to God. Oh, that was such a big jump up. However, I think we'll still be fine. I think we'll still be fine, but dude, that limits people. That's not even a huge deal for us, but people are gonna be coming out of the first time user experience at fucking level 4. We'll be fine because we have a god group comp. Still be close to 6 even without it though. If you stay through the bottleneck at crafting, but I don't know that I want to stay through the crafting bottleneck. I think we'll still level fast as shit because the early levels are really not that big of a deal. And we have a group comp that's going to be really good for grinding safely. So I think that we'll still be fine. But we're definitely going to need some practice on this. Came out at 6 almost and didn't do the bottleneck. Without the harbor quests? What do you mean? Were we spawning a loop today? Anvil still. I wanna try to run some anvil stuff. 15 to 25 feels like it's gonna be rough because of gear. I will be completely honest, 15, like level 14 to 20 is, I'd say 22, is going to be your hardest route possible. That's gonna be the big point of like, oh shit, I'm behind on gear, things are hitting hard, where do I go? Especially if you're caught up in the big wave of people that will inevitably be trying to stack up. What is going on here? If you get caught up in just a massive group of people, you're cooked. So, not cooked in a sense of like you can't progress. However, I absolutely agree. That's typically the most punishing part of leveling. Not only are you getting into mobs that are a little bit more punishing with more mechanics, you're getting into things that hit harder. If you're under geared or under leveled, then you could physically get one-shotted by some shit. It can most definitely be rough early on. However, that's part of what we're trying to plan for within our leveling route as a guild, is making sure that everybody has suitable pieces of gear along the way so we don't have to worry about hitting a certain point where we're just like, ah, shit, we're clearly so far behind. Who's inviting? I'll invite. I was killing a couple Clayborns, but I'll run back and I'll wait. Because, bro, we got some shit to figure out. I'm gonna be honest. If Harbor's gone, it's a lot of pacing stuff. So it's probably not gonna be like a super burst through, like blast through. I'm gonna want to see like what the XP payouts are looking like, because if they took out our Lord and Savior, the Harbor quest, that's 20k XP we got to make up. That's 20k instantly. It's nutso. Check party chat real quick, Havoc. Okay, there. Yeah. I just feel like our loop's gonna be a little bit rough. I feel like it's gonna be very rough. Pyko, what up, dude? Will the game be released, do you think, in 2027? Nah, I don't think so. I think we're gonna be looking at 2028. Mid to late is my personal guess. However, everything could always line up in a different way. It could always result in a 2027 push if they are getting things out super fast. I just think there's a lot of content still left to come out. Finally figure out the Caravan and Crate quest. Oh, bruh. Like, I'm pissed. Like, I'm not pissed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset. Instead of fixing the defend a van quest, they just delete the entire first time user experience around it. Like, why? Why the deletion? I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want non-competables in the questing. But I feel like a non-competable quest that introduces people to the actual first time user experience loop of those things is quite useful. Also, I was using that. 3 wait, what do you mean 3? There aren't gonna be 3 US servers. They're starting with 1 US server. What do you mean 3? 3 US server? What? No, they're just starting with 1. Where did you see 3? Because it's just Shoal and Lotharia that are gonna start coming up. One of them ramp up if it can't handle it. Yeah, that's... They've said that they're just doing Shoal and Lotharia, but they have the failsafes in place. Like, and not the failsafes necessarily, but they have the plan in place. Steven said 50k concurrent was what he's expecting and what they're prepared for. I'm assuming they're also prepared for more than 50k concurrent. However, 50k concurrent is not going to fit on 2 servers if we hit that. I think that's going to be a high estimate. I'm guessing more 25k weekend one because Ashes still has a lot of negative sentiment to push through. 500k players first day. Find God. Kenpachi. Find God. See dynamic gridding if it works. Yeah, I mean, dynamic gridding is going to be the big what if. And it's also the part that I'm most scared of, if I'm being honest. My worry with dynamic gridding is that dynamic gridding is going to split and then everything's going to blow up. Heard that from a guy in Aura. Apparently it's 3. I can promise they're not just gonna open with 3 servers. I mean, I can't promise, but I don't think they're immediately just gonna pop open 3 US and 1 EU server for a total of 4 servers with even an estimated 50k concurrent players. They probably wouldn't spin up 4 servers for that either. Hopefully they add character transfer. Oh god, I hope they never add paid character transfers. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really hope they never add paid character transfers to Ashes. It fucked New World so hard because everybody would just mass transfer off of servers and then it would just cook the state of the servers. You would have fewer people, you would have non-functional economies. It's rough. It ruined Arcade. It cooked New World as well. You genuinely couldn't have any consistency to a server whatsoever. Kill TNL2. Server transfers are bad. Everybody thinks it's super cool to have the ability to go over and have a mega server wherever you want it, but at the end of the day, it just, dude, it ravages server econs. The ability for people to transfer off will always lead to such an inconsistent population in your server capacity. It's gonna be spiking the player base. You're gonna have servers empty out over the period of like a couple weeks. It's... No server transfers. I would hate server transfers, if I'm being honest. Misinfo, so I was asking her. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything about 3 servers for NA, just to be completely upfront. What we have been told as a community, unless they just have some insider info that even Steven himself didn't talk about in our interview, like, I don't necessarily think their plan is to just immediately have 3 servers. However, maybe their plan is if we have 50k concurrent, they would target 3 servers. But I quite literally asked Steven a question that was directly about their expected server capacity for launch and stuff. And we didn't hear anything about 3 servers. He talked about concurrency and the expected 50k number. And even in there, he didn't talk about a specific number of servers that they had planned. 4 servers globally at that point. I think our servers can hold more than 10k concurrent. Considering 8100 plus concurrent was shoved through the Riverlands with no dynamic gridding for 2.5. However, it did not take it that well. It did not like it very much along the way. All right, let's go test this loop. Let's just run out and see what's what and keep an eye on XP. We don't need a full group for it. We'll just kind of prog through and peep what's what, but I'm worried with no harbor. Cuz I feel like no harbor is gonna fuck us. Not that it's gonna fuck us. We'll be just fine because nobody else has harbor either. But harbor was a very nice space creator, if I'm being honest, because I think no harbor seems like it kind of cooks anvil start. I mean, no harbor also kind of cooks a riverland start, in all fairness, because harbor was just such a pivotal non-contestable. However, now it comes to the point of, in anvils, you still create the distance, you still go to the mob grinds the same way that you were going to. Riverlands has second sword. Riverlands has Road to Jova and second sword. Right, right. That's the big difference. Riverlands has Road to Jova, like the rest of the second sword. Harbor might have been too OP too. I mean, maybe just tune the quest down then. The thing about the harbor was that you needed 20 silver before you could actually get the harbor quests. And it was dependent on executing a very specific loop on RIP and not dying while you're executing that loop. And the second you die or miss something along that loop, you no longer have what's required to pull off the harbor in that loop. That's actually why I liked it. It was a very specific set of, you go here, you do this, you go here, you do this, you go here, you do this, and if you don't die along the way, then you're good. Caravan Master won't be there at Vex at the start, will he? No, I mean, did they take out the quest as a whole, or did they take out the Caravan Master from the harbor? Like, what are we at? Also, Ron, good day, my friend. Pigeon, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Do you believe they'll fix the quest line till launch? I mean, the quests are already better in terms of their continuity. Like, what do you mean by fix the quest line? Let me get a copy of Ashes. You don't even have a gifter badge. If I had copies to give away, why would I give it to Mr. PSJ? Sell me on that. Sell me on that. If I had one to give away, and I were to just pick somebody, probably be somebody that paid a whole lot more for it. Oh, whoops. I ran off early. Man, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. No, I don't have any copies of gift, unfortunately, right now. Now, I did get into the content creator program, which could lead to some stuff down the road. However, I don't know. There has been nothing announced about that yet, so I'm just kind of waiting with open arms with the chance that maybe I get to hook some people up in the long term. I'd love to. However, I'm not about to cash app a motherfucker on the internet at like $42.50 and just be like, hey, don't buy crack with this. Cause I know motherfuckers about to be buying crack with that. I know the state of the world right now. That $42.50 is going to boof. And I'm not having my $42.50 go to boof. That's irresponsible, boys. So, Banker, what you talking about with, like, fixing the quest line before launch? Cause, I mean, to a certain extent, the questing has already become much more... I don't want to say, like, completed in any sense, cause that's the wrong term. It's become much more fluid than it used to be, and it's still in a constant state of development. So, I mean, even today, they completely cooked one of the very core quest progressions that I was looking at using for my group, and it was a very, very, very core element of, like, where we were going in our loop to keep us ahead. So now we have to improvise because this quest has now changed out of nowhere. And unless we're able to, you know, change and get our route situated around not having that quest anymore, we're going to have to completely fucking redo our route now 4 days before early access. We have been running this route for months with quests that exist, and then 4 days from early access launch, cooked core parts of the questing route. So I'd say at any point in time, be ready for your most known, consistent favorite systems and Ashes to get absolutely fucking mollywopped. Absolutely pimp smacked into oblivion. Like, I'm talking full hat and coat backhand style. I swear to God. I was very, very confident in this loop when I went to bed last night. In terms of this is an, you know, an uncontestable. This is something where as long as we execute the loop properly, we won't have to worry about shit. However, now we got a lot to fucking worry about. What are we testing today? My tolerance for change without panicking. Because my entire loop is fucking cooked. It's not good. We have some major changes that have come in, honestly, to pretty much everybody's loop that has a brain. Anybody that was used to going to the harbor, not anymore, brother. Go fuck yourself. No more harbor quests. We're absolutely cooked. That is a huge oh no. At least in my opinion. The PTR update? Yeah, wipe and an update today. And we're down horrendous. Think we should just go mob farm and ASAP? See, that's the thing. You still have to, yeah, I mean, you still have to get to the point where you have your first time user experience completed, because that's gonna get you your 5-piece armor bonus. That's gonna get you your, like, throughout the early quests and the destinies, that gets you 5-piece armor bonus, that gets you 2 weapons. So you need to make sure that you're still completing that along the way, right? However, I do not think we want to get caught in any of these bottlenecks, as they're no longer really worth it. Like, part of me, there's no validity in just skipping the questing coming out of the cave at this point. However, now I'm like, Anasabi, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Now part of me is like, is the cave worth it over Lionhold start? That's where I'm really now in kind of like a catch-22. Yo, Nan, what up, my boy? Shouldn't you be helping the Discord get all squared away? You're not allowed to play. You're gonna get stuck in one bottleneck or the other? Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of which bottleneck we want to tank. It's no longer about step 1, because all of the step 1 options are now going to be bottlenecked regardless. No, there's gonna be one EU server. One EU server to start out. As of right now for PTR testing, there's not an EU server, but on the 11th we go back to 1 NA, 1 EU to start. And then they'll bring in more servers if capacity, you know, if they can't hold all of the players on the servers that we have. However, that's all dependent on player base. One OFC, but bad traffic, so I'm here. Word. All right, makes sense. Makes sense. However, yeah, no texting and driving. Yeah, be safe. I'm gonna get stuck in the bottleneck. I'd rather be the church quest one because it's like 15k XP at least. I mean, if I'm going Riverlands though, I'm still probably not even doing church quest. I'd rather not get stuck at church quest, if I'm being honest. I feel like that's gonna be a big no-no. I'm worried about the bottlenecks again. They changed church mobs? Right, they changed the level spread on them, right? Bonfire side's already bottlenecked. Not church. Nin, do you want to hear what's tragic? And why we're reconsidering literally everything immediately? They took out the harbor quests. Harbor quests are fucking gone. The bottleneck over here in Bonfire is now, I mean, it's been pretty bad in the first place, but with more players, the finding the tin and finding the fishing pole and finding stuff like that is actually going to be kind of rough. We're just sitting here getting a little bit cooked by it right now, if I'm being honest. So this is with 3 groups in this little cavernous area actually contesting. Think it'd be better than a Lionhold start. What's that? Staying out here? Yo, Corky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Do you think there's gonna be a lot of bots in this game on launch? I mean, we honestly don't really deal with a huge botting issue in Ashes typically. Most of the bots that are coming in are probably gonna be like, you know, the new PvE players. But I mean, there'll definitely be some bots that are trying to get situated. It's gonna be a much lower cost of entry than it was previously. So like, at the end of the day, I am sure there will be a non-zero amount of botting. However, I truly feel like we don't see that many just true situations of bots in Ashes comparatively to a lot of other titles. I haven't seen one in a minute. So, much so far as fuck away, so they don't really waste their time on an alpha. I mean, we've seen periods of botting already. Like, the full launch is, yes, a ways away, but we've already seen RMTing, we've already seen botting. Like, that shit still exists, and I'm not here to deny that it does. It absolutely does, but I think Ashes hasn't really dealt with as bad of a botting problem as many other titles that I've seen in the past. I don't necessarily know what it is, but is there any POI worth camping? I don't like POIs at all. Yo, Megan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't really like POIs at all, if I'm gonna be completely honest. Points of interest are traps I think POIs are essentially a big flashing sign that says, hey, come here. Hey, come here. I'm right here. And then when you get over there, everybody else is also enamored by the sign. So now you're competing with 3/4 of the server in that one area. I feel as though that's the big thing with bottlenecks right now. Share some of your favorite MMOs. I mean, I grew up playing WoW, and then most recently I played 7,000 hours of New World before I came over to Ashes. So I'm kind of new to the full social sandbox side of things. New World originally wanted to be social sandboxy. Well, originally wanted to be survival multiplayer-y. Then it wanted to be social sandboxy. Then it went full theme park over the course of it all. So, oh wait. Yo, Streg's route's fucked too. Oh fuck, they changed the entire bonfire route and made more bottlenecks. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. Wait, they just tripled the bottleneck here. So now going into bonfire, instead of just equip a tool, gather a material, craft an item, it's gather 5 herbs from any flower, purchase draw twine wax, weave coarse thread, purchase a pack rights universal strap set, and tailor a simple rucksack. So now they're forcing you into crafting a bag instead of allowing you to craft whatever you want to for that quest completion. So now even Streg's route's fucked. Oh, this is such a bottleneck. Oh, I hate that. All right, everybody's mob grinding at level 4. Everybody's fucked. Fupo. Fupo, this isn't good. This actually isn't good. This is not good. I'm worried now. I'm much more worried today than I was yesterday. It's good for the first time. No, it's not. Not with competition. This is going to create everybody not being able to find a single fucking thing. We're talking about the anvils? Yes, we're talking about the anvils right now. In Bonfire, they took away just the more sandboxy equip a tool, gather a material, and then craft an item. And it's now a specific gather. It's forcing everybody to craft the exact same thing. Gonna force conflict what they want. I don't think forcing conflict and forcing people to sit there with PvP protection on and fight over trying to press a flower respawn is BIS. I'm not worried, you're just not picking optimal tasks. What? There aren't optimal tasks to pick. This is a linearized first time user experience. They nuked all the optimal tasks. They took out Harbor Prog. They added bottlenecks in. Conflict with PvP protection? Yeah, nobody's gonna be PvPing. Everybody's just gonna sit there at a bottleneck and waste their time. What's the issue? So, Harbor quests are taken out. That nukes approximately 20k XP from people immediately. And it was a very nice way to incentivize people to spread out of the starting area. So no more Harbor quests. And then on the Bonfire side at least, because this is my first prog route. The Bonfire side, you know, I'm level 4 with a waist and a ring and a 2-hand mace. Yeah, nobody's saying you don't get gear, you fucking goober. I have 5 pieces of gear, 2 weapons, and I have green tools at this point. Yeah. Nobody's saying that's the problem. You can get your initial set. However, the first time user experience through bottlenecks is going to be very stopped up, very log jammed. Just saying when there are less than 200 people that are on the server, can progress through this is not good because you have to plan when there are 5,000 people potentially contesting this same thing. That's the problem. So now it's no longer I equip my tools, I gather anything, I craft anything. Now it's every single person is going to be finding a flower node, waiting for that flower node, contesting that flower node, progressing through this, crafting the same thing. Then if they want to go back and craft anything else, they've got to go back through another bottleneck, compete for things, craft another thing. And all of this is for... doesn't even have an XP reward associated with it. Want such a rush, smell the roses, enjoy the view. I'd like to smell the roses without smelling 72 other players' armpits in my fucking roses, though. I'd like to smell my own roses and not a bottleneck of roses. Like when I'm playing a round of golf I want to have people in front of, or I want to have 0 people in front of me, not because I'm in a rush to play golf, but because I don't want to be waiting on other people to play my round of golf. I don't want to be waiting on other people in a forced first-time user experience to get baseline levels to play my round of golf or to enjoy my flowers. Now, every single player is going to be hanging around one very congested area for an extended period of time because your progression is going to be so gimped. Now we're going to have to potentially add in an entire additional step of mob grind to pump 3 levels to then go to our other not even 3 levels, a level and a half to then go to our other area. Master Flat, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. But what's likely going to happen as a result of this is people that are smart and people that are trying to play optimally, they're not going to do the new quests. We're going to get out of the cave and we're just going to sacrifice everything else and we're just going to go to mob grinds early because we can do it, because we have hands. New people, however, are going to very much struggle with that. Vacnar just confirmed 3 US servers. Oh, did he? Word. Cool. Thank you for checking with that. I hadn't heard legitimately anything about that. That's... Wait, what? Can you link me to that, by the way? Just for perspective? I'm very curious. Where did he confirm that? Because I genuinely haven't heard anything about that. I can check right now, though. That message is from May, taken out of context. Are we sending messages from May?
Caravan 12/5 is absolutely S tier.
No, that says 12/5. So that's December 5th. But this also... I don't know. This is weird. Eagle Kid, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What was the link to Vacnar? Hold on. Open link. Because, I mean, this specifically says it's a screenshot from May. Right, but this says we'll have more than one realm come December 11th. The only thing would be as if the December 11th is shopped. But the December 11th doesn't look shopped. It looks the exact same. So I wouldn't say the December 11th is fake. However, this isn't like a guarantee anything. US date? Yeah, US date. Wonder if it's inspect element. I don't know, this would be from 2 days ago. I'd be shocked that I missed this. I am shocked that I missed this and that everybody else seemingly missed this as well. Did I get kicked out of Cat's Discord? There was a problem. And the problem was you, Bunny. No, I'm kidding. Rejoin the Cat's Discord. There was a security incident where a lot of people may have got Thanos snapped and over 500 accounts were snapped out of the Cat's Discord. Now, with that being said, get fucked, pussies, pay more money, and I won't kick you next time. Now, there was a big security issue with Discord, apparently across a lot of Discords. Many Discord servers were very impacted by it. Ours went from about 1,300 members, I want to say, 1,300 plus, down to about 800. So we'll get people back in. If you were impacted by the kicks, then just hop back in. Did you steal my data? Yeah, I mean, either me or Intrepid is going to sell that bitch. It might as well be me. What the hell you mean? But yes, if I could articulate my concerns here. You guys know me. I'm a very anti-bottleneck questing enjoyer, especially early on. And part of me worries that this is going to create many bottlenecks, the likes of which will cook a lot of prog. Just not doing these quests. Yeah, no, just don't do these quests. Kill quest still be hard on launch? Yes. Yes, the kill quest is going to be really hard on launch coming out of the mountain itself. Honestly, don't think Anvil starts to play. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. We could still go to our same grind area that we had planned and we could start. Because we're still fine for that level range. We just have to play it a little more cautiously. And, hold on, Pete party chat. Okay. So, very simply, that's my thought. Let's go test. Let's go test right now and see what we can actually do for the mob grind. With 3 servers, our top guild's gonna dodge each other. Nah, I mean, it'll probably be a matter of guilds plan out where they're going, blah, 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 blah. And then if any guild goes elsewhere, everybody's gonna be like, oh my god, you dodged. That's probably gonna be it. Some guild's gonna say, hey, let's go to this one. And then if anybody, like if any guild makes a decision that they're gonna go to a different server because Populous allows their guild to all get in at the same time or play together or whatever it may be, or maybe avoid some of the exploits and shit, then people make cognitive decisions off of that. So something tells me people aren't necessarily going to dodge content. Something tells me people are going to dodge communities. And I don't think I need to say much more if there are multiple guilds. So some communities will probably want to keep their server announcement a little bit more under wraps. However, multiple servers would be a very interesting thing. So with 3 servers, will PvP murdering other characters penalize the account, or does the character they're logged into? The character they're logged into. So it's a setting called Blight, or I guess like a stat called Blight. Blight is an all-time counter for your PKs. So basically, I kill 10 players, I got 10 Blight. At the end of the day, that's how she go. So, as you accumulate Blight, each kill generates more corruption than it would if you had no Blight. Very simply put. So if you're a serial killer, then, you know, you get serial killer punishment. You get that repeat offender punishment. Man, why is KT village again? Like, is KT just gonna start his village now on default? Because KT has been an insta village the past like 3 wipes. And I worry that that's going to impact the spawns in the Cork itself and make them a different level on launch, so people won't be able to organically feel where they want to go. But I don't know if Corks are actually kicking up like that. Why are new people gonna struggle mob grinding? Because mobs hit hard. People are gonna struggle mob grinding because mobs in Ashes are actually relatively difficult, and they're not meant to be just like fall over, push over mobs. And a lot of people will come in with no gear and immediately just say, oh, holy cannoli, I'm gonna be able to go kill all these mobs as easily as I want to. And then they will get absolutely lambasted. And with mob grinding and dying, you get experience debt. And you gotta work off more experience debt. I'm a bit confused, as has not been stated anywhere else. No, Fubo, that's what I'm saying. I was actually really surprised to hear that. If I'm being honest, like that was like really surprising. But they said they were leveling a couple of settlements. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I wonder why. Because they were like, today's goal is to play organically. Also, here are some settlements. Vagnar's gone rogue. Vagnar took out the fucking harbor quest himself. Vagnar is leaking conspiracies about 3 servers. Vagnar got me out of the duel tournament. Actually, Maggie got me out of the duel tournament, and I've never forgotten about that. However, I mean, there's a quest in KT. However, I don't think that KT quest is going to actually do anything. Unsure if it was accidental reply or misunderstood reply. Yeah, I would be shocked if that was supposed to be like an ideal, or if that was supposed to be like revealed at this point. I'd be very surprised. But I mean, I don't, just because I'm streamer doesn't mean I hear everything. Shit, I actively hear nothing most of the time. My predictions are pretty notoriously bad. So, shit, if Vagnar said it, then I guess we'd have to clarify through Vagnar himself. Honestly. Been cooking a turkey today? Wait, Doss! No fucking shot. I'm also making a turkey today. Wait, gang, how are you doing your turkey? Because we're gonna rotisserie mine. Oh, dude. I'm excited. You streamed play Ashes for 892 days in a row. I have streamed for 892 days in a row. I've played Ashes for about a year now as a player. I followed the project for a few years, but before Ashes, I played a whole lot of New World. So, got a 16-pound one for $13. I'll one-up you. 50 cents a pound for the fresh turkeys on sale. Not even the frozen. So naturally, like any smart human being, picked up 25 pounds of bird and then froze them. So then I thawed one out. Question from a noob who doesn't know much yet. Prefer to play in areas that aren't too crowded. Will this be possible on December 11th? Or are there many disadvantages to playing in low-level node areas? I mean, disadvantages and advantages in that sense, Farad. So it's like, if you're going to the most populated, sought-after area, there's probably a reason why it's the most populated, sought-after area, right? And that definitely makes sense. However, with opportunity cost being a thing and everything in Ashes being open world, it can be very, very, very incredibly difficult for people to find spots to grind in those populated areas, right? So if you go to the most contested spot and there are 300 people there, then you're going to get pushed off. So there's a certain element of fighting over those areas early can be very advantageous should you win them. However, there is also the element of, if you're a solo player, you can just find a few mobs to grind somewhere and just hit them on respawn if you want to mob grind somewhere. You can basically fit into a lot of different areas without much contest, if that makes sense. So, whatever Polar is playing, because that's going to be the Giga server IMO. You know, it's kind of funny. I think if Polar posts where they're going, a lot of the, like, community at large would actively go to a different server. And something tells me if there were multiple servers and, like, Polar posted where they were going, genuinely, most of the community would actively go to a different server, and it would probably be the least pop server, but it would be more PvP active. I think that's my straight up synopsis. They are not necessarily liked from the outward community at large, and a lot of the outward Ashes community attributes a lot of ne'er-dwelling to certain communities and ties that on. So I feel as though if multiple servers are indeed confirmed, we're about to see a fucking ghost town out there. Resna 2.0. Genuinely probably worse at this point. Because if anything comes out about that reveal, like, brother, it's a fucking ghost town. Big ghost town's incoming. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Thanks for your answer. Yeah, of course, dude. Curious, you happen to know if the Steam release is free or if you have to buy? Didn't see anything Steam-wise. If you don't already have access, it's $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. On the 26th, it goes back up to $50 USD. So much cheaper than getting in now. That gets you in for the remainder of development, no matter how long that goes. If you already have access, then it's free. You'll just link up your Ashes account on the Ashes website with your Steam account, and then from there, you're good to go. The entitlement will be there, and you'll be able to download on the 11th. There's no pre-download. So if you have bad internet, you're gonna have a bad time, okay? Which loop? Oh, Donger, the questing loop in Bonfire. New player experiences took a hit today. I don't know. I'm personally feeling good about there being a rather large chunk of people that are new that'll continue playing. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, absolutely. For every person that comes, that thinks people are going to be upset coming in, they also have to remember that there are a lot of people who interacted with Ashes in an earlier state and still stuck around to enjoy it. Myself and many others included. So I don't think it's going to be as bad in terms of the reception as a lot of people are thinking. However, I will stand on my goddamn business that I think these are some not ideal changes. Not ideal changes for everything. Okay, caught me off guard. This game only playable through Steam or does it have a standalone client? Only playable through Steam starting on the 11th. It's got a standalone right now, but don't have to worry about that. It's all going through Steam starting on the 11th. Nin, where was your ramp up to our mob grind area? You said you had an easier way up than the route that I took. However, I can't find that bitch. Oh, wait. It's on the other side and then you cut across. Never mind, I found that bitch. Nah, we good. 3 servers equals Doom. Hopefully it's not what they do. Yup. If they announced 3 servers already, and I'm shocked that nobody's heard about this, or that it hasn't been a bigger thing since it was talked about. Like, how did that slip under the radar? Because that's a big deal. Is crafting good for items or is it only mob grinding for biz? Crafting makes the best shit. crafters make the best shit. Crafting is how you will get your most consistent, most replicatable output, and it's your easiest way to get high rarity stuff. However, it's not easy. Still takes a whole hell of a lot of input, but mob grinding is typically going to generate low rarity gear for you if it generates gear at all. So, had undesirable testers come and go before? Oh god, yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe they have 3 ready to go on launch and just bring up as needed. See, that's what I'm thinking. That's kind of where I take it, because Steven said in the interview that I did with him that they have everything in place if the population goes up like mad. I'm gonna blast servers to avoid queues. See, that's the thing. They could either open with 3 servers and let everybody fill into 3 simultaneous, well, 4 if it's 3 NA, 1 EU, simultaneous servers all at once, or they could start with 1 NA, 1 EU and then just open up more as needed if population capacity is at a big thing, and then they kind of like threshold it. Because with 3, you have no indicator that those 3 servers are going to be distributed evenly whatsoever, that they're going to be populated whatsoever. There is genuinely no guarantee around any aspect of population right now. Bro, why does my Spotify keep pausing today? I'm very confused. My Spotify just says fuck my music today, like a lot. I don't know what's happening with it. Having too many servers on launch is part of the player base too much, especially in 2 weeks when 2 of the servers are dead. Yeah, there will be at least 6 people. Oh my god, Fupo. My goodness gracious. You're learning. Opening more when needed means someone starting late may not be able to play with friends, rather 3 at once. Like, I get that, but at the same time, would I rather have fucking Timmy 2 hours playing with his friends, or would I rather have servers actually being populated? I'd rather have servers actually being populated and somebody either having to remake an alt or do something along those lines. Can you get Carla to check Discord? Hold on. Check. She's at work. Check Cat's Discord. I have texted her. But like, in my personal opinion, I think it's very natural for MMOs to go on queues, even if there are 3 servers. Keep in mind, there's going to be a queue on launch, probably for all 3 of those servers if they open them up at the same time. Because a queue isn't just everybody can join and then the entire server goes on queue. It's server worker based. The starting area is gonna have a queue. If there's no queue, then the game's dead. Yeah, there's no avoiding that. Like, Timmy 2 hours is going to have to either wait for his friends to get in, progress a little bit, or just remake a character 15 minutes after his friend gets in. But realistically, if you want to wait with your friends and your friends aren't all there to get in, you're probably just gonna putz around and gather and play a little bit and then wait for your friends to hop in and catch them up. That's my guess on it. That's my personal take. But another reason why the early bottlenecks are horrible, I don't like the first Stitch of the Way quest. I like the old quest a little bit more that we had yesterday. I'm gonna be completely honest. I like the equip tools. I like the gather materials. I like the craft an item instead of gather this specific thing only, purchase this, process this, craft this specific thing only. That a little worries me. Just a teensy weensy bit. Yo, Snake, what up, dog? First time viewer, curious about purchasing Ashes on Steam in a few days. Will there be wipes after the Steam launch? Yes, definitely will be. My hope as an optimistic take is that maybe with the new systems they're bringing in, we make it 6 months before a wipe. However, more realistically, it's probably going to be on like a 3 to 5 month cadence. 5 being like the higher end of what we've seen so far. 3 typically being the more realistic element of what we've seen. So, oh, this is also going to fucking change how I'm progressing the Destiny shit. Because I still need to talk to a storage clerk and sell glint to a vendor. Fuck. Oh, dude, this just got so cooked. But yeah, so there'll definitely be wipes after the Steam launch. A lot of the wipes will typically be predicated by the economy itself getting absolutely fucked by various dupes, bugs, exploits, whatever it may be. Oh my god, wait, Havoc, your summon's so insane. Yeah, we're so set. A lot of it's just gonna be dupe bug exploit, fixing and preventing and hunting in a faster manner, if I'm being honest. And realistically, that could be anything from multiple months before they impact the economy in a bad way. 2, I mean, shit, if everything goes ideally, their desired wipe time would be beta 1 at the end of the day. But that's going to be a long time down the road. The blacklist should help. It absolutely should. We hope. We fucking hope. Because if it doesn't, then I am definitely slightly worried. First Stitch of the Way makes me sad. I think First Stitch of the Way is a little bit of a downgrade, yes. That's my own personal opinion on it. I think First Stitch of the Way definitely needs a little bit more love and maybe some revision along the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See, that's where it's gonna be big for having another cleric to heal the minion. That'll be the big point of nice. Oh, I went over there? Yeah, the pathing's a little weird. Is there a way that you can have it just follow me and perma stick to me? Because I feel like that would be the easiest route for it if it perma stuck on me. Now, what we do have to make sure of is that we're doing the first time user experience still up to this point. I mean, these rewards are getting us a 5-piece armor set. So I now have 5 pieces of medium through the Destinies tab. We're going to get 2 weapons. It's just a little cooked. Just a little cooked. So are 3 servers confirmed? Bro, honestly, like, I don't want to say it's confirmed. However, I don't want to say it's out of the realm of possibility. Because if we look at how it was worded, will there be at least 3 US ones again? Most likely. So this isn't saying, like, yes, there are going to be multiple servers or anything like that. But this is kind of this is like a tongue-in-cheek response, I think. I don't know. Maybe one of those, like, out of context that looks a little worse than it actually is. I'm gonna think of this and not in PTR. Did the reward bags get removed? Yeah, the starting reward bags are out. So you now start with an empty inventory. And then throughout the first time user experience stuff, you are getting a decent amount of armor rewards. So that's nice. It's just the First Stitch of the Way bottleneck on the bonfire side. And then there's also 1 kill quest on the bonfire side that's really rough because it's a drop predicated kill quest and there aren't that many spawns and you have to kill specific types of the mobs to get specific drops. Tools got changed? Yep, tools got changed. So those spawn in as novice, as crude, you're getting your novice green stuff from the quest chain still. You're getting a 5-piece armor set from the quest chain. It's just the bottleneck right now from First Stitch of the Way. And then there was 1 quest inside the cave. I don't remember what the quest was called. However, it was a quest where you have to go in and you have to get the fishing pole, the tin of, like, I don't know, whatever it is, the tin of worms, and then the lures or whatever, like the three fishing oriented things. So, uh-oh, we're social pulling, but this will be fine. I can honestly, with the additional healing and support, AoE pull these early. Like, I think that's the craziest thing. I can just sit here and I can do this. And as long as I'm holding aggro, we're so fine. Nothing can stop it. Oh god, but that threat hurts. The threat is, I think, the big bad of it all. But Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. We have to be careful on threat with it. I think that's the big thing. So we'll just have to be careful until I get AoE threat. And then we'll be good. But once the AoE threat's established, that's a lot of threat coming out, though. Like, that's a very high amount of threat coming out from it. Sounds like a pretty good starting experience for most that are not trying to rush leveling. I mean, so the thing is, in my opinion, like, my counter to that, I think that there's a difference between not wanting to rush leveling and sitting there watching 1,000 people compete for 5 mobs and then saying, man, I guess I just can't progress right now. I think that's the difference. When we're still in that linear first-time user experience progression, and again, this is my personal preference, I really value people being able to go step 1, step 2, step 3, and then the world opens up in a fluid manner. And I don't think that stopping for an objective that's going to take you 30 minutes is going to be fun for people that even aren't in a hurry to level, because people aren't going to be in a hurry to level, but people are going to be in a hurry to play the game. And sitting there watching mobs respawn and get taken from you is not really playing the game. That's kind of my thought on it. However, could work out 1,000 different ways, but you'll share a game plan on launch day, like your pathing, your goals, and priorities. Whoa, dude, everything just got fucked. If I'm being completely honest, everybody's pathing just got completely changed because in today's patch, they have once again redone first-time user experience stuff. They have deleted some good quests that were available, so we're all testing there. Let's talk more about the reward structure is S tier. Oh, goodness gracious me, oh my. Between the Destinies tab and the, like the armor sets that we're getting and stuff like that, oh my god. Yeah, the reward structure is S tier, genuinely. I think the reward structure is phenomenal for me as an established player, new players coming in to have some baseline. Also, Sticky, I appreciate you, dog. Much love. Thank you over on YouTube. But yeah, no, I agree. The reward structure is phenomenal. That's not a problem at all. No part of me is saying, oh my god, we need more or less items, weapons, consumes, anything. I've got everything I need. However, I do also have an annoyance about bottlenecks. That's where I stand with it. And I'd like to stand on that goddamn business just a little bit longer, too. But you know me and my bottlenecks. Shrug. Yeah, you can't even fucking shrug. You don't even have shoulders. 0 delta to bottlenecks appropriately. Yeah, I mean, I hope they're gonna continue to. Hey, we only have a few days left, so at this point, it's like a mad dash to the finish. But I will say the bottlenecks are substantially better than they used to be. It is by no means as bad as it previously was, you know, at earlier dates in Prague, right? But it could be a lot better. Is multi-classing already in the game? Multi-classing is not in the game at this point in time. That'll come out throughout 2026. People keep bringing stuff up. Don't be afraid. They got this. Oh, I 1,000% believe in them to get it. And even a couple bottlenecks. Keep in mind, I'm being nitpicky. I'm looking at every step of this route, and I'm saying, how will this feel with multiple thousand of people coming out of this cave? That's where I'm trying to look at this from. So I'm gonna be way more nitpicky than someone that's going through and they're like, oh, well, I can do this right now, so this is great. Write it down, Jesse. No, don't write that shit down. Don't write that shit down. Which quest is the one with the bottlenecks? In the cave, you have a quest that's going to present very large bottlenecks coming out of the bonfire side. It is the one where you... Fuck, I don't remember the name of it. I'd have to run through again and see. It's the one where you talk to the NPC and then you go to the northeast into the little cove area and then you kill the specific mobs to grab the fishing pole and the other thing there. The roots is another bottleneck earlier on, but the roofs aren't like too bad. Yeah. Kill the ramekin for the fishing stuff. Yep. So on the bonfire side, the roots are a little bit of a bottleneck, grabbing like the glowing roots in that first area where the body's on the ground. You also don't get anything from interacting with that body, so that body can probably just be taken out to not distract people. Because it's just a glowing body on the ground that doesn't do anything right now. And then on top of that, the roots gathering itself, just minor inconvenience. Then from there, the Ramkin killing quest is the big bottleneck. And then coming out of bonfire, yesterday it was... when you talk to the NPC in bonfire when you first come out, and then you follow up with like the tradesperson that used to give you the equip tools.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm smart enough to tank these mobs while I give this feedback. It's now the first Stitch of the Way quest. Oh god, the summon. Yeah, so Carl will just be healing the summon. But yeah, so in terms of coming out to bonfire, it used to be a quest chain where it was equip a tool, gather a material, and then craft an item. That was really nice because you could just gather whatever and then you could craft whatever as a cheap craft. But now it's first Stitch of the Way, which is gather herbs from a flower, purchase draw twine wax, weave coarse thread, purchase a pack rights universal strap set, and then tailor a simple rucksack. So now it's forcing people into that one route of Prague where, honestly... if we think people are going to be able to find flowers when everybody is working on that, oh god, brother, you couldn't put enough spawns in the anvils for that. Just quest up to first Stitch and then a mob grind. Well, yeah, that was the previous plan anyways, even with the, might be worth, more worth to get early XP scrolls now. Well, so the early XP scrolls were only worth it because it was completing that quest for you along the way to actually have everybody craft. We're gonna have people that are making us XP scrolls anyways, but from a completion of the quest standpoint, it was super easy. And one spot in the anvils, we put enough flowers. I'll find it. I shall find it. Good fucking gravy. Okay. But yeah, I feel like the bottlenecks on the bonfire side are tough. And then on the harbor side, I don't like the harbor quests getting nuked. The harbor quests were so nice for every player as a non-contestable. Because you could just run the crate, you could drop a caravan, turn in the caravan, and then every player got a nice little bit of glint, nice little bit of XP. It was a non-bottleneck, non-restricted factor where people, once they stumbled upon the harbor, if they had 20 silver, could run through a full loop. It also brought you to a natural progression of interacting with the storage NPC, selling glint to vendors, like... Oh, it was so smooth. Dude, we had such a silky route, and then it kind of got cooked. However, I wasn't doing the first stitch equivalent previously. I was not hitting that. I was already, like, going around it. So my route's not going to be too derailed. I'm going to be down 20k XP, which is a few minutes of mob grind. It's not the end of the world. The harbor itself is definitely still going to be better to have. I'm not too worried about the harbor because we'll just grind it out. But is the bottlenecks so far away from bonfire? Yeah, if I'm thinking of the same spot that you guys are thinking of, where I came out to do a whole shitload of herb, people ain't going out there. Because you also have to follow up with the craft, so how's the second sword into Road to Jova route? I haven't tested out there yet, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. The problem with that, however... What's the requirement for harbor? A time machine? It's fucking dead. It's literally dead. They walked over and they just shot it in the back of the head while it was trying to fucking exist. Genuinely. It was tragic to actually witness. I'm curious about the highwayman archers as well. Because they just have such a long range. At this point in time, like, it's a really fucking long range on the archers. They're unironically attacking from like 100 meters away. Whole team did good. Oh, did we get it all squared away already? That would be fucking phenomenal if we did. That would actually be quick as well. Old Yellered it. Yeah, the harbors are down a little bit bad. But yeah, no more harbor quest. The first time user experience now is probably gonna result in people hitting... I mean, honestly, level 4, and then having to go mob grind, and the amount of grinds that are available at that low of a level, I'm fucking Peppa Pigging over this. The amount of grinds that are available at that low of a level for normal players are not going to be comfortable, nor are they going to be available. It's just going to be rough. Yo, Evinger, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What are they testing right now on the PTR? We're testing leveling routes on the PTR. They have changed first-time user experience yet again, and as a result, it is time to test, my lads. We need to optimize the route. We need to make sure that we're getting everything we need out of this starting route, and let me tell you, there's a lot that's changed. What all got changed? I'm just logging in. Haha, what didn't get changed? I mean, at the end of the day, the starting experience is still going to be similar through the first-time user experience in the bonfire. However, pretty much everything else got changed. It's because I have Discord gone. I don't see the server. Rejoin the Discord. There was an accident that happened today. There was a very bad oopsies. You just have to rejoin it. Somebody's account got compromised that had perms, and as a result, a lot of people got nuked. But we got everybody working on it. We got all the officers on the case, and everybody should be good to rejoin. That's no fun. It apparently happened to a lot of Discords. Like, the actual official Discord server was blowing up about something that just got into people's accounts and then cooked it. Now, what we also think happened is because we have so many joins on a frequent basis, we regularly get activity alerts that we have to resolve. So the account that was compromised was an officer account. They saw one of the activity alerts, and then they reported the activity alert as like a hate join raid. So a lot of people got instant nuked and banned from that. And then they went through the list, nuking and banning people after. Yeah. Is a setting we need to turn on now. What's that? Being able to actually like ban people or what? What setting was it? I'm glad we got the Discordians on the case. 2FA. Oh, people are required to have 2FA. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping people had 2FA, but I guess not. I mean, I got like 3-factor authentication for my shit, bro. You have to log in and then you have to 2FA and then you have to 2FA on a separate device for the 2FA. I got this shit linked up. Unless you somehow rob my house and then get all of my devices. Oh my god. Oh my god. They didn't if that happens? Yeah, I mean, unless it was like a... what if it was like a big hack with like a whole SIM swap and shit? What if they fucking got him good? Havoc, shut the fuck up. You shut your dumb mouth. Everything's fine. So, the thing about it is just the lack of the AoE, but like, it's solid. And we're also gonna be a lot slower right now because we don't have our full group. It's just us 3. So it's gonna be more dangerous. It's not gonna be as safe. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we're impacted by this much because we're just gonna come out here and we're just gonna do this still. I'm not worried a singular bit whatsoever, and we'll still catch up just fine. This will also probably result in us getting more drops. Hey, listen, I just try to embrace it, Snake. I just try to, dog. My only worry is getting out of the cave. Yes, yeah. Those couple of bottlenecks getting out of the cave are going to be really harsh. And I don't want to call it early in the cave because I'm getting a 5-piece armor set from getting out of the cave, which is fucking monumental because I actually have some form of mitigation now. I got something to my name. So, I think best bet to level is to run to the desert and just pick flowers. You gotta get on the broodling grind, day 1 food, before all the broodlings are actually taken. The early cat gets the scorps. We crush rock. I got my rock eater cores on every aspect of this launch, brother. Let me tell you what, it is all about the rock eaters this time around. It is pivotal that they are all performing at their highest level possible. The rock eater cores will provide for this entire guild, especially with the new changes. I'm gonna be real, I'm not gonna have a single one of my fucking people like doing that crafting route. It's so inefficient. The bottlenecks are rough. They'll even get to level 10 in a few weeks. Foob, you'll be fine. Just ignore all responsibilities. What do you mean? A rich cat has no obligations. If you were truly one of the fat cats in life, you'd assert dominance over your obligations and simply ignore them and take naps and play ashes instead. Yes. I think that's the reasonable part of it. For some reason, there are broodlings on the north shore of the anvils. Weird. Very weird. Ah, Havoc! It's not working! Alright, well, that's the advantage of having a second healer in place. Alright, well, we gotta figure that one out. The ability wouldn't cast? Okay, that's not good. Would it just be easier to auto-cast it or manual cast it? I feel like it'd be easier to just auto-cast it constantly. How do I create a ticket again? Since I was removed. Oh, fuck. Officers should be linking people back up to their original tickets, so you don't have to recreate it. Once you rejoin, I think we'll have a list that's all set. The officers have been working so fucking hard, dude. Invasive species. It's fucking terrible. Next, you're gonna see purple flowers popping up in this bitch like it's Iceland. You got the flora and the fauna all taking over. We're gonna be riding around those No Man's Sky dick creatures, so, like, it's kind of crazy. It's supposed to do even more? Wait, what else is it supposed to do? Because, yeah, that's like a crux of what we're sitting on right now. Did you run out of mana on the summon, maybe? Was that it? Donger, thank you for the lurk, brother. I appreciate you. Estimation drops. Wait, what the hell? When is that from? That's not leaked. That's from New World, I think. I don't remember what drops those are, but those do be drops. Listen, I have nothing to leak. The content creator program gives me nothing right now. How do you level in this game? Do you just go around killing boards, or are there questing routes like in WoW? I don't want to run around aimlessly killing shit. I mean, you can level through gathering, refining, crafting. There is a questing route. However, it's not going to take you to max level right now. They're still building out the questing narrative. So, like, a lot of the time you will definitely find yourself running around smacking mobs, killing boars, and just trying to mob grind it out in some way, shape, or form. Especially if you're going about it with like the fastest optimal route, you're absolutely gonna find yourself spending a whole lot of time killing mobs. For example, I'm planning a 24-hour stream for day 1, and we're going to be probably hitting mobs for about 23 and a half hours of that, if we're doing it ideally. It's travel time, it's finding an area that you can post up and actively control, and then it's smacking the fuck out of mobs until your hands fall off. That is your entire goal. And they have gone through some changes today. The questing experience that we have to be aware of. So everybody's a little bit on edge right now. Our entire comfy route, our known route, has just substantially changed. So we're fucking scrambling right now. We're trying to go through it and like, I don't know, figure out what's cooked, what's not, what needs to change, what we can still do, what's efficient. Currently not functional. Oh wait, what the fuck? Wait, that's so insane. And how frequently can you have that conditional up? How frequent is that a thing? Hopefully they add more quests and stuff. They're going to, yeah. They absolutely will. The questing experience has been a big focus up on like the 1 to 10 aspect right now for that initial retention. It's gonna continue to get a lot better. There are also commissions, which are town quests once those are set up, once the towns are actually leveled. Like those are in right now, but you have to level the towns first to get those. So those won't be available immediately. However, those are another option for your progression, but yeah, the most consistent is definitely going to be the mob grinding route, just because you go there, you hit mobs, XP comes in, and you don't fuck up, so. I'm going to probably around 8 to 10-ish. Oh, that's kind of nuts, too. Okay, yeah, so that'll be absolutely ridiculous. What's the uptime on that? Like, what's the uptime to downtime? Can you pin that Discord message? What? This one? Like my Discord message? Oh. Well, people are gonna DM me about that. Yeah, you're just gonna have to spam that. You're just gonna have to spam that bitch if I'm being honest. All day. I could tell 1,000 people and they'd still DM me instead. Just trying to let people know. Do you know the right race for the class you intend to play in order to min-max? Like, for example, for tank PvP, do I need to have a specific race? Nah, there are no racials right now. It's just cosmetic. You'll see a race and a background tab when you're creating your character, but that's all simply cosmetic. That has no implication right now on character power scaling or anything along those lines. It will have a little bit more to it with race and background weighing in on your character in the long term. However, the background is what's going to be your traditional racials, so to say, and the background is available across every race. So their goal is to not predicate race class combinations with those bonuses. The background, which is available to everything, is going to be a little bit better. Oh god, wait. Okay, that's really good then. And if the cooldown starts immediately, then that's fucking nuts. So if you get that early, and then the cooldown starts immediately on cast, it's well, like a 16% uptime or some bullshit like that. 16.5 or something. So it's not bad by any means. That'd be really solid. We just need the first couple levels, man. Getting to 6, I feel like, is a crux of it with these new changes. I just, yo, Kahlua, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I just feel like getting to 6 is so fucked right now for a lot of people if we don't have Harbor. Not that Harbor was pushing us up to 6 completely. I fear for players that don't have good groups. What's up with Ashley Codex? I've seen people talking about it in Discord. They're not updating. Some say they are. Are there any info from them what they're doing? Yeah, Taken's going on a vacation for a little bit. And then when he's back from his vacation, he'll work on updating it. But the data entry has changed a little bit with Intrepid's thoughts on like data mining and how the data was being compiled. So Taken has to hand compile everything and basically put out an announcement like, hey boys, I'm gonna be traveling for a little bit for the holidays, and that shit takes a while. So it'll be up at some point. However, it probably won't be up immediately. How's Summoner? Summoner's solid. It's got a lot of utility that it brings to groups. It's a very go fuck yourself, I hate you in PvP type class. So you can really make people feel like you don't want them to play the game. So There are definitely some options with Summoner. It's far from the worst. It's far from like the nukiest, showiest, you know, flashiest class, but I was just curious. Yeah. I am very excited for Codex to be updated again. I love Codex as a resource for the players. It's so good, and again, not for people like me because I can just get the info anyways. I'll grind enough to get all the info that I need. I'll test enough, but for me to just be able to say, hey, you're looking for gear, go to Codex, we're good. Is melee IE fighter in a good in ashes or not? I heard it's in a bad spot. I mean, melee can be solid in the right hands. The thing with melee and mass scale is you always have the melee paradox to keep in mind, where if I am a melee, I need to get into melee range to execute my abilities very frequently and have my, you know, my full worth. However, by the time I'm getting into melee range, I'm also very frequently getting my shit cooked by other people in the time that I'm getting into melee range. So it's a little bit of a, you know, a catch-22, right? To a certain extent. Where if you're not getting into melee range, then you're gonna play safer, but you're doing less damage. So a lot of the time in PvP, it breaks down to why not just run range that can put out the same damage while also having the, you know, the kill potential and the safety that a melee doesn't have. So that's, I think that's kind of the big thing. XD PTR chat. Oh God, what's going on? Is Steven shitposting? Because something tells me Steven's shitposting. We will look to service 5k CCU per realm with healthy queues. Oh, wait. So does that mean 5,000 and then queues? Or does that mean 5,000 total allowed on a realm? Look to service 5k CCU per realm with healthy queues. He's typing a follow-up. Okay, hold on. Something tells me I'm gonna want a bullski for this. One sec. One sec. Bro, we're not even gonna be able to dodge. Like, even if somebody wanted to dodge, they wouldn't be able to control it at that point. There's, shit's gonna fill up too fast. Excuse me. 5k on at the exact same time. Right. Not across this day, cap can be much larger. Well, no, that's not the cap. The cap is, like, what it can hold. So if they want 5k on at the same time, then the cap is 5k. Your total daily users or your daily active users would be higher than 5k. Like, your total logs would be substantially higher. However, concurrency is cap. if I peak at 200 viewers, then my cap of viewers is 200. All right. Steven said 8K was too high at peak. Not enough POI support in the world yet to make for a good experience. Our aim for the 11th is around 5K concurrency per realm with queues on top of that. That's fair. That's fair. My thing with 8100 that I always talk about is that 8100 genuinely felt like a Bonnie Blue meetup. There just wasn't enough room for all the dicks. There weren't enough XP opportunities on the map. You only can find so many holes and then they're all filled. So it's like, at the end of the day, that does make sense because 8100 was rough. It's not a tech cap, it's content cap. Right. No, I totally get that. And 5K is still, I mean, even if it's 2,500 people per spot or 2K people and then 3K people, that's interesting though, because now POI grinds might be a little bit more accessible if you're there early. Do you think the game is truly worth $50 on the 11th? Depends on what you're doing with the $50, you know what I mean? If you aren't playing something else and you want to get potentially just a game that could long-term have some staying power for you, then Ashes could be it. However, if you're playing something else and you're having a lot of fun with it, and Ashes is kind of like an on-the-fringe thing where you're like, ah, it looks okay, it may be worth it to just wait a little bit longer. Ashes is still in development, so it's going to get a lot better as it goes. And it doesn't have all of the polish, all of the glitz, all the glamour, all of the, you know, everything that you'd want in a full MMO right now. So it's perfectly reasonable for a lot of people to wait until Ashes is a bit more developed. And at the end of the day, you can always watch on the 11th. I stream every single day, so I'll be here for the launch. And if it looks fun, then you can always hop in after the 11th. It's going to be $42.50 to hop in for the remainder of development from the 11th to the 25th. So in my opinion, that's a really good deal. I don't think the game's going to come out anytime before mid to late 2028 in terms of my guesses. So from my perspective, I'm just like, I'm down for that. That's a good price. I had to take off. Wait, who's gonna teach the youth? Pock, what do you mean? Yo, I always used to think when I was a kid that when teachers took days off, they were just sick and stuff. And now as an adult, I realize that most teachers probably took their days off because they were just fucking sick of us. I was a shit. For launch, we're still targeting 10K server CCU. Okay, cool. It was supposed to be 10K concurrent, 50K total accounts on launch originally, was what Steven had yapped about. Which makes sense. 5K per continent, 2 continents, 10K. You know, maybe we shouldn't be angry. Maybe that actually makes sense. Maybe if 5K goes smooth, that's actually a really good sign for the future based on their original math. 10K makes way more sense. Well, 10K for full launch of the game, yeah. Why are we pitchforks? Well, I'm pitchforks over questing stuff. But Steven did say that CCU, concurrent user player cap, is going to be 5K and then queues on top of that expected for December 11th. So that's going to be their goal. We will likely end up seeing, as a result of that, multiple realms spin up. I think it is almost inevitable. 5K? Yeah, 5K is sick. Because, keep in mind, there's also, 5 servers are coming. Well, keep in mind, server cap's supposed to be 10K on launch anyways. Because it's open world. So, I mean, it's supposed to be 10K concurrent with 2 continents. 5K with 1 continent actually makes a lot of sense as they continue to scale up the world to give them an organic sense for dynamic gridding feedback too. Because in theory, if the continents are even, then you have 5K, 5K, and then from there you're set. Oh god. Oh god. We need more of that spam! Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious. Good gravy. I regret everything right now. I regret it all. Alright, so good news is, Carla still won't be bored with this. Oh my god. Oh my lordy. Dude, everything's so scary. Everything's so scary. Oh my god, I'm getting hit so hard. No! Everything sucks. Jesus Christ. Sorry. We're testing our first time user experience with a group of 3 people right now to see the changes. And let me tell you, I can't wait to have the other 5. It's tough without the extra level that we were getting from The extra level that we were getting from Harbor. It's tough to go into the same route that we were going to. I think we'll still be fine with our 8-person comp. But dude, it's gonna be fucking hard. Not gonna be able to play till the 12th because of queues. Well, there are gonna be multiple servers that open up as a result. So this is the thing. There are always gonna be multiple servers at Ashes with a healthy player base. I don't think there's ever like, the prospect of a mega server is always awesome. However, that wasn't the original plan of Ashes. The original scope was 10k concurrent on a server when they have both harbors, all of the build out of the world, level 1 to 50 with grand dungeons and POIs galore and all of the mob spawns in the way that they want them to, and the flow of players from the starting areas to at level 31 plus the end game areas. That's supposed to be 10k concurrent on a full server. So 5k now is still probably going to feel a bit more jank than people think. 5k now is still going to have a lot of comp if it's at a 5k concurrent peak. That's still going to be a lot. With 8k with 1 starting area with 2 we can handle 10k. Like, this is the thing though. We had 8k. I can have a Carolina Reaper Pepper broken open and then squeezed directly into my asshole. We're going to take it about the same way. If we want to say that 8k plus was smooth, no. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. 8k was miserable. Let's not forget that part of... I just opened the stream. Maybe it's your calling. You got a pepper? By chance? I have a job opening if so. So anyways, lest we forget, Steel Bloom farming early on was mobs being unresponsive and us just smacking mobs on their spawn, like their spawn pads, because none of them would respond, so we're just killing mobs for free. That was the Steel Bloom farm, dude. 8k did not go well. I think 8k might have been a little too much. Maybe just a teensy weensy bit. 5k with body blocks is gonna be quite fun. Yeah, so now you understand why I hate bottlenecks so much. Like, honestly, only one they use for jerk chicken. I mean, jerk chicken, jerk dusty, whatever, man. As long as the pepper's pepper and we're good. Did they just cook Harbor? They basically dropped a tactical nuke on the Harbor. An absolute fucking warhead went out on the Harbor. Yeah. Yep. So that's a point of adjustment for every single person to make in their first time user experience. And Gina, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. That is a huge adjustment for us all to make in our first time user routes. Mine is in shambles. They have also changed the quest as you're coming out of the bonfire side. And instead of just being a, you know, equip tools, gather something, craft something, it's now a specific where they take you through the steps to make a simple rucksack through tailoring. So it's like, I'm a little sag about that one. However, I wasn't going to be stopping to do the crafting bottleneck anyways. I wasn't going to fuck with that in the first place. But I feel like this is going to be another bottleneck. So now there are 3 potential bottlenecks along the bonfire side. This one's getting skipped, the first stitch of the way. That's not getting done. However, the 2 other bottlenecks, those are still concerns. And those are not things that we can actually skip early on, because that's got gear rewards tied to it. And with the gear rewards being tied to it, it's kind of important. Why skip it? I'm skipping what I can, dog. I'm skipping everything I can. What do we get by using the referral code? What do you get for using my referral code? Absolutely nothing. What do I get for you using my referral code? 15% of all of your purchases come back to me, and I can use it as in-game currency for all of the skins, so I don't have to swipe my fucking credit card for it. And I'm gonna collect every single skin in the fucking game because of my referral code !Ashes. I'm gonna be so dripped the fuck out, and it'll be because of you guys. Thank you. Gesundheit. I appreciate you. You're the rat. This is a maze. Will you find the cheese is the question. Me? Oh, I'm gonna get that cheese. Absolutely, brother. I'm lactose intolerant, but I need to conquer that shit at some point in life. Yeah, I'm gonna still get that cheese. Like, I'm 1000% chilling there. I'm 1000% fine. My group will be fine. My 8-person group may honestly be smoother with this because somewhere along the line, somebody would be likely to fuck up or die or brick their crate. So this simplifies it. However, this is also us going to mob grind a level earlier, which is just going to be more mob grinding. Instead of me spending 25 minutes on my Fatui, I'm going to spend 12 minutes on my Fatui, getting out a bonfire and fucking leaving. Now it is how quickly can we spawn in and get out of the cave. My strat is log in, character creator min-max, and some of you are going to be like, Dusty, what do you mean? Chat, nobody fucking cares what your character looks like. It's gonna get wiped anyways. Just hit random a few times until your tits look big enough and then make your character. I swear to God, do not get caught making your character or you will get cooked. If you don't have a keybind folder saved, save your keybind folder. Presets are OP. Presets do go hard. I tend to slap a couple randoms on it for variance in life. Have your name ready and know which buttons you're pressing in the character creator and when to press them. That, unironically, will be your first bottleneck. If you spend 3 minutes in your character creator, congratulations, I'm already halfway out of the fucking mountain. What are you gonna do at that point? You're already behind. GG, I win. My boobas might not be as big, but they're big enough. I rebuilt my computer last night. RIP keybinds. Oh, you fucked up. So, you know how crypto bros have basically like hard wallets where it'll just be like a thumb drive that they then put in their butt and have it in like a plastic bag and carry it around with them so nobody can rob them? You can do that same thing with your saved folder in Ashes on a thumb drive, and then that can basically be like a hard backup of all of your binds. So that way, if you ever have to lose it somewhere, you just save your binds on that, and then you plug it, you drag your save folder into your Ashes folder, and you overwrite it, and then you're good. However, I have not received confirmation that that's still going to work as a keybind save. It was an old trick that we learned when PTR was wiping everybody's binds over and over and over again. And basically, you just save your save folder somewhere else, duplicate it, bring it back in after your binds get wiped, and then you're good to go. Somebody did bring up, what if they change the save format for Ashes? I don't know. Not a tech guy. I'm a streamer. I have no fucking idea what happened at that point. I guess we'd be redoing our fucking binds. That would really suck. Got my character creator down to less than a minute. Yeah, we all gotta post our character creator parses. We gotta VOD review the character creator. It's like basically going through an aim course. You gotta have everything in place on the character creator. You're absolutely cooked. Oh God, okay. So I have a question on this. Follow me up this way, because these mobs might just be the asshole mobs to start out with. What if we come up this way? Would very much recommend, if you want to save settings, to write it all down and take a picture of your settings. Yeah, but like, what if I don't want to? What if I would genuinely rather not? And what if I would just like to have my settings saved? I would love to be able to export and then re-import. I know that's tech that they probably don't even have, but like, what if they just fucking make it? You're telling me they can literally make dynamic gridding, but they can't make an import-export? I don't fucking buy that. Foop. Don't let them sell you their propaganda. Game's not ready for Steam. No import-export? Fuck it all. It's not ready to go. Give me more time with my binds. I don't want this. Good fucking God. Yo, Genus, what up, dude? Watch some of your videos on YouTube. About your channel in Ashes. They're cool. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. Maybe you can make a video to explain what to expect in Steam Early Access for newbies like me. I actually have one kind of like, not necessarily super heavy systems wise, but a new player intro as one of my recently posted videos. Just kind of like what to expect. Yo, Navarre, what up, dude? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope your stream was phenomenal. Saying Ulu Burlu. I don't know if I said that right, but either way, Thank y'all for the follows, boys. If you have not been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I am a full-time Ashes content creator. I've got about 3,000 hours in Ashes of creation. I did just release over on my YouTube !YouTube for a link over there a couple of new videos recently. We've got an interview with Steven Sharif, the creative director and CEO of this entire thing. I did that a few days ago. He has another one coming up with some other content creators on the 9th. So, yeah, thank you for the Steven interview. Wait, y'all saw it? I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was the culmination of a lot of hard work. There were many mornings sitting on my couch with a bowl and a cup of coffee. And I swear to God, bro, I spent more time than I am proud of thinking of those questions. And there were so many more questions that could have been asked, but I tried to do what I could with it. And I'm hoping that y'all enjoyed it. But for those that haven't been here before, man, I have played Ashes every single day since last December when I came over as a player. I've been following the project for a few years now. And prior to coming over to Ashes, I was a full-time New World content creator, RIP New World. I left New World back in December of last year, came over to Ashes after, like I mentioned, following the project for a bit. I was sick in New World and I was ready to hop in over here. And I came in and I just happen to love it, man. So if you guys are looking at hopping in for the December 11th update, please feel free to ask me whatever you guys are wondering about it, man. Ashes has a lot to offer currently and still a lot to offer in the future in terms of systems that are yet to come online, systems that need a little more improvement or a lot more improvement. I'm currently over on the private test realm right now. As we speak, the private test realm's visually NDA'd. So I'll walk you through what we got going on for the setup here, but we're testing all of the new first-time user experience changes that they've been updating up to this day. So up until the server goes live on the 11th, there will be changes near daily to the build. And I will be here every single day trying to keep everybody up to date on the changes, provide feedback in terms of what's going on with the changes, and genuinely, it's wild. So, hope we do some more in the near future. Dude, I appreciate that, genuinely. I typically don't do a lot of, like, YouTube-y content, because, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like most people just expect and at this point view clickbaity shit on YouTube, and I don't like making clickbaity shit. I try to not be too doomy or copey about Ashes. Like I mentioned, I came from New World, dude. We had so many problems over there that were very, 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 I want to say deeply ingrained in a certain way with the core of New World that just went unaddressed for way too long, and they were allowed to actually exist in a very bad capacity. So I've always been impressed with Ashes, the constant progression that I'm feeling. I've always, since the year that I've been here, has lapsed so far, you know, back then to now, I feel like we have a completely different problem set at this point in time than we did a year ago. 6 months ago was a completely different problem set then. There have been improvements along the way. There have been many changes to systems. I have gone through many movement system changes, and as someone who's typically a schmovement player, I've been very averse to some of these changes and then learned to love them. There have been many things along the way that have led to me being very, very, very curious about different systems and how they're all going to play out. And now, anytime something changes, I'm just like, I got to test this a little bit more. Yo, Badir, thank you for 3 day, dude. I appreciate you. Was thinking of going to Anvils, but this gather herbs thing is terrible. Yo, you want to know what's crazy, Merlot? I said that same goddamn thing. I didn't even do it. I was skipping it regardless. I want that on record. I was skipping that quest regardless. I was not going to be doing the crafting part of that quest because it creates a bottleneck. And I said this is going to be so bad for people as soon as this gets contested. You're going to have so few flowers available, and going through just the arbitrary steps of having to craft one particular thing instead of what you actually want to craft, I think that's a downgrade. However, they got to do what they got to do. Sib, what up, dude? Heard the latest Steven news? 5K concurrent for servers? I have heard that. So, that raises the question. What will we be expecting for servers? Will we see a very lined up server run? Okay, I'm out. I might die, but we're fine. Everything's perfectly fine. Everything's great. Everything's awesome. We have nothing to worry about. And we just walk away. We simply leave. Everything's perfect. We should all just bundle up in one server? Like, what you mean we should all? Like, every single person, or what you mean? But yeah, so 5K concurrent. We will very likely have multiple servers. But it will also very likely be difficult to organize which server people are going to without having groups get absolutely cooked. So it becomes the element of, does every community want to try to stack on one server and be okay with 50% or more of their groups getting absolutely fucking lambasted by queues? Excuse me. Which I don't think people are going to want to do. Or does everyone just pick the server that they're hoping is accessible for them and their community at the time, and then maybe as queues ease up, hope for merges? That's the thing. 5K for that much of a map seems okay. We have like half one content. Yeah, 5K is great because keep in mind, launch capacity is aiming for 10K concurrent. So that's fucking awesome. If they're already planning for 5K, then that's on par for what would be expected on one continent in the long term. So if we duplicated this continent to the other side and then put another 5K over there, then that'd be good. Steven said it's more of a content issue. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dynamic gridding theoretically expands the capacity of the server a lot. And we had 8,100 plus out of just the Riverlands with no dynamic gridding and with worse server worker infrastructure. Yeah, it's very simply put a content issue. But also, just for perspective, that is on par with what the full world is meant to be extrapolated, if not more dense. So we would have, in theory, potentially less competition on the full launch for these grind areas than we will even with this upcoming 5K. What was New World server cap? Oh God, on launch? What were we on launch? 2K? Was it even 2K on launch? I want to say it was 2K on launch. And then they expanded over time. But keep in mind, every time they expanded, it was rough. There's nothing else and walks away. Hey, listen. Wasn't it 1.5? I thought it was a little bit lower, but 1.5 on launch? It was 1.5. Okay. That makes sense. And then they buffed it to 2K, and then from, what did it end at? What's it currently at? It's kind of crazy that the server capacity went up as the population went down. They don't want to be alone after 3 weeks because they want people to PvP. But people come and go through depth. I mean, yeah, absolutely. But I also think if we look at it as a matter of, we have 5K right now, and then we have 10K on launch with over double the playable area, it's just going to be smoother on launch than it is right now. We'll have less competition on launch for resources and gatherables and everything than we will now. So genuinely, it might not be that bad. I think this is going to be a good indicator of what the world will feel like, especially for competition over leveling resources. Think about servers, some more people and fewer servers. Yeah, I mean, that's also the what if that pops up with a lot of the server questions. What if retention is not great and then we have to go into merges? How are the merges going to work? Very likely server that's less populated will merge into a server that's more populated, but then you have a completely different econ set, and then you have that game of catch up and adjusting to the new econ that's available on the new server. So I mean, that's going to be interesting to see how mergers shape up, because even at that point, if you have a top very competitive guild on a server that gets merged into a server that simply has more progression and more crafting and eye level 29 gear, whereas server that gets merged only has eye level 26, that's going to be a huge difference maker in terms of the, you know, the merged up server, so to say. That'll create a large inequitability. So I'm excited for that. I like people's tiers. So that'll be intriguing. 5K CCU season. I have no complaints about 5K. I think 5K is just fine. I have more complaints about the first time user experience changes today. Personally, if I could provide my input. What'd they do? Are you sitting down? Are you prepared? I don't want you to fall over. The last time that Nin got news this large, Nin passed out. So, all right.
Apes together.
Alert with the 3 years. What up, my boy? That's a 3-year streak too. My fucking God, flex that shit. Oh my God, the banana. God damn. Brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. 3 very, very long years of knowing your ass. It's unfortunate, but you know, at the end of the day, you're here and I gotta live with that. I appreciate you, dog. I hope you will. I hope you will. All right, so bonfire side is where we primarily targeted for our start so far. Other options are also valid. Riverlands is probably better. However, oh, that banana looks so pretty. Oh my God, I don't know if there's a 3-year sub in the chat. That's such a nice banana. You genuinely might be one of the first to get that banana. I feel like everybody else's is higher. I don't know who. I don't think we have another 3-year sub. Anyways, at least it's, yeah, because like Ty and Doug and everybody are longer than that. Carlo will probably get that soon. Anyways. Riverlands, they reduce goblins, and with 4 people, there isn't enough. This is gonna be crazy. Why increase bottleneck? Wait, they reduce the number of goblins that actually spawn? Or boost gone? Yeah, boosts are gone. We're leveling like mad. Tighter groups, lower amount. I like tighter group. Anyways, not the time, Dusty. Not the time. It's serious discussion. Serious discussion and gameplay theory. Anyways, which part of the Riverlands? Donger, right at the start, outside of the Aelin Divine Gate. Interesting. Okay, so Aelin Divine Gate has fewer gobbo spawns. Do a /bug on it, and then do a screenshot so they can peep it. Because that'll definitely be a big bottleneck. Directly outside of the gate as well, since it's a forced goblin spawn, that's going to be a bit of a problem for a lot of players. A lot of players. They'll get held up on that because that's going to stop you from getting your mount predicates as well. So people will spawn in and then immediately be hit with a 3-minute ad of waiting for people to get their shit taken care of there. Ah! Oh my God, I just iframed something to live. Holy shit. Oh my God. I just, like, panic iframed. And I lived with 2 HP because of my iframe, and then I caught a heal. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Did they remove quest markers or am I bugged? Which quest markers are you looking at? I wasn't paying attention when I came out, honestly. I was just running along the same ass route. I got that shit memorized at this point. The elites feel really good for XP. I won't lie. New players will sit there. There are a few bottlenecks on each side at this point that are going to cause that. I do fear. Because the bonfire side, you've got gathering the roots. You've got to grab the roots that are on the ground, and you got to turn those in. Those are like a world spawn that'll despawn, and then you grab a quest where you have to go in and you have to kill the ramkins to get the specific drops from the ramkins themselves, and that is also going to cause a bottleneck. And then they change the equip tools, gather a material, and then craft an item into gather this specific thing, refine it, craft this specific thing, purchase these specific things, and craft. So that's a big change up. That's going to create a huge bottleneck because every single person is going to be on the exact same part of that. And every single person is going to be targeting the exact same thing as a result. So I do worry about that just a little bit. I was skipping that quest anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that in the long term. However, I just worry about the bottlenecks that are created. Bottlenecks are always the scariest thing, I think, in first-time user experiences, and especially bottlenecks that just, like, don't feel good. Bottlenecks that are early on that just result in somebody sitting for a very long time and doing nothing, I think are not the good types of bottlenecks, and I don't think they're the ones that are going to lead to competition. Still more goblins further up, still think it's a small bottleneck. Right, I mean, you can always push up, but do you have to do those extra quests? Do they matter? The ones where you pick up splinters? On the way out, I'm trying to think if those are predicate quests. Yes, on the one where you kill the ramkins to get the loot because you bring that out. Yeah, every quest is important because they have rewards tied to it, actually, now that I think about it. They have all of the rewards tied, so if you skip any of the quests, you could risk not getting your mount. You could skip, you know, a predicate that gets you another part of a chain. You could skip out on getting a medium 5-piece armor bonus, which is absolutely huge early on. I might go heavy early too. I don't know which route I want to go because there are a lot more fizz mobs in Magic, I feel like. I might go heavy instead of medium. Anyways, you get a 5-piece armor bonus for those early quests. Excuse me. So I don't think, I'm choking on air. I don't think that a lot of them are very skippable. There are some optionals along the way, but I'm also cutting out all of the optionals. And keep in mind, the more you skip, the more you're going to have to mob grind to counteract that. and the harder it's going to be to mob grind with less gear, fewer levels, fewer places to go, because the world's a lot less open to you with fewer areas to grind. I think that's the big thing. The amount of viable spots that are presented at the level that I feel like people are going to be coming out of the starting areas at, especially considering bottlenecks, it's gonna be rough. Yo, Viaro, how are you, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. Quest tracker not on map, or is that a me problem today? You're not the first person to say that in the last 10 minutes. So I would bug report it if you guys are missing quest trackers. They could have updated some as well, though, or like nuked some of the quests. RIP Harbor. I still don't understand what the motherfucking Harbor did wrong. Yo, you want to know what's crazy, by the way? I unironically said on stream yesterday, zero bullshit. I said, watch me talk about the Defender quest on the Caravan at the Harbor not work, and then we get all the quests taken out. Go back in the VOD, I said it word for word that that was going to happen, and I fucking shot called it. I hate it here. I'm so angry. I'm fucking, my stutter's acting up today. I'm so livid. Oh, I feel betrayed. Holy fuck. Like words can't express it. What are the pros and cons of heavy, medium, and light armor? Heavy is all fizz damage mitigation. Medium is both, just split, so it's like 50-50. And then light is all magic mitt. So medium gives you just that balance to it. And then if you're tanking one type of thing or taking a lot of damage from one type of thing, then it can be very worthwhile to have that specialized armor set. So like if I'm tanking a bunch of fizz mobs early on and I just want to have more fizz mitigation than the amount that I currently have, then it would probably be wise for me to grab heavy instead of medium. However, I feel like there are going to be a lot of mobs that are doing both types of damage throughout. So I'm a little bit more set on let me get a nice balance set where I can actually mitigate multiple instances of everything. So they have a lot of quests already fixed and they're deploying them soon, I guess. I mean, so the reward scaling from the questing is really nice right now. If you follow through with the questing in any way, shape, and form, you're going to find yourself with a 5-piece armor set. Why does my Spotify keep pausing today? You're going to find yourself with a 5-piece armor set. You're going to find yourself very, very, very well set up. You're going to find yourself getting 2 weapons from the Destinies tab with any relative attention paid to that. And that's going to help clear speed a lot. Like, it's great. It's just the bottlenecks along the way I feel like are going to be rough for the people that don't get out ahead of the curve. And I feel like bottlenecks don't feel great. Competition over areas when there are other places to go is awesome because at the end of the day, that's competition that you can bow out of and you can say, GG's, I have lost this. But competition where you are forced to participate in it simply because there's no other alternative place to go is going to create a lot of, I think a lot of feels bad for new players. If we get ahead of the curve, it's going to be awesome because again, we then are better set up. Oh my god, we have the archers. Just run and reset this. I don't like those archer pulls, dude. Maybe we don't have to, but the archers just fucking hurt. No, I don't think we have to. I just have to get AoE threat on it. Once I get to level 6, everything's so fine. It's just the work up to level 6 as a tank. Okay, no, never mind. We're running. We're running. I'm running. The work up to level 6 is now going to be the hardest part of this entire leveling prog. And I genuinely think once we hit 6, we fly. But the work up to 6 is going to be pivotal. We need to test it with a proper 8. And then I think the mob grind's not going to be as punishing. It's just a matter of like, how early do we come out to actually pump here? Like, what part of the Anvil's starting experience are we willing to just cut off and say, I don't want to do anything else? Just leaving Lionhold at level 6 with instruction to go Avens. Right, but how many bottlenecks have you gone through on the way through Lionhold? That is the question. Like, it's not a matter of what's possible in a vacuum. It's a matter of how many bottlenecks are created along the way through that. Lionhold 6 run is all right. Yeah. Especially if you're doing Road to Jova. then you're good. But I don't know, how far through Lionhold do you have to go to get 6? Or are we looking at completing both of the name mob kill quests along the way? Because that's solid. Lionhold might just unironically be the better start again. The Anvils was competitive, but I think nuking the harbor from the Anvils as a follow-up immediately invalidated the Anvils. Theory reached a crafting quest. Oh my god, no crafting. What are we crafting? Honestly, ignore that and go farm. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's just like, just go up to first stitch and then just fucking leave. I thought they cleared up the bottlenecks in Lionhold. They've been working on it. They have, but they're bringing in many changes along the way. I feel like we could get mountain bounce and find a spot with 6s and 7s. Oh god, 6, 7. What would be our most valid area on the way? Because I think full group will still be fine here. Because here we grow into it. That's the biggest thing. Our XP is really good. If we look at XP payouts, it's just that we're killing slow right now. And look at the XP payout relative to what we're getting. Like, hold on. That's my big thing. We just need to hit that point, and then we start multiplying, right? Because right now we have 3 people, so we're just killing one thing at a time. If we have 8 people, then it just speeds everything up exponentially. The higher KPM, the more drops, the more gear we're generating. Oh, also, I haven't been paying attention to anything on my... I haven't been doing anything on my my Destinies tab because I didn't think to sell Glint to a vendor or talk to the storage clerk when I was in Bonfire. Although I guess we could go to the harbor on the way down and then still do that. It's just not as incentivized anymore because the harbor doesn't have the quest there. That's kind of what I'm... Uh-oh. Killed my ram. That's kind of what I'm curious about. Are settlements only vassalating 1 now, or is it multiple? So, a T3 should vassal 2 settlements, and then a T2... Or sorry, a T3 should do 1, and then a T4 should do 2. I'm so sorry. A T3 grabs a T2, and then a T4 grabs 2 T3s. Sorry, I was trying not to die while I was dropping, and my brain went dumb on me. It goes 1 T4 with 2 T3s. Each T3 has a T2. So with KT right now, KT's T3, it's not T4, it's village instead of town. So a village has a tier 2 or up to a tier 2 underneath it. So since KT has Vexhelm vassaled, Vexhelm right now could only level up to tier 2 unless Kaltorum were to hit tier 4. Then Vexhelm could go to 3 and Kaltorum would adopt another settlement up to level 3 upon hitting 4. And then it would have the 2 3s underneath it. And then those 3s would each have a 2 underneath it. If that makes sense. So, can't even stand to watch my old favorite streamers anymore. The level of odd hatred towards Ashes is bonkers. I mean, at the end of the day, brother, I just tell people play what they enjoy. I'm not one that's gonna sit over here and yuck somebody else's yum by any means. Like, I understand that a lot of people are gonna have a lot of different preferences with questing experiences and with gameplay experiences and just about everything along the way. Wait. What? They legitimately nuked the fucking crates? What? Yeah, no, they're cooked. Oh, wait! No, this is just bugged. Oh, wait. No, it still works. They fucked it, though. I just got the Caravan quest. What the fuck? They didn't take it out, they broke it. No, the Caravan still exists, but you have to do some fucky interact combo? I don't even know what I just did to get it. You literally have to decline a quest to get the Caravan quest to pop up in an acceptable state. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I might have just figured out something either really good or really bad. Well, Caravan's still on the menu, boys. Worked for me. The crate quest is borked though, right? Because the crate quest is completely deleted right now. if you go into the crate quest, it says quest name displays commission type. And then you can't accept or decline it. Weird. Okay. So now everybody just needs to get 20 silver still. And then we're fine. So it's just a little bit less XP along the way. But, okay. Well, that's great. That's awesome. They moved the crate quest at the starting area. I'm talking about the Caravanserai crate quest. Why am I just hitting that so much today? The Caravanserai crate quest is also very nice to have in addition to the, like, actual caravan quest itself. It's a nice little XP bump along the way. Gives you a little bit of glint to help with that 20 silver that you need for the caravan deployment. And then can snowball you into that next step. Yo, cuz, what up, my boy? Good to be straight. Is it worth it to play? Brother, if you are looking for an MMO experience that's gonna have a shitload of people, at least for a little bit, you want open world PvP, you want to compete for resources, you want to try to min-max, and you want to play shit that's going to continue to get better, I've played 3,000 hours. Right now, I'm on the private test realm. You're watching a VOD for the visual, because a private test realm is visually NDA'd. I am legitimately running new player routes right now, like the questing routes, and trying to get our start min-maxed as much as possible, because everything is competed for in the open world. So right now, we're trying to figure out which quests are working, which quests are getting taken out, which quests are good, which quests are bad, which grind options are good, which grind options are bad. It doesn't give me the option. You have to ask about the caravans. Ask about the caravans, and then, like, decline the quest, I think, and then do it again. You literally have to, like, ask about the caravan, decline the quest, and then you have to do it again, and then you're cooked. Or then you're good. So it's really, really weird. Alright, so if I decline the quest, I'd like to manage my caravans. Oh, I didn't sell all my glint yet. Whoops. What do you mean taken out? Some quests are getting reworked. And some quests are disappearing. Some quests no longer exist. Some quests have had substantial changes to their progression. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is safe. If you ran a first-time user experience loop yesterday, it's very likely different today. If anybody thinks that they have their route situated, brother, this is like a blindside in Survivor. This just shook the whole game up. Because today alone, there is now immediately about 8,600 XP missing from everybody's first-time user experience. There are going to be a couple of bottlenecks that have been solved, some more bottlenecks that may work their way in. So we're parsing right now, dog, over and over and over again. Over and over again. It's insane. Seems like the same amount of gobs heading to Ember Spring, just instead of all in a small area spread down the road, heading out of the spawn. Okay, gotcha. So it seems like they might have just spread the spawns a little bit more than they previously were. That could be good. Still looking for my last couple flowers. No, there's no shot. Is it already that picked over? Oh, that's not ideal. That could be real rough. What's the best route? Dude, we have no fucking idea. We have no idea. I have only had time to test... Wait, Keith, why can't I defend your van? What the hell? I can't opt into attack or defend your van. I can only mark it. Should I relog? Maybe? Although I don't have the defend a caravan quest anyway, so it doesn't matter. I was just gonna see if I could defend it in the first place, but I don't even have the quest because that quest is deleted too. So they deleted the defend a caravan quest. They have temporarily disabled the training crate quest, but the do a caravan quest is still acquirable. And also is going to give a good amount of XP. Because this is still going to be 14.6k XP. This is going to get me to 6. So, I mean, we're just fine. We're fine there. Flowers are a little bit of a walk, but not undoable. I would not understate how much of a time sink a little bit of a walk turns into when there are going to be thousands of people competing for everything with that little bit of a walk. Diggler, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. A little bit of a walk can very quickly turn into other people also wanting to take a little bit of a walk. And then that can snowball into everybody getting absolutely cooked. Not to mention, the longer you stay in a starting area, the more susceptible you're going to be to getting crashes, getting server worker borks, getting caught in all of that shit. Because with Ashes, if you're in an area and that area goes to hell, it should just be hopefully contained to that area, that server worker. So a little bit of a walk is also a little walk back. It's a little bit of a walk there. It's a little bit of a walk back. It's processing time. It's getting to the table. And then it's crafting time and fees. And that's going to slow you down even more. I worry. A little bit of a walk very quickly turns into, oh fuck, I have spent so much time doing this that I am now incredibly far behind. However, that's just my thoughts on it. That's where I personally stand. I feel like at the end of the day, if you wanna take that risk with a little bit of a walk, do not let me stop you. By any means, do not let me stop you. I think at the end of the day, if you want to go that route and you're not in a rush to level, then there's literally nothing wrong whatsoever with taking a little bit more time. And do not let me trying to min-max my route for myself and my guild push you into a route that you do not want to participate in. Because, like, at the end of the day, you got to play how you want to play. Needs to be changed to 3 flowers, not 5. Well, I think it's probably... Is it not gather herbs from any flower so you get 5 from 1 flower grab? Or is it 5 individuals? Because if it's 5 individuals, that's a fucking lot. I thought it was going to be like a 5 proc of flowers. You only have 3? Wait, you're so right. I've been mining. Yeah, so you have 5 individuals? Or what? Or do you have to do 2 different? Wait, 2 different. So first 3 abilities, first 8 abilities, you take as tank. All these numbers, I feel like I'm in the Matrix. Pulverize or Desolate. Tremoring Strike or Tremoring Bellow, depending on what you want to do. Shake it off. Supernatural Grit. Intimora. And then you're set. Doesn't even matter past that. Taunt's really good for pulling single targets without getting like additional aggro. It can avoid social pulls. But I would say whatever you can do to get up to Intimora comfortably is what you should be trying to do. Intimora is our large enabler of any like AoE anything. 5 PvP would be nice for church. Oh god. I'm not going church. Anyone else think they should lower the PvP flagging back to 5? I think you can still flag. Yesterday, Taunt wasn't solo pulling. Oh, really? Wait, so Taunt is no longer ignoring socials? That's a huge nerf. That's a really big nerf, actually. I'll try it real quick. Because if that's no longer ignoring social pulls, then Taunt's probably not worth running. Small AoE. Huh. So it'll just social pull stuff around. That's weird. Yeah, because Taunt used to be an exemption from socials. What do you mean socials? Social pulls are when I want to pull 1 mob and I hit 1 mob with single target damage, but other mobs in the vicinity also aggro when that initial mob does. It's really annoying as an early level tank because, you know, shit hits hard. You want to keep your pulls nice and confined and you want to keep them under control. And pulling 1 mob can very quickly turn into pulling 6 mobs with a big social, especially in areas like, I don't know, the camps in the anvils, areas like, shit, as soon as church. You can very much so have many mobs pop up from hitting 1 mob. And Taunt used to get around that. However, Taunt is not right now. Is Ashes optimized for 4K or high level graphics? I wouldn't say it's optimized for anything. You can do different resolutions on it, and it has cinematic settings. So you can definitely turn your settings up if you have a beast of build. It'll turn your FPS down a little bit, but At the end of the day, it's not that bad and it looks really good. Swear that's how taunt worked a year ago. What's that, ignoring the socials or still social bullying? Because I swear to God on my end as well. Jupiter, thank you for the follow. I actually was asking people in chat, social bullying? Right. Yeah, because at some point somebody told me taunt wasn't social bullying anymore. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? No, taunt always social pulls. And I actually like had a debate. I was like, no, there's no way. And then I tested it and I was like, what the fuck is this? Why is taunt not social pulling? So I think taunt might just be restored back to its rightful place in the fucking dumpster. Bad ability in 99.9% of scenarios in Ashes of Creation. If pulling is normal, change my mind. Only scenario where it's good is if you're fighting a single target boss that's doing a whole lot of AoE damage. That's about it. Saw a clip the other day trying to see what's new and saw tank taunting 2 feet from other mobs. Yeah. Yep. No, that's the tech with it. At the end of the day, that's the only time that I would ever use taunt. It was cooked. Yo, Jupiter, pump for release. I've had access for a while since I already purchased the game. Do I have to rebuy it? You do not. You can just go over to the Ashes website and then you can link up your Ashes account to your Steam account. And then on the 11th, you will have to re-download the new client on the Steam side and then you'll be good to go. Your keybinds will probably get cooked as well, but is it bugged to you too? There are so many people that are coming over to the harbor right now. I wouldn't say so many, but there are a few people that are coming over to the harbor right now. And they're just like, oh shit, wait, is this also fucked? Construction foreman has an indicator. What do we have here? Obtain a construction crate, right? So that's just the construction crate side of it. Okay, yep. I don't think we can progress anything else at the harbor side. Concrete quest, right? Taunt was still usable in the before time for any potential misses during group pulls. Yeah, I mean the thing with Ash's taunt that's always been peculiar about it is it's not a hard threat snatch. It's not just like a traditional taunt where if I'm not number 1 on threat, it puts me number 1 by X percentage or X amount of threat. It's just 2x your max HP as threat. So it's a big threat jump, but it's not a guaranteed, like if somebody's yoink threat off you and they're just out pumping like mad. It's not a guaranteed yoink. I just use grapple for that because grapple's a threat gen as well. Maybe if you're using taunt and grap, but grap's consistent enough now. Also, much more consistent on the PTR build. It's gone through phases of being both good and bad, but grapple is phenomenal now. I'm fishing to 20. I will see you probably in June. Yo, Traffic Claus, what up, bro? I've been following since the New World days, but thinking about getting into Ashes. How do you describe this game to a possible new player? Take all of the social systems of New World, from like the towns to the, you know, alliances and the guild to guild or company to company interactions and the world building, and make it 10 times deeper already. And it just continues to get better and improve. It's tab target base with some action combat elements instead of freeform action combat. So definitely more tab targety. With that being said, it's not what I would call full action combat by any means. You have a dodge, you have a sprint, you have a block, but it's far from a full freeform action combat. But systems wise, it's got a lot of these social elements that New World originally wanted to have that they had to abandon hopes of. It is everything from building up towns, all of which cannot be the highest level. And even in your towns, you can't have all of the buildings like you could in New World. So different towns specialize in different things. And you may find yourself interacting in different towns and doing different shit depending on what you want to do with your gameplay loop. You could be anything from a merchant doing player-to-player stuff and be an econ player, to a gatherer, refiner, crafter, to a PvEer, to a PvPer, but you've got to kind of do a little bit of everything along the way. Even if you just want a PvP, you've got a PvE, you've got to gather, refine, craft to actually get your gear squared away. There's a gameplay loop here instead of a few different avenues. So, is this VOD? No, I'm human here. That's VOD. There, but am not VOD. What do you think about almost copy of Arcade Mechanics and Ashes? I mean, Ashes is supposed to be like a spiritual successor to Arcade. Steven's a huge Arcade fan, so naturally you're going to see a lot of that Arcade side come through with Ashes. And honestly, I was not an Arcade player myself. However, at this point, kind of wish I checked it out because it seems like it was kind of fun. If this is what that shit was like, then kind of fun. I like a lot of the social systems. I like the constant element of friction being available, so Can I still glue people and hijack them with grapple? I mean, we can absolutely cook people with grap. Yeah, absolutely. They've changed it to a roadhog hook as well. So grapple works phenomenally well. And then from there, you're able to, with the roadhog hook side of it, you can like throw it, turn, and then put the person where you want them to be. So I can like turn them into my back line. I can wall behind me, stop them from going anywhere. Grapple needs to be removed. I'll trade tank grapple for road grapple. Road grapple, you piece of shit. You give up your love, I'll give up mine. Something must die if I'm to make sacrifice. Shield assault or shield slam? Depends if you're doing single target or AoE stuff, honestly. I say with a lot of your abilities, just mold it to whether you're trying to do AoE or single target content, and if it's AoE content, then you're good. I have a question. Where are you not playing while streaming, or the servers off or what? Oh yeah, the live servers are down, so I am playing right now. However, it's on the private test realm, and so the private test realm is visually NDA'd, so I can't show the gameplay. So I'm playing in the background on my gaming PC. You're watching a VOD that's not visually NDA'd, so I don't get in trouble. And I'm testing all of the new changes on the private test realm that have come out today. Can you make it so that you can default self-cast when no target selected? Let's see. I want to say there's like a right click to target self-cast prio. I don't know if there's like a force self-cast bind. Like a force target self bind. There's a right click to target self, but I don't know if there's a force target self bind. Like an alt modifier to cast on yourself or something. Because my shit that's target ally or target, you know, me, will self-cast when I don't have a, you know, an ally targeted, so. I think Steven is making a slight mistake with how he's handling PvP. Yes, is an arcade successor, but he's making the same mistakes that Aeon did. What mistakes do you think are being made with the PvP system? Because I think a lot of that'll break down to personal preference. I actually like the shape of the PvP systems right now. It's just they need... Oh, arcade? I mean... It's just a matter of what preferences are. If I'm being honest, PvP systems vary so much game to game. And as a result, person to person, you'll have 1,000 different preferences on PvP systems. I very much so enjoy the thought of equitable numbers match PvP. However, equitable numbers match PvP is not all of what Ashes is about. There'll be opportunities to get that in the long term, but at this point in time, it's all open world. You can get zerged off, you can get pushed off, you can get anything at any point in time. So, I don't know. I don't necessarily mind it. I think you've got to be aware that there is always a risk-reward structure to be aware of. And if you're fighting over the most important objectives, you're going to run into the most competition over those objectives. So, with that in mind, the PvP just kind of comes from logical things occurring. Like, if you're not bothering me, we won't PvP against each other. If you're bothering me, we might PvP against each other. If I'm bothering you, you might PvP against me with the guild versus guild war. I don't know. I don't really see that there's much wrong with it, but definitely open to listening, Mr. Hentai Monster. There's a target self button. Right, but what about like... Okay, no target selected should go to you. If it does something else, probably a bug. Okay, weird. So it might just be an ability bug. Which is it? I'm trying to be able to have the tomato enemy and snap point at me on default. Do you need the 2 different tomatoes for that? Like the 2 different... Is it like wit and jest or whatever? Where are the bards? We need a bard for this, not a cleric. Also, Macaulay, what up, my boy? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. You're number 2 on my most watch. I appreciate that, dog. I appreciate that. Hopefully we get a lot more time with that. With this upcoming launch, dude. It's a banger fucking launch. For that roadhog hook, is it tab target? Yeah, it's tab target. It's disgusting. Get the static chest. Someone wants to be able to target tomato on themselves by default when it is not targeting an ally or anyone else. I think. If they're not targeting an ally, they want it to target themselves, I think. F1 is the default target self. I don't have F1. Quick wit mog. Yeah, that's a bard question. Because my only thing that would do that is like intercept. And intercept targets me if I don't have anybody else targeted. So, setting the skills list on the bottom right to pick which spells. Skills list, bottom right. It's like a bard specific thing. Oh. I just opened up my tank tree and I was like, the fuck you mean? I'm not seeing shit over here. You watching the upcoming interview with Steven? Nah, interviews with Steven are stupid. Yeah, I'll probably check it out. Mock and Jest. Yeah, that one. That one. Listen, I'm almost a bard player. I'm almost qualified. We're gonna have more servers. We are going to have server capacity of 5K, which, if Steven's server capacity estimates are to be believed, we would probably need many servers. Yes. Yes, indeed. We would not necessarily be able to get through with one server at that point if Steven's concurrency estimates are true. However, I still don't necessarily think we're going to be looking at, like, the 50K concurrent week 1. My guess is still 25K. I'll stand on that business. It could be more, it could be less, but I'm standing on that. 5K, thought he said 10 to 12K. 5K for this server, 10 is their goal for full launch with both continents in. Because keep in mind, we only have like one continent of half of the content that's actually available, so. Thought it's gonna be one big world? What, you thought Ashes was gonna be a mega server? No, there were never plans for Ashes to be one big mega server. Steven has always said that their concurrency cap goals on full launch are 10K concurrent players, 50,000 unique accounts on a server, and then they would adjust from there. Because at the end of the day, it's not a technical limitation, it's a content limitation. You can only physically have so many experience opportunities presented on a server before you run out of stuff for people to kill, and then there's literally nothing to do. I think that's the big problem with it all. And 5K, they've already been past 5K without dynamic gridding up. We hit 8100 plus concurrent for phase 2.5, which was worse server worker infrastructure, like a worse server tech on the back end, and no dynamic gridding. Are we doing 10K or 5K for Steam Start? Steam Start is 5K concurrent. Steven's goal for full launch of Ashes of Creation with both full continents in the game is 10K. How laggy was that though? What, 8100 concurrent? That was out of one starting area, and yes. The answer to your question is not a matter of like 1 to 10, it was just yes. Yeah, 8100 out of just the Riverlands, no dynamic gridding, and with like Mickey Mouse server worker structure comparatively. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. It was Bort. It was every man for them fucking selves out there, dog. We were farming Steel Bloom, and the Steel Bloom mobs just like weren't responding. They were just standing there taking it and dying, and honestly, I was very thankful for that. But it was rough. Now, server worker infrastructure has improved a lot since those days, and if dynamic gridding functions, that's just another level of functionality that will help the server workers stay fluid with that amount of players. And again, that was also on one starting area. There was less incentivization to go outside of the Riverlands in general, especially on start. It's like early New World. Oh god, it was bad. Yeah, it was really bad. Keep in mind, not just early New World Wars, bro. New World Wars were a laggy fucking mess, even in like October of last year. Like when I was still playing New World Wars, those shits were a laggy mess. That shit was rough. There were wars that I played in 2024 that had people floating up the goddamn walls, that had abilities not going through, that had full drops. I mean, goddamn, the ones that were frozen for 10 minutes, fair. Yeah, and then once we got through the everybody's game is freezing for 10 minutes, you got into the meta of wars were decided by who had more crashes on each side. And I don't mean like successful army crashes and collapses. I mean people's games crashing at the start of the wars, and then they would get kicked from the war, and then they wouldn't be able to sign back up, and then they would get like basically booted from the war, and then one side would be down players. So you had to essentially roster 60 people and have backups for every role ready to hop in, because inevitably people were going to crash. It was kind of cooked. It was very cooked. Can people steal your boat and go for a joyride in open ocean? Steal your boat? No, boat perms as of right now are not, you know, full perms to drive and shit like that. The fish tanks, however, if you're in the open ocean, say you're sport fishing, I get fish, I put fish in fish tank, and then once fish is in fish tank, if you're in open ocean, I can then go up to your fish tank, get the perms, or I'll have the perms because it's open ocean, and then I can steal your fish for myself. If you're in freshwater and you have a fish tank, then those perms are not going to be to everybody. So slight differences there. The only boat that is yoinkable is a rowboat. And rowboats are yoinkable everywhere as of last testing. Could change on the perm side at literally any point in time. However, rowboats were absolutely getting fucking GTA'd. Yeah, people were coming up on that shit like, meh. They recently made changes to judgment. Before I could cast it without a target. Now I have to target myself. Weird. So there are different self-cast abilities that are just cooked. I wonder how intercept will work. Because I don't have intercept yet. So I can't verify if that one's fucked. Dude, there's so many rams parked outside of this. Oh, this little cavern. Also, it's Fisherman's Loss is the name of the quest. That's gonna be tough. We snuck in and out relatively easily, but we had to compete for a lot of tags, and there was only one other group that was in there the entirety of the time. It was kind of rough. Wait, did I not interact with him enough? Do you have to spam interact with Sonu to give him the stuff now? Or is it just one interact? Fuck me. God damn it. All right. You have to spam interact with him to give him each individual thing. Oh, God. So now there are 3 different interacts with Sonu there. You have to give him each individual piece. And then you have to complete the quest. So you're spamming interact 4 times on Sonu. That's getting you to level 4 though, and then you work your way out of the bonfire caves. But brother, let me tell you, I'm worried about that part. You're gonna be coming out the caves at level 3 without that. And I don't think coming out the caves at level 3 is gonna be valid for anybody at all. Is Anvil start confirmed, or are you just testing? I'm really leaning towards Anvil start for my group still. I think both sides have their own bad right now. However, it's opportunity cost. Cave at level 3, not 4. Well, if you get bottlenecked. If you get bottlenecked. And there are 2 different bottlenecks. So you have the splinter pickup that's a bottleneck, and then you have the, like, the fisherman's whatever, where you have to collect the 3 different pieces. That's gonna present your second bottleneck on the bonfire side. You have to be level 5 walking out of the cave at bonfire, or like hitting 5 when you do the quest at bonfire. Yeah, I mean, you can get out of it a little earlier if you really want to. Like, I think 4 is not the worst case scenario. 4 is bare minimum. 5 is where I'd really like to be at it. But that's gonna be tough. Especially since Shaper Tova is gonna have another bottleneck. I don't think anybody in their right mind is gonna go through the Shaper Tova stuff at this point in time, because it's gonna create such a large bottleneck. Is this EA intended to create hype, or is it genuinely for feedback and testing? I mean, I think everything at its core is for feedback and testing. If we're being completely honest, it's very openly an alpha. I think every aspect of trying to develop the game further is working towards launch, and testing is something that is necessary along the way. So I definitely think the EA tag, at the end of the day, like, it's more the Steam move. The EA tag, the early access tag, is just something that Steam is basically putting on the game because it's an alpha. You can't say this isn't early access, however this is alpha. If alpha, early access. So they're in the Steam early access program. That tag, I would say don't even let the early access tag weigh your opinions on things whatsoever. We're in an alpha. The core of it is always going to be getting more people into test. This is a very substantial update, right? This is a huge update. A lot of content coming in on the replayable side. There are all 8 of the primary archetypes in at this point, but there's still a lot more to come. So just hope people don't do the usual mass downvote on an EA game. My counter to that, if I'm being completely honest, is that it doesn't really matter with Ashes, because if you go anywhere, really outside of this general pocket of the internet, the sentiment's really negative already, man. Not a lot of people are willing to give Ashes a face value shot. And I feel like that could lead to a couple of different scenarios, of course. Scenario one. People let that negative shape what they're thinking about it all. And then they cook their expectations and they don't end up trying it in the first place. However, scenario two is people come in expecting the worst. And then they go, oh shit, this actually really isn't that terrible. All said and done, all things considered. I've done much worse. Honestly, you're better off getting the green tools from Tova and then running. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's been the route this entire time for me. However, there are follow-ups to that were also a bit important that are no longer in existence. So now the route evolves. I wasn't doing any of the Tova stuff anyways. The only reason to do Tova stuff was if you wanted an XP scroll and you don't have an XP scroll crafter that's going to feed your group. However, I do. So I'm getting the fuck out of there. Thought you didn't like the anvils because of continuity issues. They've been patching daily. So the continuity issues have been replaced with bottlenecks. So at the end of the day, at least the continuity is a lot better. But yes, now we're dealing with some bottlenecks and some less than ideal quests along the way that could present a lot of playability issues for new players. It's not going to be a big deal if you're super far ahead because you're not going to have to compete for those things. But you're missing out on predicate quests that open up further parts of the chain and lead you out of the cave. You're missing out on pieces of loot, potentially your mount. Early on, you cannot miss these quests. And if you're caught, you're gonna wish you did. New quest north of line. Hold now. Yeah, the Riverlands has a lot more questing available right now. I mean, Riverlands just straight up. You got Second Sword Outpost and Road to Jova. You're better off there. Both starting areas have to deal with bottlenecks. Riverlands has to kill a named NPC. Anvils has a quest chain. You have to be careful not to break. Yeah, and I mean, the bottlenecks just come in different forms. You've got your name mob bottlenecks in both Riverland sides. But they've also done a lot to, like, lessen those bottlenecks by basically improving respawns, improving the quantity of mobs that are spawning over there. So, they've been paying close attention. I wouldn't expect a lot of the bottlenecks to stay as bad as they are with incoming populace. But, yeah, really every side has bottlenecks. It's just a matter of how you can get around them, how you can avoid them, and how quickly you can get out from them, so... Overall, if you're new to the game, go Riverlands. Oh, yeah. Oh, 1000%. If you don't know what you're doing, don't go Anvils. You will get fucking smacked up by mobs, too. The Anvils level banding is a lot less forgiving than the new Riverlands level banding. And you'll immediately find yourself running into level 12 birds at level 3. So if you don't know where the mob spawn pads are, and where you can run safely, you're probably going to die. Just straight up. What determines starting location? You just pick it at the start. You either have the Aelin Divine Gate, which is the Riverlands, or you have the Dunes and Kel Divine Gate, which is the, you know, the Anvils one. As of right now, I just feel like the Riverlands is much more consistent. I don't like going Anvils if you have a guild to play with. Oh god, yeah. If you have a set leveling route, then go for it. But we're also working on our leveling right now, and we're just like, oh shit. Riverlands is much more contested. Right, but there are a lot more opportunities in the Riverlands too. You're more central. You have more POI density. Give or take at this point. You have more early POI density. You have a spawn point right in the middle of the world that the world is built out around. Whereas in the Anvils, it's a trickle down. So in the Riverlands, people go like this. In the Anvils, everybody goes like this. So the Anvils is going to have a lot more immediate contest at the higher point. Cheese and crackers? Oh yeah, I'm munching on some cheese, crackers, and pepperoni right now. Nice little stream snack. And then we're rotisserieing a turkey tonight. So I'm excited for that. Riverlands has direct access to the desert, which also means early access to broodlings and scorpions. I mean, it's also got more of a questing build out. It's got second sword outpost. I mean, Riverlands, I think everybody kind of knew Riverlands was going to be better. Even at this point in time. However, the Anvils was looking promising. The harbor was a big facilitator for the Anvils being competitive, though, I will say. Harbor being cooked is fucked. Riverlands has more POIs. Honestly, I think with all of the POIs added to the Anvils might have more numeric POIs. Oh, I fucked up. I was looking at my map. I done goofed. Well, that's a remake. I think... How much money are we gonna get by the time we hit 5? Someone get you shot by birds? Maybe. I did it to myself. I think what Keith and I are doing is playing. That's really in the thick of it, though. Like, you're standing where the bombs are coming down, and you're like, man, I really like this. Nice and cozy on this side. I think that's a play if you want to have half the server on top of your head. You can get 2 blue glints, so 20 silver. You complete both destiny chains and get a little glint from the quest and mobs. Right. I feel like it's a hit mobs to 5 and then go harbor. Can you guys see my pings? And do me a favor? What if we look in this area and we try to find something that's in this immediate vicinity that we could pump off of? And then we go to the follow-up in case this is working again. What about the Discord? Somebody got their account hacked that had perms. Ha 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 ha. Somebody was messaging too many big titty e-girls. So there's been a lot of cleanup. If anybody got yoinked, please, for the love of God, just get back in the Discord. Nobody's actually banned. Everything's safe. How long would it take to fish to max level? Yes. Long. Like Mandingo long. Like, you could have a time stone and still take too long. Joined the Discord yesterday, now it's gone. Yeah, everybody rejoin the guild Discord. Put your ping out. Somewhere over here is kind of what I'm wondering. Like, if we get to this general, like, coasty area, because then we could 5 in this area, and then we go to our next spot, and then that would give us... Those were 10s the other day. I mean, so maybe it's better for us to just push over and hit our first grind until 5 and then double back to where my ping is right now. Because I'm curious there. Wonder if someone did that to sabotage cats before the 11th. Should have waited if so. No, I don't think it was anything intentional. I don't think it was anything intentional. At least I hope not. Something tells me it wasn't, though. Anything could happen, but we don't think it was anything intentional. We think it was a less than ideal thing. Close to 5 with those 2 commissions. Right, but that's also, like, I'm gonna be honest, we're gonna be 95% after killing 5 mobs down here. And with a full group of 8, I don't even think we need the comms, because we saw what the mob XP payout is. We're just gonna kill 5 mobs and then we'll be 5, and then we go to, like, I'm just gonna say it, we go to the harbor at 5, since we'll actually have our 20 silver. And then we complete Caravan quest, because Caravan quest is still there even though the crate quest is cooked. So once we have 5 off mobs, go Caravan. Caravan, dump, get destinies, go back out, mob grind to 10, transition to second area. Oh, fuck! Crate quest cooked, did they remove it to rework it? I hope. Don't you need to do crate quest to do Caravan? No, it's just different interact prompts with the crate guy. Wonder if Steven saw us fucking up the crates on stream yesterday? Huh? No, I don't show it off. I talk about the crate quest a lot, but... For a player like me, having access to 4 of each station in the anvils, I'll have my 3 processing professions out of novice in no time. Hey, I mean, if you're willing to take that chance, I just get scared. Are none of the opening quests worth it? I'm gonna be honest, all of the opening quests are worth it. Because if you're not doing the opening quest, just for perspective, without killing a single mob, if you do your first 2 destiny tabs, which you can do very easily, with no other drops, you'll have a necklace, a 5-piece armor set of the same weight, and you will have a melee and a ranged weapon, both item level 9. That's really good. So you definitely don't want to miss that starting questing experience. And I think that's why the bottlenecks are such a point of importance for me and why I'm bitching about them so much. I feel like every time I run into a bottleneck right now, I think of not me, because I'm fine. I'm going to be honest, as soon as servers go up, my group's going to know what to do. We're going to be running loops all night to try to figure this out. Carla's getting on after work to run loops this evening with us. So we'll have a full group of 8, and we're going to be trying all of our loops. I don't worry for me. I'll have alternatives. I get scared for newer players that will be sitting on top of a quest objective, and they'll just say, well, too many people here, I guess I can't do this. That is my worry point. But at the end of the day, they still have a few days to shore up, you know, some questing changes along the way. And if it's something as simple as a bottleneck is created by respawns of something, then they can just change the respawn timer on those things, which is great. I think with the roots, bro, honestly, just juice the respawn timer to like 1 second and then just let us grab all 3 roots in the same place. Or just make the quest 1 root. I think we still get the idea. You run over, you grab a root, and then you give it to the quest guy. I'll be honest, they're making great time with the fixes. Oh, unreal time. Yeah, no, genuinely insane. Genuinely insane. Pretty solid except for bottlenecks. Well, keep in mind too, within a couple of days of hearing about bottlenecks, they also had a lot of the bottlenecks, at least with some sort of fix in place. Now, it may not be the permanent fix, but the named mob bottlenecks, they were quick to get respawn timers adjusted, and they were quick to make it a non-unique mob. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. They are paying very close attention to the fluidity, which is really important. The roots are a big one. In Lionhold also. Oh, Lionhold also has roots that are a big one. Okay. Interesting. So maybe just lower the number of roots needed. Mayhaps. One that realized you can body block the fishing cave quest with like 3 people. I mean, who's got alts that wants to do something kind of funny? Yo, low-key, when we get there, we should have 3 people stand in the door on Renkai. and then seal it off so that way nobody else can get in until we're done with it. I feel like that's the play. This is Ashes? Yes, this is Ashes. I can stream it because everybody can stream it. On the 11th, the live servers are going to be back up. So you'll see a lot of people putting out Ashes content. From the 2nd of December up to the 10th, we're on the private test realm. And the private test realm is visually NDA'd. So can't stream my live gameplay right now. But this is footage from like a week ago-ish, where they did a 1v1 duel tournament, and then we go show off the corrupted areas called the Harbingers a little bit later on in the VOD. So starting on the 11th, you'll probably see a lot of people streaming, and a lot of the hype is starting to kick up. We're seeing a lot of different streamers come through and check it out and spend some time watching the dev streams and stuff, so I'm excited. I'm very excited. Considering the root you gather is the same size as a dwarf, you're telling me you need 3 to make a soup. Yeah, I mean, low-key, maybe just 1 root for the soup would be bis. Mayhaps. Because that's a big bottleneck. It's a very big bottleneck that's created from that. And I slightly worry at that point in time that new players are going to be very cooked. That's my big concern. Song in my head now. Schmurda, she wrote. But I just worry for new players. Like I said, we'll be fine. I'll have an 8-person group. I could go mob grind from level 3 if I needed to. We have every sort of group scaling taken care of that we'll need. I'm also just kind of mad about the harbors. Fuck, the harbor would have been so smooth, man. We had such a good route to get out to the harbor with the crate quest being such a facilitator. Because we are... Like, I'm at this point 8,900 out of 18.4k XP away from hitting level 5. So in the event that I hit level 5 off of crates and then Destiny turn in, that gets me the rest of the Destinies to facilitate having enough silver for the Caravan. It was this perfect fit of everything. And with the crate quest gone, I'm now down just enough XP. Just enough to where I'm gonna go mob grind for a little bit before I actually go to the harbor for the Caravan quest. And that's just a huge step of inconvenience. That's adding in an entire second step. There'll be a big patch with new updates before launch next week. Oh god, it's gonna be a fucking massive patch. I'm hoping they give patch notes the day before. It's going to be an unreal big patch. Now, fortunately, a lot of people have been testing over on the private test realm, myself included, to see all the updates as they're coming in. But this is probably going to be, content-wise, the single largest patch that Ashes has had so far. It is going to be unfucking real. Sorry, I have 5 and 33% even after bricking crate last night. You gotta give me silver for Van. Maybe they changed XP payouts along the way. Because I am currently 48.4% into level 4 after coming out of the mountain. If I grab rewards, I'm sitting at 10k in, so I'm still 8k away. I would need storage clerk talk for 200, use rations for 200, 500 from looting 5 items, selling glints 200. I think they might have adjusted it because crate's gonna get us to 5 right now. And then Caravan gets us a little bit into 5. I didn't have a lot of Destinies. Did you do the Caravan? Because if you did the Caravan, then that's going to be the larger chunk of your XP anyways. The crate was just a really good facilitator to get the glint for the Caravan. Because now we're not going to have the glint for the Caravan in the first place. And we're not going to be level 5. Getting level 5 is immediately going to give us... God, I want to say it's like 5. Yeah, it's 5 silver and glint. So that's a quarter of our Caravan cost. Tried it again today earlier. I managed to get 4.5 when I was at Caravan and crate before doing both of them. Yeah, that's where I'm sitting right now. 4.5 before Caravan and crate. What types of PvP? Brother, you got open world PvP, guild versus guild PvP, settlement versus settlement PvP. You got different incentivizations for different forms of PvP. You got naval PvP. You got arenas that'll be eventually in. You got just about every type of PvP that you could ever want in a fucking game. Everything is PvP. I mean, you even have lawless areas where you step out of that area and you are flagged up for PvP constantly. There's gonna be a lot of PvP. Still can't decide between rogue or summoner. I feel like summoner's more useful, if I'm being honest. But rogue is a good DPS. Holy fuck. Oh, and there are caravans. There are caravans too. So caravans, you make the caravan, different carriages, animal to pull the caravan, all that shit, different wheels. And then from there, people can attack your caravan along the way. Can you explain to me why this game's still in alpha after 8 years? Yeah, I mean, first-time developers started with 12 employees, lost pretty much all of their progress when they transitioned from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. Substantial reworks and in-house technical developments from dynamic gridding to their PCG tech to everything in between. At the end of the day, sometimes game dev takes a very long time, and you've got what is legitimately a first-time developer taking on a title that systems-wise is rivaling things that are taken on by traditionally AAA giants of the industry. And honestly, if it makes it out in 15 years, then I'm shocked it makes it out in the first place, you know what I mean? I think the core element of Ashes right now is not a matter of when it succeeds, it's just a matter of if it succeeds. And from the developer standpoint, they're like, we're going to continue taking the time that we need until we actually put out, you know, a game that is up to our standards. And then from the player side, I'd rather have them take more time and put out something that's going to take a little bit longer, but be better, then rush it out. You know what I mean? I think that's the biggest thing. You're running loops, sounds like a hamster in a wheel. Fupo. Put me out of my misery so I don't think about the caravan quest anymore. I'm ready. I'm fully ready. Doug, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm testing, dude. I can't stop testing. I've got to keep testing. It's too much testing. It's all the testing. It's all the information possible. And brother, let me tell you what. This shit's tough. This shit's very, very tough. Everything's changing. There's so many different scenarios. Do you want to test the Riverlands? I'm gonna be real. I don't think I want to go near the Riverlands with a 10-foot dick, if I'm being honest. Do you think putting a game that's in alpha phase into Steam Early Access is a good idea? Yeah, the Steam Early Access program is quite literally for in-development games. If you look up the Steam Early Access program, it's an entire program for in-development games to be put into the Early Access program while they finish their development. They just have to be labeled as Early Access. It's not changing the content cadence of the game. It's not changing the scopes of the game or anything whatsoever. And everybody that was going to hop in on Steam could have just hopped in through ashesofcreation.com for the exact same cost. There's functionally no difference between ashesofcreation.com and Steam. The update was going to come regardless. The wipe was going to come regardless. It's still Alpha 2 Phase 3, and then eventually we'll still go to Beta 1, and then eventually we'll still go to Beta 2. At the end of the day, nothing changes. Everyone could already see it. Everyone that's a streamer was going to play it anyways, whether it was on Steam or whether it was on the Ashes launcher. I genuinely, I don't really see the bad idea to it. You're getting more playtesters involved in a better state of affairs than a lot of your previous playtesters opt in at. Inevitably, you're going to have people that are happy. You're going to have people that are unhappy. You're going to have people that leave good reviews, bad reviews, middle reviews, no reviews. But the guarantee is that you're going to have a lot more people that are leaving some form of feedback. And in a world where that feedback is driving change, like it is with Ashes, it's really useful to have more people in place, dog. Genuinely very, very, very useful. Because again, then more people are going to be able to find bugs earlier on. They're going to be able to provide like the bug reproduction steps, the exploit reproduction steps, whatever it may be. And then it helps Ashes improve faster. So, I don't know. I don't really see any more bad coming in than what we've already had in the past in terms of the bad. So, I think there are people that have OCD, wait, AOCD, what the fuck is that acronym? Some of the negative stuff I see. I mean, a lot of people just have negative perceptions for whatever reason, but more population, more cheap mats, more econ. Mine got cooked. Your caravan got cooked? What got fucked with your caravan? Because that's no bueno. What am I still waiting on? 6 glint. I only have 16 glint right now without the Caravan quest coming in. I think I have an idea with the prog. I think I do. Because we should get... It's just about getting to level 5. Launch bugged. I feel like we just have to mob grind to 5 after we come out of the cave, and then at 5 we go to the harbor. Ashes of Creation derangement syndrome. Jesus fucking Christ. What is that? Where did this term get coined? Join Alpha's $100, $42.50 on December 11th. I would not recommend joining right now. I would recommend waiting until the 11th, and then on the 11th, hop in through Steam. It's going to save you over $50, less than half price. So, keeps this bug too. Weird. Very weird. It's a term coined from US politics. That's why I don't know it. Yep, nope, exactly. Exactly. That's why I don't know it. Basically, ignore the people who use it. Down. Oh shit, my game just crashed. No, that's fine. I'll go fuck myself. Is there a ranked PvP system? Not yet. There will be some form of leaderboards in association, you know, with performance coming in with systems in the long term. They'll have PvP seasons for different systems, and then they'll have arena leaderboards as well when arenas are in. Arenas are not in yet. But everything from guild wars to settlement wars to caravans, you name it, there'll be some form of PvP season association for that. But in the meantime, the ranked PvP system is going in Discord and talking about how your cock is bigger than everybody else's cock, and everybody else has a small little baby cock because they're bad at PvP. That's the current rank system. So the more you yap in Discord, the more your rank goes up. It's actually not associated with in-game PvP whatsoever. It's mostly about just going in Discord and convincing everybody else that you're the best. They've not said what time it's going to be. What's that for launch? They said around their normal time, which their normal time is typically 1 p.m. EST for deployments. So I would expect servers around 4 p.m. EST. So like 10 p.m. EU probably. With any form of delays, I could expect it to go a little bit later into the EU evening, which would be a slight yikers for those lads. However, if you got big meaty clackers between your legs and you're just doing a 24-hour on launch anyways, good day, it's me. All balls, no cock here. Happy to help. So, I will be here for 24 hours. I will be absolutely pumping. The only question is, where will I be pumping? Do we want to check out the river? I don't think I want to go to the Riverlands. I genuinely do not think I want to go to the Riverlands. I think the Riverlands is going to be fucked. How long till Carla gets home? Should be any time. How many do we have? And how many have we lost? Because we have me, Havoc, and Keith in this group. We get Nin. We get Carla. What content should we expect for EA? Brother, I'd be here till tomorrow if I listed off all the content in Ashes. You can progress your character 1 to 25, which is the current max level, through a bunch of different means of progression. You can mob grind, you can do quests that'll bring you a percentage of the way. Then from there you have town quests called commissions. You can level through gathering and refining and crafting. You can do literally anything in the game to progress your character. Once you progress your character, you're going to be trying to scale up your power however you want to. Whether that's through player-to-player econ, whether that's through mob grinding initially, whether that's through not mob grinding and trying to save up for crafting through gathering, and then you're going to fight against other players on the way there. It's an MMO. So it's got some forms of replayable content at the end. However, it's a full open world MMO. So right now, there's no instancing. You can't run from people and you can't get away from shit. So there are guild versus guild wars and town versus town wars. You've got the open world flagging PvP system. You've got caravans that you can do, which are PvP. You've got the corrupted areas, which I'm going to be showing a little bit later in this VOD, which are also PvP with incentivizations to go out there and, you know, fight for the stuff that's in those areas. So you've got PvP associated with just about everything. However, you also have the full route of I can be an econ player, I can be a pacifist, I can be a crafter, I can be a gatherer. It's got the full MMO loops. It's just it lacks a lot of polish and it lacks a lot of the depth once you're actually, I'm gonna say this pretty publicly, multiple 100 hours in. You'll probably run out of content, but is the 1 month of game time for when it releases completely? Yes. Yeah, there's no sub in between now and the launch of the game, like the full launch, none whatsoever. It is just the $42.50 on the 11th for the Steam launch, and that gets you in the remainder of development, again, until the full launch. So, the 1 month of game time, when Ashes does fully launch, full launch, not on the 11th, full launch, it's going to be no box cost, no DLC cost, so you won't have to pay for expansions, you won't have to buy another box, and then it's monthly sub, $15 a month. First month of sub time, like you noticed with that pack, is included with your $42.50 Steam purchase. So immediately there, you're effectively paying $27.50 for what I would guess to be 2.5 years of MMO development. Which, if that's true, breaks down to less than $1 a month to play an MMO as it continues to grow. And I'll be honest, I don't know an MMO player in the world that would say $1 a month for like a growing live service MMO environment is a bad deal in any way, even if it's a bad MMO. So, at this point in time, I think Ashes has evolved past the point where people are like, oh, scam game, scam game. I think people are now at the point where they're like, Ashes is bad game. And I think that's speaking volumes about the progression. Now, me personally, I still don't think it's a bad game. I think the roots and the bones are there. I think it's got a very good core to build around. It just needs more around that core. You can't build a house until the foundation's up, and you can't build a really nice big house without a really nice big foundation. They got a really nice strong foundation here. They've got a lot of good to build around. The gameplay feels fluid. Don't mind the stuttering in the VOD that you're watching. That's on the client side, and they've since updated that and taken that out completely. Game runs fluid as shit now. There are a lot of bugs that get dealt with and fixed on a really quick cadence. And at the end of the day, if Ashes seems interesting in any capacity, the 11th is going to present an open world MMO experience with a shitload of players. Server capacities are at 5,000 concurrent players, and they're very likely going to be at that 5K mark. So you will unironically have thousands of players running around in the open world with you. You will see players everywhere that you go. You will very likely not be able to get a spot uncontested. It's going to be very rough. Please watch the Game Awards on Steam. Or on stream. Isn't that on launch day? When are the Game Awards? When is that? Imagine the queue times. That's why you gotta get in early and get the fuck out. December 11th. Oh yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I'm out. I hope the negative reviews on Steam don't kill the game. If nothing has killed the game before, nothing is going to kill the game now. I'm going to be completely honest. If you look at any public sentiment about Ashes, brother, I'm going to be completely honest. Most of it's negative. From people that want to have a very dramatic clickbaity headline. Especially on the YouTube side. Remember the YouTube videos about how it's a scam? Brother, people still come in with that same fucking just, I don't know, telephoned mentality. It's unreal. It'll be fine through negative reviews. Yeah, negative reviews aren't gonna stop it, if I'm being honest. And even with negative reviews on Steam, if it's got negative reviews in December of 2025, by the time it launches, there's gonna be a lot of time for those reviews to filter out. So even at the end of the day, I don't expect it to go like into the, you know, overwhelmingly positive. I think it'll be mixed to slightly positive, if I had to guess. And it'll get better over time. And then wipes will come in. And then people, wah, 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 because they don't want to miss out on their progression. They don't want to lose their character. And then the review bombs will come in during wipes, and then people will get the fuck over it. Is it reset for everyone? Yeah, it's completely reset for everybody. There's no progression. So, just pin that. What if I like making you spam it? It's boosting my and your chat metrics. Also, who DM'd me? God damn it. The fuck is this Dr. Disrespect? Stop. Send it to my agents. Yo, TriStar, what up, Doc? Just walked in, $100 to play Ashes during Alpha is no more. It's EA at 40-ish. Yes, $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. And then from there, pin the interview. Do exclamation interview. And I will. $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. And then on the 25th, the 26th, it goes back up to $50 USD. 50 is going to be the standard price from here on out. So, there we go. That's pinned. We're good. The perma pin. Okay, yeah. So it'll just go to $50 USD from here on out. If you have any questions on that, let me know. But let's hope they don't have a daily restart. Yeah, if they can avoid the daily restart, that'd be fucking sick. Maybe you get some actual organic comp around bosses. That'd be nice. That'd be nice instead of just everybody get on at this ridiculous hour to kill a world boss. Yeah, that'd be nice. Wonder if they'll transfer how many hours we played. Probably not. Should I get it through Steam or through their site? It's the same thing. If you get it through Steam, you'll have to link up your Ashes account. If you get it through the Ashes account, you'll have to link it up to your Steam. So, you know, rocking a hard place. But if you haven't got it yet, you can do exclamation Ashes in the chat if you want to support the stream. Thumbs up and smile. What's max material capacity? Depends on your bags. Player crafted bags of higher tiers are going to increase material capacity and stack capacity and stuff like that. So it depends on what you're gathering, what your bag situation is, how good the bags are. So it's a lot to it. Drayden, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It is almost 6 p.m. I'm going to bring my coffee out, so I'm not sipping on coffee at 6 p.m. And I'm going to fill up my water. Chat, I will be right back. If you're new, drop the follow so you don't miss Ash's content. I'm here every single day for 8 hours a day minimum. And Twitch Prime, so you don't get ads. I'll see you in a sec. Good day, I've returned. Oi! Anybody ever sit on their balls? Yo, Gomez, what up, dog? Are you gonna have to prioritize a PvP build and use that on the world boss? Or can you swap during combat? Or do you have people assigned for boss damage and others for player-on-player damage? I mean, you can swap, but like, there's not necessarily a ton of a difference between PvP gear and PvE gear, if I'm being completely honest. Most of the time, your gear can carry over because you have just generic power rating that comes from gear, right? Weapons, all that stuff. It generates power. And ability scaling is just off of power percentage. It's like a percentage of your current power. So with that, there's not like a specific PvP stat where it's, you know, resilience or anything there. It's all the same gear, sourced from the same places. The biggest difference would be maybe in PvP, you're wearing more max HP or something than you would in PvE. And maybe if you're in PvE and you're fully confident in your group, then it's just like, you know, it's just a full pump scenario. However, even that can be a little dangerous because it can't do damage if you're dead. Yo, Yeet, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate you. Average time to hit level 25. Ooh, average. With the upcoming changes, I'm gonna put it $125. If I had to guess average, I'm gonna say 125 hours of playtime for an average player to 25 if you're exploring a little bit. If you're trying to specifically pump levels, 90? Actually, I think 90 is gonna be fucking schmoving. I think 90 is going to be absolutely moving this time around. The early game was looking to be extrapolated a lot, so I was saying 3 days-ish. I thought it was going to be faster if the early game was truly extrapolated. And I don't think this will be too much of a holdback, so to say, with the new developments to the harbor and everything. I'm slightly worried about where it'll bring us, but we'll still be able to make adaptations. We just got to keep getting the information out. Now, what are our thoughts on following along the coast a little bit more? When we go there, yo, Tricer, about the settler package way back, which says beta 2 and paid $50. Well, I get to start when everyone else does. Yes, beta boys are also in on the 11th. You were originally not going to be able to, and then Daddy Steven said, yes, all of my children come home to me. So, you get to join us as well. And if you don't have a guild, exclamation guild. Funny enough, we've got plenty of room in the Discord considering we nuked 500 fucking people overnight. There was a slight security flaw that was exposed. 500 people were killed. Flags will fly at half staff today. All of Cattopia is mourning. So anyways, those are recruit numbers. I mean, well, fortunately, we had like 1,300 in the Discord anyways, so it's not like the end of the world. And it's also easy to rally people back up. Because people have just come in and they've been like, yo, Dusty, what happened? And I'm like, nah, just join back up. Everything's fine. It was 1,600. Oh, well, then we lost like 900 accounts then. We went down to like 800, right? It was in between 700 and 800, I think. How did we lose so many? Like, genuinely, what happened? Do we know what it was yet? Like, have we confirmed that he got hacked? And then what, like, they just started blasting? Like, what happened? Is there a cap in guilds player-wise? 200 in a fully leveled guild. But it starts at 50, and then you'll have to level your guild up to level 10. Takes a lot of input and time to get those higher levels. The first few levels come easy. Every level, you can get an additional 15 players in your guild. So, has anyone talked to Scaper? I don't know, man. What if the clankers got him? I'm assuming if he got his shit hacked, he's also probably been busy, in all fairness. So I have not heard from Scaper today. But if they got his Twitch and everything too, then that would be less than ideal along the way. So, did you contact Discord to see if they could reverse it? Nah, I didn't know they could do shit like that. I'm gonna be honest. Oh wait, yeah, so the Caravan Master quest is still good. That's super easy interact. That one just works normally, never mind. It's just the, it's the Defend a Caravan quest that no longer exists, and then it's the Crate quest that doesn't exist right now. That's the biggest holdup there. And then it'll just be a matter of get to level 5. And then we should be fine. Because that's gonna bring us to... That's gonna bring us to a suitable mob grind spot. Yo, B-Mac, what up, dude? You playing Alpha 2 or PTR? Oh, visually, you're looking at a VOD. So funny enough, it's PTR footage, but it's PTR footage from the day that the PTR wasn't NDA'd like a week ago for the 1v1 tourney. So I smuggled the VOD out like a cell phone in a prison pocket. And as a result, this lives on to tell the tale. I'm currently testing the private test realm every single day in the background, trying to keep up with all of the changes that are coming in. And it's a lot. It's genuinely a lot. Every first time user experience is getting changed up and switched up. B-Mac, thank you for the follow, dude. Like on a daily basis. So we're trying to, I help run a very large guild, very competitive guild, and we are trying to parse out all of the first time user experiences globally right now with all of our groups. So we can figure out who needs to go where, little finger, thank you for the follow, and like what we need to do for our entire guild to get ahead. That's why we're like freaking out right now. If we were firefighters, it would be like a fire danger all the way on red, basically. Everybody's already on guard, and they've been deleting quests, adding quests, moving quests, putting them in and shaking them all about. It's been a fucking wild time for quests in the past few days. So we're just trying to stay tuned with what's gonna be in, what's gonna be out, and then update our guild leveling prog to say, you go here off of this, you go here off of this, all of us start here, and then we do everything according to plan. Baldy, what up, my boy? Who's hype? I'm fucking ecstatic. Now, they deleted one of my fucking harbor quests, so the ace in my sleeve is now gone. I felt like there was confidence in my prog. I felt like I had finally plotted out, like, I don't know, back in my fucking Fortnite days, plotting out the rotations and everything, plotting our drops, plotting rotations, trying to figure out who was dropping where else, where we were trying to go, just to get shit on anyways. But it's kind of like what this feels like. But everything's changing. We just got an update to loot tables. We just got an update to the playable POIs in the map. We're getting updates every single day. So a core part of my fucking progression just got nuked. I was planning on doing this up to this level and then progressing this next step and then going into mob grinds because we'd be in a really good spot. But that all just got fucked. It all just got cooked. It's all gone. It's all dead. So now we're like hitting the audibles. We're switching what we're doing. Everybody's scrambling. I'm being told to remake another character because somebody might have an idea. Oh God. It's getting hairy out here. It's fucking tough. And we only have a few days left. And then it's coming. 3 days of this testing, because it's the 8th, 9th, and 10th of this testing, then the 11th. So like, I mean, 3.5-ish. The math. Trying to decide between tank and rogue. Are you trying to be a dog shit human being, or are you trying to enjoy the game? Because if you're trying to be a dog shit human being, play rogue. If you're friendless, bitchless, no qualifications whatsoever, rogue. If you have big meaty clackers between your legs and you'd like to let them hang, play tank. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That is always where I lean. It's more or less what we're already doing, just a pathing change. Fair. Okay, that's not the worst. Now, should we try to get a couple more people online? Because I feel like even if we just get Summoner and then another DPS, it'll probably be pretty smooth. Nin, are you in my group? Or am I replacing you with somebody that can actually press buttons? Because we have Summoner in stack. I'm in. Do you want to ping Reich? If you'd like to. Z, do you want to come on for a cleric run through? What you doing right now? Because that would instantly give us a few. Carla's still working. So when she gets home, I'm going to force her to run these like mad. Minecraft. Bruh. The fuck do you mean Minecraft? Minecrafting yourself a fucking cleric to run this starting loop real quick? Good fucking golly. Dungeons from 1 to 25, pretty good boss-wise and whatnot. There are no dungeons. Well, there are dungeons, but they're open world. So the dungeons are going to be higher level content. What you're going to have in the open world are basically a mix of wilderness spawns and POI spawns. And with the point of interest spawns, those are going to be congested areas of mobs, typically with named mobs within that as well. So you'll have different areas where you can grind that are going to be different levels of incentivization and what you may have there. However, going into an instance dungeon and trying to isolate yourself, exclamation guild for the guild Discord. Going into an instance dungeon and trying to isolate yourself from everybody else and get the guaranteed content That, my friends, is the problem. That's the issue. So in your starting experience, you'll hear me referring, and I say referring to, I'm going to be honest, you'll hear me bitching a lot about bottlenecks. Because bottlenecks are like my Slender Man of quests. Anything where I could see a bunch of people becoming log jammed and having to wait for an objective. In terms of first time user experience, no bueno. Get me the fuck out and let me play the game. That's my take on it. However, they may want bottlenecks. They may want some more competition in that early questing experience. Who the fuck am I to say no bottlenecks? I'm just a man. However, I don't like bottlenecks in first time user experiences. The bottleneck monster will get you. Z, my neck's been getting longer every single day. Rumor has it I'm turning into a bottle. And it's all neck. It's fucking dangerous out here, thug. Although I will say, if we can get titties fixed, and we can get tools fixed, we can get bottlenecks fixed, and then we got the big three. That is the goal. Although I'm still mad about the titties. I'm so pissed about the titty fixes. They should have let us have boobs and shown those boobs off. However, it is what it is. What's wrong with tools? Tools are now given to players directly upon spawning. However, the tools that players were starting with yesterday were novice. And then we made the recommendation as a community to have those go to crude tools. And then Steven typed in chat and was like, this is coming tomorrow. And now they're crude tools. We win again, chat. So now novice tools aren't like unincentivized. We're up truly tremendous. TTB action, time to booba. What level can you flag for PvP? I mean, you can flag immediately, but there's PvP protection up until level 10, so you can't like non-consensually kill somebody that doesn't flag back until they're level 10. Once you're level 10, that comes off. However, I would not recommend corrupting on people, especially when you're trying to level. You're going to lose gear. You're going to get substantial XP debt when you do die. It's not going to be good. So you can technically flag up for PvP whenever if somebody else is also consensually flagging up for PvP. So you'll spawn with crude tools. Yes, we have crude tools now. So we spawn with crude tools. And then from completing the first time user experience quests, we will get novice tools. It's green novice tools as well. So genuinely not the worst. That'd be cool if those were common. But it's good. Also, Gachi, the PTR has been overwhelmingly good. If I'm being honest. This is massive overall. I think while there are still a fair share of things that are, I guess, like nitpickable, right? I'm still here bitching about bottlenecks. We're talking about how things are being changed day after day after day with it. I think this is the best first time user experience that they have ever had in this game. And it's probably the best player retention possibility from that early leveling that they will have, in my opinion. It really feels nice. They've also nailed the early game reward scaling. So they added in the Destiny system, which is basically like little achievements, tells you some directionality of what to do, where to go, you get rewards for it. So between the early questing and the Destiny system, you now, if you go through the first time user experience, even up to a relatively reasonable point, you go through and you get 5 pieces of armor. So you start with a 5-piece armor set. You get 2 item level 9 weapons. You get a tool set right off rip. So it's a really solid start. And players, I think, are going to really respond well to the onboarding. Then it becomes mob grind stuff. However, I don't think mob grind is going to be that bad. Steven said today that they're going to be capping servers at 5,000 concurrent for the upcoming servers. Now, might sound low to some people until we realize that right now we've got half of the planned world, less than half actually, and a lot of it's not as functional as it's supposed to be in the long term. So we've got less than half of the planned world, but the planned population for the full world is going to be 10K concurrent. So having half of the planned population with less than half of the world fully functional, that's actually really solid. I'm excited for 5K. Especially between the 2 starting areas, I think that's still going to lead to a lot of competition without just flooding the entire world with people to the point that it becomes unfunctional. Because it was legitimately lacking functionality on Phase 2.5 launch when they had 8100 plus concurrent. Phase 3 launch was better. Phase 3 launch actually ran relatively smooth for me. I crashed a little bit, however. No, I think I actually got some error codes on Phase 3 launch, but it was better than Phase 2.5 for most people. I think this has a potential to be the smoothest launch. Q's will be a bastard. And also, Dusty's prophecy here, rubbing my crystal balls. There are going to be many communities that, if certain communities announce where they are going, because there will be multiple servers, do not want to go and play on the server that those other communities are for many reasons. But I think certain communities would push like 80% of the Ashes population over to a different server if they announced where they were going. Not even from a PvP standpoint, but just from a mass populace standpoint, to where people would then just roll on a different server. I feel like we may actually start to see the content denial aspect of it become full circle. What if they lied? Well, then casuals would just re-roll because they'd be level 3. As soon as there was wind, like, we experienced this in New World a lot, but New World had paid server transfers, so people would pay $15 to get away from each other. Now people will just re-roll to get away from each other. It's actually gonna be fucking hilarious, because if there's somebody that is just, like, making the server an unplayable mess, people will just roll on a different server and they won't have to stick through it, and then the server will just die and the population will distribute to other servers. It's actually gonna be, like, funny as shit to watch. Your population's gonna distribute as it goes, and it'll react and respond to the server as it goes. If there's a situation where one server is just substantially less gridlocked and fucked by PvP or by the suppressive force than the other thing, we're gonna see a lot of shape up. We have Bard, Cleric, Summoner, and Ranger, of course. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm on my way. That's nice. How many more spots do we have? Reputation does matter in Ashes. It does. It does. And that's kind of funny to think about, like, it finally coming full circle with it. Like, at the end of the day, it's gonna be beautiful to witness. It really is. So there's there's gonna be the element of, like, oh my god, everyone's dodging us because they're scared of us. And then they're just gonna be sitting there, and then everybody else will be like, everyone that's gone on the other server will just be like, no, we're dodging because we want to play the game. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like that's gonna be something that is much more susceptible to happen when we have more than just a 1 to 2 server, you know, competition standpoint. It's gonna be interesting, to say the very least. All right, Dusto is coming in hot. Dusto, the third tank of the day, boys. Can it be made from the start, gather with crew tools, and then make it? I can check as soon as I load in on the Robo. I want to say Robo is any novice timber. Yo, Vinny, what up, dude? There's a big grind in Ashes. How does it compare with RuneScape grind? Oh, God. RuneScape grind is a lot of grind. Oh, my God. Like, what? Like, I wasn't a RuneScape person, but even on my end, I have respect for RuneScape grinders. Anybody that gets to 99 in RuneScape, I don't think you're scared of a grind anymore. I don't think you're scared of it. Ashes is a grindy game, but that's like a different level of grind. This is like advanced grind that you're talking about on your end. I think Ashes is a different type of game holistically than RuneScape. However, I'm not a huge RuneScape expert, so I couldn't tell you a lot of the differences, but Ashes is just, it's full open world, social sandbox driven. There's PvP everywhere, you know, potentially all the time. You're not necessarily going to lose gear all the time. And in most deaths, you're not going to lose gear unless you murder somebody else and then get killed, and then you'll drop gear. Don't murder somebody else non-consensually. But it does have a lot of grind potential. I think it's far from the grindiest game. I think leveling to level 25, which is character max level right now, most players will probably spend like 125 to 150 hours along the way. And that's with a relative focus in, you know, leveling progression. Is this my other bard? Is this Capap? Capap, are you my other bard? Nin, what's our group? Because Capap's here on another bard, so we can grab Capap. So we have double bard. What are you doing, Capap? Are you solo? Or what you pumping out right now? Hold. Are we making groups? Because I'd be down to get group runs in. I really feel like with 8 people, our group is going to be just fine. They're being made right now? Okay, word. What are you doing? Do you want to get on and pump her out? Because we have to peep. Look, party chat. Hold on. Okay, wait, where is that? Like up to the top there? Oh, I kind of worry about that. Wait. Loop around that. A lot of the mobs to get on the way past the fight. Am I seeing the wrong ping? No, I'm seeing your ping. After we talk to Shaper. I feel like it could work. But what are the mobs that are there? Because I think with 8, what I want to check first is if we could just go to our initial mob grind spot with 8. And the mob XP payout's going to be so high that it'll level us fast. It'll just catch us up really quick. I think even as trying it with 6, we're going to notice way less difficulty because we'll have 4 supports in the group. We have full support comp right now. I feel like we give it a try with just like all reliable at this point. Because if we grind that a little bit, we get everybody a few glint drops, and then once everybody's 5 and some change, we go over to the caravan area and we sell. I say we grind to 5 there, then we go over to the caravan area and sell. And then we try to get our destinies finished up for our weapons, and then we just go crazy. I think that's the big thing. Of course, about tanks, do they use a 2-hand or only with a secondary archetype? Secondaries aren't in quite yet. That'll be thrown next year. But as a tank, it's honestly a kind of a decision on whether you want to be tankier or whether you want to do more damage. Shields are going to give you passive block chance, and then they're going to also give you block mitigation. Block defense, it's called over here. So with block mitigation, that means your block is reducing more of the damage that you take comparatively to just not blocking something. So both are very important, and there is an active block in Ashes where it's a full frontal cone block. So that is nice to actually scale up. However, in certain scenarios, you may want to have a 2-hander on. You may want to pump out more damage, have more of those offensive stats instead of needing more of that shield scaling. Very likely, excuse me, very likely for my first weapon when I'm leveling on the 11th, I'm going to drop my shield and I'm going to work on getting a 2-hander so that way I can just like hit stuff hard. That's going to be my goal. So, what kind of tank? You talking about secondaries? Secondaries don't exist yet, so I'll just be going tank. Eventually, I'll play tank fighter. I think tank fighter is going to be my most enjoyable form of tank once that's in. Those aren't in quite yet, though. What we know about secondaries, they'll probably start coming in next milestone update, which is going to be, I would say, like first few months of next year. We'll probably see the next milestone update. That'll hopefully include maybe some archetype reworks, secondary archetypes, tank and cleric coming in for every primary. So then we'd have those options, 16 classes, every primary would have access to tank and cleric augments. And as they build out on that, I'll probably try out tank fighter, I'll probably try out tank rogue, because I like to play a little bit more hateful than some tanks. Like I look at a cleric just peacefully casting on the back line, and I realize that it's probably just some nice person sitting all like crisscross applesauce in their seat, just vibing to some K-pop or something. And my goal is to just destroy their zen vibe that they have going on and absolutely ruin their fun. So I like to play very backline disrupty. I want to make something happen on the initiate side, and then once the initiate happens and the chaos happens, I want to jump in on your backline, and I want to absolutely make your backline hate their life. I like to run down backlines very heavily. Sounds oddly specific. Have you interacted with MMO healers? It sounds oddly specific, but it also covers about 72% of New World healers, of Ashes healers, of MMO healers. I'm gonna be real. There's a lot of healers in my experience that fit that description. Was sat cross-legged. That's what I'm saying. Nah, I can't even fit in my chair with my legs like that. I'm too large. I don't really like the chair doesn't have the space for me to comfortably do that. I think my knees would have some torn connective tissue by the end of one stream. Here to life can be rough, but I love it. What's the hard part about it when you have to sit up and actually press your abilities? The fuckington do you mean, brother? Right, no, so I don't know. Yeah. Tank's really fun. In PvP a lot of the time, once you're geared, of course, you'll notice when I bring my UI back up, Z's showing off skins in the VOD right now. So these are all examples of skins that were available from the different packs over time. Z got a pack early on and got a lot of skins early on as additional purchases. So this is probably the type of stuff that we'll see coming to the in-game store. The in-game store is going to be on the 11th. Obviously, these are just, you know, standalone exclusive skins from those old packs. But their skin design goes absolutely sicko mode. So, going against really good groups. Oh, like actually PvPing? Yeah, I mean, PvP healing can either be the most fun or the most boring thing in human history. But at the end of the day, if you're in good PvP, oh my god, it's so fun. If you bought the last 100 pack, do you get any skins? For the last $100 pack, you don't get any skins for your pack directly. However, for playing before December 11th, you ended up getting 2 titles that Intrepid added in. So you get Cultist of the Eternal Fire or Knight of the White Flames. You can either be a Cultist or a White Knight. Those will change your dye color scheme on your cloak. So it's not going to be skins, but you'll get cloak dyes. And then you'll get 2 titles with that. So you'll be good there. If you pick secondary archetype summoner, do all primary classes get a pet then? Yeah, depends on kind of like how the summoner augment is going to work. It's not necessarily going to be a persistent pet. It might not be 1, 2, or 3 pets. If you're looking for a pet consistently, it would probably be Summoner X to play around like the more persistent pet form, and then augment what type of pet you're specializing in via the X on the back end of that. If you're looking for, like, one thing that I'm really intrigued about with Summoner, for instance, is the possibility of Bard main Summoner secondary, because Bard has a lot of AoE proximity songs and buffs and debuffs and stuff like that. So what if you're able to, as a Bard Summoner, maybe summon in your songs where you want them to pop up, and you don't have to put yourself as much at risk? That's my immediate thought with the Bard Summoner side of it. So I'm kind of leaning more towards that end of it. However, there are going to be different schools of augments that are available based on your secondaries. So each secondary type will definitely offer a lot of variance. It's not necessarily just going to be that a Summoner secondary breaks down around your abilities now become autonomous summons. Could be any element of the Summoner along the way, because Summoner also has a lot of disable. It's got like some necrotic type magic, so it'll be interesting to see all the routes that they go with it. Goes all the packs. Yeah, I mean, Z's dripped out. Z is very, very, very dripped out. Dusty, who are these Vice people and why do they hate you? Vice is another guild. Why do they hate me so much? I don't know, man. I don't blame them. But they be committed as shit. I think it's because I made fun of them a lot when they were being weird. And I think it's just etched into their memory. Yeah, if I had to guess, I think they just are very... How do I say it respectfully? Like, caught up on something that happened a long time ago. And I just appreciate the content they're putting out for me. Genuinely. A lot of the time, you gotta pay editors to put clips out. Repress sexual emotions. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. If your content's bad, then just try to capitalize on somebody else with a name having good content that drags people in, right? At the end of the day, if you can't make your own content and attract people, just put somebody else's up. Does race matter? No, dude, it's 2025. No, not at all. We love you for who you are. Also, in-game, it's only cosmetic right now. It'll have more changes that come in the long term. However, race class combos are not necessarily going to be predicated like that. So their goal is to avoid those for the most part. You will have backgrounds as well. Backgrounds are also going to have some weight in the long term. However, none of those matter right now. They are purely cosmetic. Or not cosmetic, they're purely just honestly fluff. Your race is cosmetic, of course, but other than that, you can pick where you spawn. That's not restricted by race or anything like that. So you just pick your spawn in point and then you pump from there. Also, I got my lootables pretty quick from this, so that's good. Maybe this part of the bottleneck isn't going to be as bad as we think. We're just going to have to get in early and then get the fuck out of it early. However, it's not that bad. Considering how quick we just pushed through, I still feel like our time out of the cave could realistically be less than 10 minutes. There was also only us there, really? Well, yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. That's our goal, though. Get there so fast that it's only us, but I definitely agree. We're gonna have to be on point for that. Does appearance, close, and armor not correlate with what gear you have at all? When you have transmogs on, you can put a transmog, like a skin, over your armor. However, if you don't have a skin on, every armor piece does have its own unique independent skin, but they're bringing in the cosmetic store on December 11th. And that cosmetic store is going to allow you to get like costumes for your character, basically. So that's going to have no impact on scaling, like no power scaling, no defense scaling whatsoever. Won't impact your play. It just changes how you look. So if you do want to, you can wear one of the skins. If you want to show off gear, if you have like really good gear that's really worthwhile, and you want to show that off, then you go down that route. So going crazy in the store. Massive. Massive. Listen, I can say personally, as long as you're using somebody's code when you made your account, they'll appreciate you. They absolutely will. Oh, also playing some shadow plays here. Are you guys talking about fucking Arcade guilds? Oso was Arcade, right? I want to say. I talked to the Oso lads slightly. I don't know how active they are at this point in time, or if they've been absorbed by another community or what. I haven't seen the Oso guys in a little bit, actually. Good gear is made from crafting. Yeah, Thanos fucks. Yeah, the best gear in the game is made from crafting. So in order to craft the highest end stuff, though, you're typically going to have to, along the way, go out and PvE mob grind. The way that loot tables work in Ashes, you have the option to... Oh, not the option, but you have the chance when you kill something to either find a completed item from that loot table, typically in the lowest rarity available. So if a bow is available from a mob, then that bow will typically drop in common or uncommon, the lowest two rarities. Or you can get a recipe. Upon getting the recipe, you can give that recipe to a crafter. And yo, Yupon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. When you give that recipe to the crafter, they can learn the recipe, and then they can craft whatever amount of those they want to, providing they have the materials. So you go and gather for the materials. If you knock a tree down, it's got a chance to give you any rarity wood from that type of tree. The Riverlands alone has 6 different types of trees in one biome. So with the recipes, you'll have to look at what you're actually trying to get. You'll get the raw materials for that. You'll refine those materials into a usable product. And then once they're refined into the usable product, you'll give those to a crafter that has the proper crafting level and capabilities. And then they'll be able to craft it for you and put out the rarity of thing that you're saving up for. So, yo, Sebastian, I appreciate you, dude, over on YouTube. Here waiting for the 11th. Dude, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait for all of our new friends on the 11th. Oh, shit. Wait, did Xenon get the tin? Make sure you spam all 3 interacts. It should drop from one of the mobs. They should all have their, like, indicators above their head. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. So is that not a group loot? We should bug report that. Because if that's not a full group loot, then that's going to be a little bit cooked. Seems like it'll be much less than ideal. It's individual. Oh? Excuse me. Oh my god. I don't know that I like that. Nor do I know if that's intended or not. But that seems a little rough. Do we know what time the game will be available for download on the 11th? Nope. If I had to guess, they usually try to open servers up around 1 p.m. EST. 10 a.m. PST. Download usually goes up a little bit beforehand. However, I would expect delays just to, you know, mentally prep people. Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm dying. Really hope they let us download Wednesday. Haha, they won't. I don't think they can. So we'll be cooking it Thursday. It's just a matter of when they open up the download versus when servers go up. If the plan is to have the download start at 1, I summon Tambuki. Is that fucking Tambuki? Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath to get in. I will say, it's gonna be bloody. I'm really happy that I have fiber. I'm really happy that I have no obligations that day. We're good. I'm so glad about that. But yeah, it's gonna probably be every man for themselves. And with 5K capacity, I would expect certain servers to go on queue quite quickly. And then queues will filter out as people leave the starting areas. However, there's probably still gonna be a lot of people going in. Best and or fastest way to level for a new player. Find a group to mob grind with, honestly. I think the best and or fastest way to level is always going to be finding a group that's not dying that you can kill mobs with. And if you do that, then you're up tremendous. Join a good guild. Yeah, 1000%. Join a guild with organization and find a leveling group or be on the sideline for a leveling group. The thing about fastest is it's always going to break down to being a part of a really well operating group in a good area with a good start that knows what they're doing and knows where to scale up and knows what to chase after. And if any of those things don't click into place, then you're going to be playing from behind. And if you're playing from behind, then everything you have is going to be competed for like mad. So it can be tough. I would say the best advice I can give for leveling on the 11th really breaks down to the very simple aspect of, yo, Randy Marsh. Thank you for the follow, dude. It really breaks down to the very simple aspect of if your experience bar is moving, you're progressing. If you are getting experience, you're good. Scott's gonna help the late and slow players? No, fuck those pussies. What do you mean? Why the fuck would I help somebody else? The fuck do you mean? If you ain't first, you're fucking last, baby. Get left the fuck behind. Maybe I'll just send you over to some other guild at that point. What the fuck you mean? Take a week off or get the fuck out. For legal purposes, that's a joke, by the way. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a shitload of people that are always around. They're gonna be leveling groups constantly. I mean, one of the best ways, and I don't say this as a way of like dismissing lower level players, but one of the best ways that a guild can help lower level players is by saying, you guys level, we will get high end stuff started. So that way lower level players don't have to worry about having gear in place, crafting in place, level 20 gear baseline sets in place. It's very massive to scale up early and often. And the biggest goal for people is always going to be get to 25 and then start progressing in the 25 content. So that way we can get jewelry sets up, armor sets up, weapons out. We can get our crafters in place. We can start econing. And then from there, when there's spare time, I spent an ungodly amount of time last phase power leveling groups to the point where, yo, Dead Aim, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. To the point where I actually fucked over my own progression because I was leveling groups too much. So I've got to be cautious of that. Also, we follow this little ridge. I found a better route. We've got to be very cautious of that this time around, me specifically, so that way I don't fuck over my own econ and my own prog. But there will definitely be assistance for lower level groups. Even in the standpoint of as soon as you get ready to grind for gear, you're going to have hopefully very well kitted, well geared people that are well established to help you grind for that shit and get set up. So I'm rubbing my hands together. That means I'm expecting a good thing. Brother, Ashes is fun as fuck. It's genuinely lacking a lot of the endgame systems and the endgame polish, but it now is going to have repeatable, incentivized content with the Harbinger areas where we go to something with the intent to PvP over these things and capitalize on these things. And it is finally in a place where there's something to do once you got your gear, once you got kitted, once you got situated. But Ashes gives me a feeling that a lot of MMOs have struggled to give me recently, where every action matters over the course of the community. Whether you are PvPing over an objective to hold it down that then generates more revenue, more drops, more whatever for your guild. Whether you are PvEing and it's generating a drop, generating a recipe, whether you're gathering and you're getting all those clams, getting all that econ in place. Brother, it all matters. It's so sick to see your entire community scaling up. And then you hit these big activation points where one day you'll have 5 groups of people hit level 25. And then you hand out gear sets to them from your top end that have been grinding those gear sets. And you've immediately got 40 more level 25 people that are ready to fight. And you got a whole raid ready same day. That's what we're striving for this time around. We need to have all the infrastructure in place for everybody to scale up like mad. And if we hit, we hit. Dusty, do your job. I got you. I was just in the apps. So normal deaths. There is a material tab in your inventory and there is an item tab in your inventory. In any normal death, the only thing that you are at risk of losing is your materials tab, and it is only 50% of your materials tab. You will respawn with the other 50%. 25% goes on your body, 25% goes on the ground. Goes into the abyss. Your body goes on the ground, the other 25% goes into the abyss. It's gone forever. So, with that in mind, corruption, like Nin's talking about. Corruption is when you walk up to a player in the open world and you kill them without them flagging up to hit you back. So I can flag up and I can hit anybody in PvP at any given time. However, if I decide to fully non-consensually PK you, that's going to lead to me, instead of being combatant or PvP flagged, which is purple, turning red. Red is corrupt, and red is basically being a murderer. Can't unequip pieces of gear, can't go into towns, can't trade players, you're substantially debuffed, and other players can kill you without having to flag up for PvP. So, when you are corrupted, that is the only time in the game that you will drop pieces of your equipped gear. That's it. If you don't murder other players, then your gear's not at risk. If you get murdered by somebody, your gear's not at risk. If you're consensually PvPing, your gear's not at risk. It is not a full loot PvP. It is not. Some people will try to tell you it's a full loot drop PvP. It is not. You simply lose materials. Is there any link between a corrupted player and corruption from Harbingers? Two different types of corruption. Yeah, kind of confusing, huh? Two different types according to the lore. This type of corruption from the Harbingers is lore-wise from the ancients. Those are basically the godlike beings that swept across Vera and, you know, had the apocalypse facilitated from there. Player corruption, it doesn't really have much of a tie-in. Maybe murders what the Harbingers want. Well, then why would it flag everybody up for consensual PvP? Why wouldn't it have reduced corruption deaths? Or corruption penalties? I don't think anybody wants murder. I mean, maybe you do if you don't want to keep your gear. Maybe. Being red or PK reminds me of Ultima. There would be guilds who would just hunt PKers for bounties. Yeah, there'll be a bounty hunter system that comes in. It's just not in yet. Many things can have that same thing said. So the plans are to have a bounty hunter system that are tied to a specific settlement type, where you can go within this settlement and then you'll be able to get bounties to hunt those corrupted players that have PK'd, and then you'll get, excuse me, you'll get additional rewards for finding those, like, corrupted players and killing them. So the rewards, we don't know what those are, but I mean, the immediate reward is going to be that you get the gear that they drop and shit, but you'll get additional rewards on top of that. So it's going to be really, really incentivized if you can bounty hunt effectively. Now, the problem with that is, I'll be honest, most times when somebody goes corrupt, they end up dying really quickly after. Whether that is dying to player combat and somebody finding them and killing them, whether that is them having a, you know, a friend come in and kill them so they can keep their gear. There are many workarounds. However, I don't necessarily see corrupted players lasting long enough. Somebody asked if corruption fell off naturally. It does not. The only ways right now to lower your corruption are to mob grind, basically like a corrupted XP bar, so to say, off, and then you go back to normal, or die. You have to mob grind a lot, though, and you're stat debuffed, and other people can hit you without flagging up for PvP. So if you hit them back and they're not flagged up and you kill them again, then you go more corrupted. You see where it's going? Once you murder one, if you don't die and you don't submit, then you're gonna have to murder more. My mount's on 9 minutes and I don't have a number close. Oh, God. Wait, that's cooked. That's cooked. It might be a remake angle at that point. How far is your MB? Did it spawn you all the way back in? Oh, no, it spawned you all the way back in. Yeah, the run to where we're going right now is ungodly difficult and ungodly important. Very, very, very important. No purpose for a bounty system without a corruption rework. Map reveal is guaranteed death. I mean, yeah, I don't think shit's gonna last long enough. I don't think people are necessarily, like I said, because you're gonna have to corrupt more to actually fight off people. Because people don't have to flag up to hit you. So you're gonna have to kill the first person, run away, keep running away, fend off mobs, pop consumes, or die in a reasonable spot. Double punishment? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very rough. Any benefits to being corrupt? No. Corruption is a net negative. As Steven has always described it. It's a hell of a run you did. What up? Wait, is this you? Mr. Summoner Man? What up, dude? How are you? Yeah, this is, this be basically the run right now. However, this shit doesn't even work at this point in time. Which is the unfortunate part of it all. Genuinely. That's the rough part. The crates are cooked. And everything's bad. Everything's bad. So.
Cat with abs is
we're trying to figure it out, man. We're trying to figure it out. Yo, Cupcake, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. However, shit's rough in these streets right now. There's a lot of what ifs surrounding a lot of the routes. There's a lot of it's gotta happen ideally, bam, bam, bam. And if it does, you can still get set up and you can get ahead, but oh, they cooked a couple of quests. And it's really throwing a wrench in my plans, dog. What was the best spot to start? Any new player should be starting in the Riverlands, honestly. The Anvils is gimped very heavily. Very, very, very heavily. So, seems to be passing me in the cave. First time running that start area, so I figured I would follow and stay out of the way. Yeah. So, the main objective of this is get out of the cave and get the fuck over here. So, here you used to have a few different quests that you could grab to get started out, and it would facilitate a lot of quick growth. So now we're using this as kind of a checkpoint, and then we're gonna probably go mob grind off of this, and then come back here to complete some shit. And then once we come back here, after we complete some shit, we'll go mob grind more, and then we'll eventually come back here again, sell our stuff, and then move on. We've got a lot that we've got to try to shape up into moving pieces that will all hopefully make sense. But there's a lot of moving pieces to it right now, dude. It used to be so much smoother before they took out this one quest. Took out the short bow in the starting area. Get fucked. You'll probably get one from the early crates, because you get a ranged weapon crate pretty early on. That's from the novice combat tab, if you complete all of those. So you have to learn weaponry skills, you have to learn skills from the archetype and stamina menus, and then you have to guard during combat. So it's really easy to complete both of those and get your weapons all squared away. It's perform a weapon combo, perform weapon combo with ranged and melee weapons, use sprint, perform dodges, guard during combat, equip a necklace, learn skills from the weapon trees, and then learn skills from the archetype and stamina trees. And then you get a free weapon for that. And then once you complete your first steps, you're gonna get your melee weapon. So you should have 2 out of 2 weapons super early on. Yo, legit, what up, dude? How you liking the game? Oh, I really love Ashes, dude. I've been here for about 3,000 hours now, and I do not plan to go anywhere anytime soon. I am very happy with the updates that we're getting. I think this is gonna be a huge, substantial patch. I mean, I've been here for a long time already, so for me, it's just more updates, which I'm super excited about. But genuinely, the Steam launch and everything there is awesome. Are you happy about the multiple servers with a lower pop cap? I don't really think it's a lower pop cap in the grand scheme of things. To put in perspective, we have less than half the playable world right now, and the pop cap for the full playable world is planned to be 10,000 concurrent. And has been planned to be 10,000 concurrent the entire time. So anybody that was like thinking that it was going to be a super server in the long term, even with dynamic gridding, Steven's always been transparent that their goal is 10k concurrent on the full world. And with us having less than half the world and still having 5k, I feel like that's not necessarily a lower pop cap. It's just setting the bar for what the pop is expected to be in the long term, instead of just shoving so many people on that it breaks. Because phase 2.5 was stress test. phase, whatever the fuck we're calling this, seems to be less of a stress test and more of a concurrency test and like a retention test, which I really like. But still gonna hit some stuff by the harbor, then do van to that spot. Is it gonna be worth it to stay there until 5? Surely there's a camp that we can hit. Oh wait, come up here. Come up here. And then we just do this camp. So that way we have a little bit of space between us and that area. Because this camp will be safe. It's just a few pulls and then we'll be perfectly okay. And then we do this until 5. And then we go back. I think that's good. We do this until 5 and then we go. Yo, Snake, what up, dude? What, brother? The Vanish, I couldn't even read it. Can't wait for Thursday. Oh, Thursday's gonna be fucking sick. If you're not in guild already, you're gonna want to be in guild, exclamation guild, get your perms, get all squared away. Because you're gonna want it, brother. You're gonna want it. When you're asked to take out a mortgage to play an alpha of a game, I guess you're really committed. Who's asked to take out a mortgage to play an alpha? Brother, are you getting a mortgage for $42.50? What the fuck do you mean? I have 3,000 hours of content just playing since last December. I didn't play before last December. I had my pack since before that, however. My pack was originally 250 bucks. So even at that standpoint, 250 bucks over the course of a year for 3,000 hours? Shit, most people that are playing other games are gonna spend more than that. So I don't necessarily think it's that bad, especially with the new pricing. Early pricing on some of the more optional packs definitely got up there. However, I'm not Mr. Bands. I'm not getting those Phoenix Initiative meetings. I'm not getting all those perms. I simply have one of the peasant packs. However, that peasant pack got me into a lot of content. Was looking forward to seeing where this game went. Afraid it's DOA now. Typical cash grab, rushing EA. Do you know why it's going to EA instead of just assuming it's rushing? Because I feel like if you know what the concept of the EA is, it becomes a lot less scary. And it becomes a lot more of a, oh, this is just a continuation of where development was already headed in the first place. Like, nothing is changing scope-wise or development-wise. It's still going to be the same development process, still the same time to launch. Because it is on Steam, it requires an early access tag, but nothing's changing. It's still Alpha 2 Phase 3. They're letting the beta players in, but we have not gone to beta yet, and they have made that very clear that we have not gone to beta yet. So, I mean, I guess it's a little scary at face value, but I feel as though once you know that it's really not that large of a set of changes, and it's more or less just going over on Steam and getting a price reduction, probably becomes a lot less of a cash grab element there. But at the end of the day, maybe you think the item shop is cash grab, or not the item shop, the transmog shop is cash grab. Maybe that's the side of it, but teach your own on that. Are there movement speed increase and increased buff stats, or only stats like strength, agi, and int? So, movement speed on gear, no. However, there are mounts and there's a sprint button. You have main stats like strength, dex, and con for fizz, and those give what are called waterfall attributes, which can be anything from attack speed to power to crit chance to crit damage to accuracy to CC duration to CC accuracy. You know, there's a plethora of different stats that exist also on the defensive side of things. So what you see on gear will be mitigation, and then you'll see a main stat, and then you'll see some different stat rolls on the piece of gear after the main stat. The better piece of gear, the more stat rolls it has, the higher rarity, the better the rolls will be. So with that in mind, you've got a lot of different attributes that you can build and min-max off of. However, you're not going to be finding like movement speed stuff. But yeah, more or less you can find pretty much anything in the game. You can also find like max HP, mitigation, evasion, just fucking everything on that side. See, as $1 for an hour is great. Oh god, I mean, I've got so much content out of it. And keep in mind, I'm nowhere near done the content either. Like, that was my first year in this development cycle. I came in late December of last year, so technically 11 months and some change at this point. I came in late December of last year. and I have seen a shitload of growth. I continue to see more content become available. I continue to see more replayability within Ashes. I continue to see more quality of life. And I genuinely, holistically feel like it has become a better game over the last year, which would be a really bad sign if I didn't feel that way. But fortunately, I'm still happy with where it's at. Do all mounts have the same speed? Oh goodness me, no. So, basic mounts start at 135. Let me take a drink. Basic mounts start at 135. And those 135 mounts are given through a starting quest, just super early on. And then from there, there's a trade skill called Animal Husbandry. Animal Husbandry takes animals that are hunted in the open world and can train them into either mounts to, you know, ride, or beasts of burdens. Nem Beast, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Or beasts of burden, or mules. Those can be used to pull caravans or transport crates. So some beneficial, you know, elements to having those bad boys as well. But everything in Ashes is going to be player made. From consumables to mounts to gear to caravans to the boats. We have 3 different types of boats on the 11th, and we've got the, you know, the boat combat system. So we've got 2 different types of fishing over here. There's a lot that people will be able to look forward to on the 11th. But yeah, there are different tiers of mounts that have different levels, different speeds, different jump heights, and it only continues to get much more in-depth as Ashes continues to progress too, to the point where there will be different genetic characteristics of, you know, if there's a horse in the Riverlands versus a horse in the desert, those will have different genetics. And then you'll have the breeding of different mounts, which breeding is starting to come in finally, where you can have, you know, basically parent cows and animals making baby animals now through vendors. So that'll eventually expand out onto freeholds, which are player-owned housing units. And that's where you'll get a lot of your mount scaling. It's an incredibly in-depth system on the mount side. Also, I'm not liking this pace. I feel like it might be better for us. I guess it'd be safer if we had the summoner summon. And I could probably AoE pull a bit more. But I don't like the respawns here. I feel like it'd be better for us to just push up to where we're gonna grind and then maybe sit there and then go back and get our drops maybe? Or we just come in and get the camp on spawn? Are there mounts that can climb walls? Nah, nothing with verticality yet in terms of like ground mounts that can slither up shit. You can get a flying mount if you're a mayor, so you can just fly over the wall. Those are right now restricted to mayors, but there will be more than just mayoral flyers available in the long term, so you can look forward to that. However, at this point in time, it is more or less just restricted to ground mounts and aquatic mounts. However, those aquatic mounts will give you underwater breathing, so can't go over the wall, but you can go under the wall. Version you're playing right now doesn't look optimized. Oh, this is a VOD from over a week ago at this point. I can vouch 1000%. The version that I am playing on has absolutely 0 issues whatsoever in terms of the stutter. It is ungodly fluid. Yeah, I mean, shit. I'll take a summoner. Just put your pet on me. Here, I'll invite you so we have one. Here, Havoc, invite Stray. And then we shall pump. Because if we wait for this camp, it shouldn't be too bad. The biggest thing that we're testing is the time to 5 right now. And once we get 5, we're pretty set. It's just getting up to level 5 that's going to be the big problem. This also doesn't have the fastest respawn, which kind of worries me. Kind of very worries me. Because respawn cadence needs to be fast enough to actually support us killing stuff. This camp over here might be a little bit better, if I'm being real. This one looks more promising than the other one did. So come to me down here, and then we'll do this camp instead of the one that we were just at. Can't wait, dude. I can't wait to be able to show my fucking screen again. Do you understand how hard it is to make 8 to 12 hours of content a day that people will actually watch when I physically cannot show my screen in my gameplay? Brother, this shit is butt cheeks. I can't wait till I can show something again. It's just gonna make it incredibly easy for me. I'm fucking thrilled. But until that day, I'm down bad. And I will just have to keep taking you guys through the evolutions of a leveling Dusty. Also, my AoE threat gen sucks right now. Tank AoE threat gen is really, really, really bad until level 6. And then it gets a little bit better. However, until level 6, my AoE threat gen is butt cheeks. But we should still be fine. Hopefully. Hopefully. I also, just for perspective, I don't want to scare you guys, but I don't have my armor set on right now. I wanted to see how tanky I felt without having an armor set on, and so I didn't grab the armor set. I was gonna go naked into putting on all my weapons at the same time, and let me tell you, I don't feel tanky. I don't feel tanky at all. You're not. I don't feel it. Yeah, no, I don't feel it in the slightest. I don't feel tanky. What? Why at DustyWhy? What am I doing? Don't listen to Zombie. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna listen to Zombie. How's tank soloing? Tank soloing is not the greatest. You have to take a lot of damage to actually achieve things. And then while you're taking that damage, you're not gonna be doing the most damage. You're gonna be doing good damage as a tank. However, I would probably recommend, if you're a solo player or you're a first-time player, going the tank side of things very cautiously. The ideal scenario as a tank is that you're able to find groups to tank for. However, very frequently, those groups are going to be populated by absolute buffoons. And you will probably be one of the first... Sorry, I was running around and yapping. You'll probably be one of the first people to die. I put on my armor set so we can see if there's a difference. You'll probably be one of the first people to die. You will get experience debt when you die. You will be mad at a lot of people when you die, and it will be your fault because you were the tank. Tank for first timers is gonna lead to a lot of unhappiness. Rhyme. Think about it. Did secondaries arrive yet? Nah, no secondaries yet. That'll be throughout early next year. We'll start seeing those bad boys coming in. And hopefully as those come in, we'll start to see more of the customizability, so to say, in the class structure. That's going to be fucking huge. Huge. For people feeling like they have some ownership over their class, which I really look forward to. What do you think about the PvP? Like, someone starts attacking you, you don't attack back, and they go red, so they can drop their gear if they die? Yeah, I mean, that's the base structure of it. I'm not much of a non-consensual PvPer in the first place, so I'm one of the last people that you'll see ever go up to somebody and just, like, corrupt on them and nuke them for no reason. I don't really consider that PvP as much as I do just griefing, to be completely honest. But, you know, to each their own. Everybody has different styles of PvP and of content that they seek. And me personally, I just really like consensual PvP that starts up and we all duke it out and then we all go our separate ways after. But, again, everyone prefers their own type of combat. So, for me, I really... Ooh, item drop. Wait a minute, what's this? I think somebody has an item drop on that mob, on the arsonist. For me, I really like when we're able to get really solid, you know, guild versus guild wars and everything in like that. Anytime that there is a siege. What up? Oh, you need me to put the turkey in? Okay, wait, give me 1 second. Anytime there's, you know, guild versus guild wars, anytime there are sieges, anytime there is, honestly, any form of PvP content, I love it. Even the open world stuff. Open world's great. I just think, even though I will absolutely zerg up if I have a lot of people to zerg up with, why would I not? Zerging up is, I don't know, I'd prefer to not have that just be the primary form of gameplay, but in an open world MMO, you embrace the zerg, baby. You either zerg or you get out zerged. So we gon' zerg. That's what we gotta do. We'll have 200 people pulling up, and we'll have 2 guilds of 200 people pulling up. Somebody should take fighter to the tank. Is he good at video games? Is he good at video games? Because if he's good at video games, then I would have him play tank. Like, tank is very important still. It's incredibly important. It's incredibly good. It's worth having. However, was very good at tanking in New World. Oh, just have him tank then. Yeah, then they'll love tanking. It's like, honestly, it's a lot more fun than New World tanking, but in New World tanking, or like PvP wise, I guess, if you were playing like a sword and board kill squad, it's kind of like a similar role there, where you're just hounding down squishies. And in my opinion, that's really fun, because I was originally a kill squad player in New World, but I just didn't like how the kill squad meta adjusted over time. So I became Bruiser Boy. I really liked bruising once I evolved there because it was just more fun. However, The element of kill squad and the impact of good kill squad pressure and just being able to make backline hate their life. Oh yeah, that's fucking massive for me. I love that shit. 1,000,000%. I absolutely adore that aspect of being able to just terrorize motherfuckers. Makes me just peachy. So happy. What type of PvP does this game have? A lot. A lot. You got open world PvP. I mean, everything's technically open world PvP, but you've got guild versus guild PvP systems. You've got town versus town PvP systems. A lot of different towns on the map. You can be a citizen of the different towns. You've got caravans where you can put shit on a caravan, drive it place to place. If you successfully make it without people killing your caravan and stealing your shit, then you can basically, you can turn that stuff in at the new place, sell it for more money. You'll eventually have guild castles that come in, where guild castles will get sieged once a month. Towns can get sieged, and if a town gets sieged long term and dies, then it will literally die and there will be no more town left. So there is, I mean, everything is PvP. And then of course you've got just the full open world system itself, where at any point people can flag up for PvP to fight each other. So how you showing, Harbinger? They took the PTR NDA off for a day a while back when there was a 1v1 tourney, and then they kept the NDA off for the rest of the day. So I ran over to the Harbingers. Technically, I didn't run over, Steven summoned me over. So that's how I knew I was good. But we got good VOD that one day. I've been using this VOD like a fucking 1996 Toyota Corolla, my brother. I've been pumping it. So I'm blessed up. So we got the early content sneak peek coming out. The just full spoiler alert. We got our ass kicked by the boss because it's got a couple of buffs on it, because as you can see on the minimap, the Harbinger's expanded into those additional areas. So the boss gets mitigation and power buffs. Also, I think if we go to that first camp, we'll be fine for the pacing there. I don't think that'll be that bad. Does the release on Steam with EA worry you that it won't hit 1.0? No, not really. It's completely out of my control whether it does or doesn't, but I'm not any more worried that Ashes will or won't hit 1.0 comparatively to any other MMO. If it can happen to any other Western MMO or Eastern MMO, it could happen to Ashes. But instead of worrying about whether it will or won't, I look at it as a matter of I'm enjoying it right now. And if I already enjoy it, then I have no reason to not keep playing it. If I enjoyed something else more, then I'd play something else. I don't get paid by Intrepid to stream Ashes. I could stream whatever I wanted to. I want to stream Ashes. So at the end of the day, I'll play it because I like it, Doc. It's a crazy concept in today's day and age, I know, but I really fuck with Ashes. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water, and I also have to put a turkey in the rotisserie. One sec.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Good day. I've returned. All right, sorry. I had to put a fucking turkey in the rotisserie, and it's a big ass turkey, and it doesn't really fit in the rotisserie that much, or that well. But I also don't want to put it in the oven this late in the day, because it needs a couple hours in the rotisserie. Chicken? Wait, no, turkey. Turkey. Big ass turkey. Not chicken. Turkey. Other bird. Big ass turkey. I got like a 15-pound turkey. Yes. Yes, indeed. And that bitch can go in the rotisserie for a few hours, and then it'll be beautiful. It'll be so delicious, so good. Okay. Anyways, were there any questions that I missed while I was gone? Because I was battling that fucking bird. If I'm being honest. I was... Wait. I don't run a caravan of my own. Yes. Where do I start? Wait. No, I'm ready now. Oh, okay. Sometimes you just have to go into the no, I'm ready now part of the caravan stuff. But that's not that bad. So I feel like we just need to parse it out to see how quick we could get our 5. And then from there, we'd be fine. It's all about just the initial level 5 grind. And then once we get that, we're set. Because 5's just the big constraint at all points in time right now. Do we get the mule that has 2 pack slots? There will be mules on the 11th. Yes, absolutely. Wait. The Caravan Master still just gave me my practice crate. Pack crate. Why did the Caravan Master just give me my practice crate? What the hell? What? Small practice crate. Why am I getting a practice crate from the Caravan Master? What the fuck is going on? Oh, goodness gracious. Another streamer is watching your interview with Steven and commenting on it for his hundreds of viewers right now. Dope. I am greatly appreciative that people enjoy the content and want to check it out. Steven puts out a lot of good information during that interview. And I'm hoping that people get some information that helps them understand some of the great questions along the way of what the fuck is going on with MMOs right now, man. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us are just wondering. And a lot of us just want an MMO that feels fun to finally play again. Can you drop stuff on the floor? Does it get destroyed? If you try to remove stuff from your inventory, it'll get destroyed. Are you talking on a death? Because, like, if you're moving stuff out of your inventory, that stuff gets destroyed. The other streamer has an interview with Steven himself. Is Vlad? Oh, yeah. There's the Vlad and Nice and Lude Lloyd and Zybe interview coming up on the 9th. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. I'm glad people are liking the interview, though. I've had very few people tell me to off myself over it, and very many people tell me that they liked it. And the ratio, I think, was much more pleasant than I would have expected after doing something like that. So I'm really happy with how it turned out, man, if I'm being completely honest. I got that too, but you can't accept the quest support. Yeah, I tried to pack it, and unfortunately the pack did not work whatsoever. However, this is putting us in a really good spot with armor, with weapons, with everything that we need to get squared away. We've got the Adventurer's Health Kit, so that's going to give me a scroll. Like, I'm really content with where we're starting out right now. Yeah, of course, Vinny. Happy to help, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm here literally every single day. I am going to be questing and testing all of these routes up until the 11th. And then on the 11th, we do it all live, and we hope we got that shit down, dog. That's the goal. These mobs didn't drop anything kind of odd. Yeah, we didn't get a single thing from these, huh? Remember Steven said he wants to give us the WoW vanilla leveling nostalgia feeling. Have you experienced it? Oh, how did I experience it so far? I mean, certain areas have that explorative, questy hub area to them. However, right now, it doesn't have the built-out narrative that something like, you know, WoW Classic was, or WoW Vanilla was providing. Especially at the time. Like, the world building isn't all established yet. There aren't the most areas that you can go to that are featuring a shitload of quests. In the Riverlands, you've got your initial starting experience, and then you've got Second Sword Outpost, and they're naturally working towards having more quests in line in the long term. However, you gotta, walk before you can run type shit. So, from my perspective, I see that the quests will get a lot better. They already have. The first time user experience for people that come in on the 11th is going to genuinely be the best that it ever has been, in my opinion. And that is with it still having some bottlenecks, some things along the way that could definitely improve, but it is genuinely in the best spot it's been in my opinion. So, I'm really excited about that. One more important question. Do you lose XP when you die? You don't lose XP, but you go into a little bit of experience debt. The experience debt needs to be farmed off before you can gain XP again. So it's not like you lose XP and you don't lose levels or anything along that line. It's just a little bit of XP debt that you've got to farm off. It's 2% of your XP for your level as experience debt per death. So you could always find yourself in a really bad spot where you've kind of fucked up one too many times. And as a result, you may need to farm off a lot of XP debt. However, it's going to be pretty tough to get yourself in that bad of a spot. Okay, so completing the 8 combat also leaves you in a really good spot. Akarok, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Let's see. So we have the Lost Weapon Chest, and then we have the Wanderer's Ranged Weapon Chest. So we grab the longbow. Okay, so I've got the greatsword and I've got the longbow from the weapon chest. I'm sitting at 41.2 fizz power, and I've also got a full set of medium gear right now. Like, I've got 5 pieces of medium gear. So this is not bad in the slightest. This is a really solid start, if I could say so myself. Obviously, we still didn't have the ideal start to grind spot. I feel like, yeah, we can go hit some mobs and see how it feels. Is Stray gonna leak our grind spot, though? That's the question. Because if Stray leaks our grind spot, then that's going to be less than ideal. No. If you leak it, you die. I'm a guild? Oh, okay, cool. Well, if we have your social security info already, then you're fine. We've got your credit card. We've got it all. Tarek, what up, dude? I hope you're having a good night. Always be aware of where you are in Ashes. Each level starting out makes a huge difference. Oh, God, yeah. No, absolutely. It can be something where you lose hours of progress because you pick a bad first area and you get contested and then you get pushed off of that area and then it all falls apart, because if you fall behind an hour, that gives everybody else an hour to get squared away. And you're just going to be an hour behind, and then you will fall further behind as people keep progressing. So, yo, Beer, thank you for that, dude. With them moving the launcher to Steam, what's going to happen to the PTR? Yeah, we'll still have PTR. I would assume it's just going to be a separate client download through Steam. Games that I've played in the past have had separate instances of, like, this is the game client, this is a PTR client. So I'd assume instead of having to switch the environments tab in the launcher, you would then just go into the actual, into Steam. And then you just download the PTR from there, agree to the NDA when you're downloading it, or maybe when you're launching it, whatever that may be. But probably a relatively similar scenario, if not more convenient than telling people that they have to make sure that they log out and then relog back in. That'd probably be the big thing. I designed the dotted line of kidney donation. Yes. We resell those. That pays the Discord fees. Do you by any chance know if it's hard for a cleric to handle PvE and PvP solo? I mean, PvE-wise, cleric is one of the more consistent classes, just because you have so much healing, you have so much sustain, and your weapon combo attacks, your basic attacks, do a substantial amount of damage. You've got decent AoE damage going out as a cleric, so you can grab a lot of non-elite mobs solo, round them up, and then be at very low risk of dying, which I think is the biggest thing for a solo character. However, you're not going to be the speediest time to kill class, you're going to leave some things to be desired there, but overall, I think Cleric would probably be one of my highest rated solo classes, especially for a newer player or a first-time player coming in. Also, you'll be able to find groups whenever you want. So, leaving Alpha on the 11th or still Alpha? Still Alpha. Yeah, it's still Alpha 2 Phase 3. It's just technically like a wipe of Alpha 2 Phase 3 and then a huge update within Alpha 2 Phase 3. So we are still in Alpha. Everything is still just progressing as normal. There's no reason to freak out. Also, we're not broke yet. Not yet, at least. It'll still be alpha though. 10,000 hours on WoW, all heals. I'm going cleric. I love to hear that. We always need more clerics, always need more bards. Those two things make the goddamn world go round, if I'm being honest. If I could have more clerics and bards, I wouldn't need shit in life. Bro, this bird is just outside of my range. Holy shit. That was so annoying. Oh, things hurt. Things hurt a lot. Things hurt very much. Everything slaps. Everything hurts. Everything sucks. I'm gonna just let people tank that for a sec. Once I get level 6, though, I'll get hit way less hard. Way less hard. We're 5? Right. Yeah, we're close to 6, though. Oh, people. Oh, we're also level 5. Yeah, no, that also makes sense, because we also don't have Havoc with us right now. Yep. No, that makes sense. So it's a miracle I'm sustaining in the first place. Yeah. So everything's fine here. We would kill faster. We'd be able to pull more. That's the idea that we want to try to live on right now, is being able to pull more than one thing at a time, and me hold the aggro on it. That's a big goal. Yeah, Trolley, yeah, take your time. Carlo will be getting on soon as well, so we can probably get like a full group situated. That may be nice to finally be able to have an 8 and then run through it. Are those in-game add-ons you're using at the moment? Oh, you can just change up your UI. There are options in game to either use group UI or raid UI if you're in a group. Raid UI is always going to be default raid UI, but that's just their default stuff. Ash just doesn't have any add-ons or third parties or anything like that, nor will they support it in the long term, as far as we know. They don't plan to support those in the long term, so I wouldn't necessarily expect to see add-ons. It'll probably just be more of the default UI, but wasn't that bad? I mean, we got almost 1,000 people. I don't think it was almost 1,000. I think it was like 700 to 800 people nuked out of the Discord. So it wasn't ideal, dog. It wasn't ideal. I can say that whole fucking heartedly. Uh-oh. I'm taking a lot of damage. This is rough. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Everything sucks. Everything's terrible. I run. I hide. Uh-oh. Yep, that's not good. That's not good. All right, so maybe that one pull is a little bit dangerous. We got to be careful on the AoEs early on. So I think... And wait in the cave for everyone to get those items. Yeah. No, I know. We will be more focused when we're actually, like, running through it with a full stack. The items are going to be annoying as fuck. I hope they make that a group loot, but as of right now, it's not a group loot, which is unfortunate. We tested the other day though, and we thought it was, so it's a little bit strange. Yeah, no one got kicked for anything bad. Someone got hacked that had perms, and then a lot of people got kicked from the Discord because that person got hacked that had perms, but everything is fine. That's why you never click shit. Well, and have two-factor authentication in all of your important accounts. If you don't have 2FA on it, expect somebody else to get into it. Genuinely. 2FA doesn't matter? I mean, 2FA, depending on your type of 2FA, definitely helps. Just wondering why I got kicked? Everybody got kicked. Everybody got kicked. Not everybody, but... I'm telling you now, it doesn't. I mean, my Discord's never been hacked, although I'm also not going out and clicking on, hey man, I just got a free game, click this link to see it. I'm not clicking on that shit. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened, but there was a rogue agent. It was a time delay. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. The click loads the token log, token bypasses all 2FA. Smart stuff. Yo, Hebrew, thank you for following. Much love. How do we join back? All the bans are cleared out now. Everybody just rejoins with the same link. The damage has already been reversed in terms of, you know, people losing perms and stuff. You've just got to join back up and then get synced back up to your ticket, and then everything just continues as normal. It was unfortunate that we basically had a large administrative day for everyone on the logistics side, but I thought I needed to update. You do need to update. What you mean? I have to re-download the PTR. I mean, it might not take that long. Are you out of space or what? How do you do the harbor quest? You have to run back to town for the crate? You can't do the crate anymore. They took the crate out. Is there a way to lower the UI clutter? I mean, yeah, you can scale up or down your UI, drag it around however you want. It's all fully customizable. You can also have fewer consumes and stuff on your bar. You can position your spell bars horizontally or vertically, depending on how you'd like them to be. So you can definitely lower and shrink a lot of the UI stuff. 1000% of everything can be moved around, shrunk, and everything. UI settings and keybinds are clean and ashes. Yeah, they do great with giving us a lot of customizability in the UI, especially this early on. I think UI is always something that's going to continue to change a lot. But the fact that we already have the customizability that we do with it, I think is quite nice. See you tomorrow, Carla? No, it's fine. It's fine. She'll get it done fast. Everything will be perfect. And then we pump. But I mean, I'm liking this loop. I'm really liking this loop. And once we get it with a full group, I think we'll be pumping along nice and smooth. But golly, it does feel like they have reduced a lot of the early quest jump out ahead. So then we just create distance and we jump out ahead with mobs. I'm gonna pee real quick. And then we're gonna kill more mobs. What level are you now? Oh, we've re-rolled a bunch of times. What's the end game loop of this game? Same thing as any other MMO, whatever the fuck you want it to be. It's level to get better gear, to hit harder stuff, to get better gear, to hit players, or to sell goods to other players to get money, or to go out onto the water and sport fish to get money. Yeah, suck that one in. Or there are boats and you can pirate, or you can be a citizen of a settlement and you can help build up the towns around the server. It's genuinely, in terms of your endgame loops, a lot of them are more shallow than they're intended to be. Near everything is more shallow than it's intended to be. But the core resonance of this kind of plays like an MMO at this point, 1000% does exist. It's just you'll run into shallow aspects of it. You'll run into some bugs, some other things along the way. Map look empty. What do you mean in terms of like looks empty? Like mobs or gatherables? Because keep in mind with Ashes, your gatherables, most of the shit that you see around the world, you're not going to see a lot of like foliage visual clutter that's non-functional. There's some non-functional foliage. However, most of your existence in the world is fully gatherable, fully interactable. Obviously, small plants and grass, you're not out there mowing the grass. However, plants, trees, minables, shit like that, full interactable. You're still encountering freezes occasionally. On the current build, no. That was fixed a few days ago. My build runs impeccably right now, unironically. It's so good. Full reset Thursday. Yes, full wipe. Everybody will be on new servers. There will very likely be multiple servers that pop up. The only question is how many? That is the question. I'll be right back. I gotta piss. And then we level more. I'm back. Fuck, I left my water again. God fucking damn it. I'm back. I'm back again. All right, sorry. Oh, fuck. Okay, I've done so much running. I've traveled the world twice now. Fuck me. Ran a fucking ultra marathon to put a turkey in a rotisserie and then take a piss. And now we grind. The only biome with way too much fake foliage is tropics, and even that can be reduced via settings. Yeah, I mean, and I think world population and stuff is kind of up to the personal perspective a lot. Some people like something with a lot of environmental clutter. Some people like something without a lot of environmental clutter. At the end of the day, it all just breaks down to preference, man. I think the Ashes world is, for an MMO world, especially an alpha MMO world, bro, I'm out here in the anvils and I'm looking around and I'm seeing these like big ass sheer cliffs and mountains and trees and I don't know, it's nice. It's nice. I think it will absolutely continue to improve, but I'm also maybe not the largest nitpicky person of environmental graphic stuff. I'm much more of a gameplay person. However, you know, everybody has their own preferences. So, quick newbie question from someone who just paid attention to this game now. Yeah, of course, dudes. Whoever buys in Steam will have access to play from the 11th onwards. Yes, absolutely. You will be in the entire time until Ashes of Creation fully launches, no matter how long that may be. No matter how long it goes, you are good. So, when you do hop in, it's going to be $42.50 on the 11th. So that's going to be over 50% off comparatively to the 100 USD that people have been rocking previously. Yo, Victor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So from May 1st up to the 11th of December, it was traditionally 100 USD to hop in. That got people in for the remainder of development. Now you're getting it at $42.50, which honestly, it's still expensive for a one-time cost for a video game in an alpha. No one's telling you that it's not, but you're in until the game comes out. Like Nin said, launch could be 2 to 4 years, 2 to whenever. However, I think launch, my best guess, keep in mind I'm not traditionally a very good guesser, my best guess towards launch is mid to late 2028, and that's the full launch of the game. There is still genuinely a whole lot of Ashes of Creation left to come. There are a lot of systems that exist in either a partial capacity or no capacity right now. And at the end of the day, that's just a part of development. You can't immediately have everything in. So if you're hopping it on the 11th, you should expect some things to be janky and buggy and messy along the way. However, it just continues to get better. I hate downloading Ashes. Yeah, that's probably gonna take a while. Although your PC's good and our internet's very good. So I actually don't think it'll be that bad. If I could guess. I just don't know how long the actual updates and everything take on a first time install. Oh, that does still social pull. Okay, we just have to be careful with this pull because the socials here are absolutely hellacious. And I do not want us to get fucked on this pull. We need to burst down the elite as quickly as possible. And then the rangers are just kind of assholes, but I'll just keep taunts up on them, hopefully. Then we should be fine. This one's just weird because a few of the mobs got stacked up a little bit. And I'm trying to avoid allowing those mobs to just annihilate my shit and pulling more of them. But we should be fine at this point. I think people who don't care about graphics over gameplay need to start caring when it comes to their MMOs. What do you mean? They need to start carrying or they need to start caring? Because I don't necessarily think graphics in an MMO predicate anything. I don't think graphics really predicate anything in gaming in general. I don't think it's a lack of immersion in graphics. I just think everything graphically is the same thing as art. I may like a painting that somebody else doesn't like. It's all just personal preference on it, man. At the end of the day, some people still prefer the graphics of games that were made in the early 2000s compared to a lot of modern graphic styles. I just think personal preference is one of the largest factors in what people enjoy, right? We've all played a wide variety of games. We've all had a wide variety of experiences within those games. And those different experiences are going to power what we both like and dislike for systems, graphics, classes, interactions, you name it, man. And I think that's one of the cool aspects of gaming, is that there are so many personal preferences. Valheim is peak art style for me. Fuck Valheim's art and fuck you, that's dog shit. Pussy. Valheim was a cool looking game. It really was. Fuck, what would I say is like my peak art style? God, do I even have a peak art style? Like, I'm not much of an artist, so I'm not much of a, like, a go in and look at it critically. People who care about the graphics and the casual side are the ones who feed the game money so it continues to run. They create the long-term player base so the competitive people have a place to play. Right, but your yuck isn't necessarily everybody else's yum, nor is everybody else's yuck necessarily your yum, right? Or, like, you know, it's not necessarily all synced up. And just because you don't like the graphical style of something doesn't mean that other casual players won't. When we're looking at the realm of casual players in video games, we have to realize we're not even talking about a metric of like a few million. We're talking about a disgusting number of people over all video games who are somewhat casual. And that's also like saying if this artist doesn't go with this style, it's not gonna sell to anybody because the casual buyer won't be interested. At the end of the day, yes, it's true,
I'm not
but
good at math. I'm not very smart.
no, you. At the end of the day, you've got to appeal to somebody, right? But I think to a certain point, too many titles are trying to cook for exclusively an audience that they want to feed in mass and not cooking something that they themselves would want to eat. And I feel like with Ashes, the devs are cooking a meal that they would happily eat. They're, say, baking a cake they'd really like to eat. And it feels to me like this is something that's made with a lot of intent, which for me, again, I'm much less of a graphical carer, and I'm not someone to shame people for being graphical carers. Everybody has their own priority set with games. For me, you can make the graphics as good as you physically want, but if it makes the game run worse, I'm not doing that shit. Just straight up, I will not. And I mean, even down to my settings in game, I will happily run low to medium settings in game if it gets me more FPS and fewer dips in my performance. That's just how I am as a person. I'd rather my game run better than look better. However, for the 11th, I'll probably be forced to conform and unfortunately run higher settings. I won't be forced, but I probably will so the game looks nice for people that want to watch it. Also, this got so much easier as soon as we hit level 6. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm either hyper-realistic or Minecraft vibes. You just want everything blocky. God, I mean, I've just played so much over the course of it. I don't really like super flashy, like, Eastern combat is one thing that I've learned. There's a certain amount of chaos and particle effect that I really do enjoy. And then there's a certain amount where I'm just like, no, please, I've had enough. Everything's fine. I'm good, thank you. This is all that I need. I am more than filled up on these particles. And then it's just more particles. 14's too much for me. Oh man. I played 14 for a while because my brother was a big Final Fantasy 11 and 14 enjoyer. And like, I just couldn't get into it. Just something about it stopped me from really enjoying it. I don't know what it is. Even WoW's getting that way. Retail WoW. I wonder how the OG vision of WoW compares to where retail WoW has shifted with the consumer base changes and with how they've taken gaming as a whole. I wonder, just as like as a curiosity thing, where the original intent for WoW was, you know, this far post-launch, if there even was one in mind, and how much it's changed based on, I don't know, just community feedback and shit as everything naturally shifts and evolves. Is Final Fantasy 14 just a PvE MMO? I don't even know. I don't play 14 enough. Although I, a lot of my life, did play more on the PvE side of things, honestly, because I started playing MMOs when I was really young. So like when I started playing WoW, I was 8 years old. Before that, I was a summon necro main on Diablo 2, and I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. So for me, I was never necessarily going too sicko mode in PvP and even WoW early on. So even when I went back for Classic and Classic TBC, I did some casual PvP here and there, but I wasn't even going too crazy about PvP when I went back over. I just wanted to parse and get my gear and then do something else. Miss a cow level? You do not know the cow level the way I know the cow level. My entire job as a summon necro, with my brother playing a Blizzork, was to be another person in the games, get leg, run cow level, go in with mercenary that was just strong enough to kill mob. Ooh, I got an item drop. Deep Ward Bastion Girdle. I got a belt. Cool. +1 piece of item. My job was to be, you know, basically get a merc that was just tanky enough and did just enough damage to kill a single cow with amp damage up. And then I'd start fucking blasting. And I would just train a bunch of cows. And then once the cows were all properly trained and stacked, one would die. And then all of the rest would fall into place. It was absolutely beautiful. So we're doing this without either of our bards. And we're also down like 2 DPS. And this pace has been solid. I think solid. I would say this is solid overall. I'm just gonna rate that there. For having 4 people, considering we could kill exponentially faster with more people. Oh my god. What DPS cost do you have? I am legitimately in a 4-person group right now trying to run where we're gonna be running for our loop. And I'm gonna be honest, it's me, a cleric, a summoner, and a ranger. And it's rough out here. Like, we're doing it, we're making it happen. But we need more support. Havoc will be back in a little bit. I think Nin's gonna get on. Carla's downloading right now, and then I'm gonna make Carla learn the starting route. Because we could... Set 20 if you need DPS. Yeah. We're gonna remake soon. Because we had a fuller group. When we remake, we'll make sure that we have an 8. And then we'll be able to pump. That will be the biggest thing. I can get on DPS now. I think when Carla's download is done, we'll probably remake, because I do want to kind of parse out some of the XP here. If anybody wants to come out and fill the group that's in guild, I just don't want too many people to know where we are right now. I don't want a lot of people to know because I don't want a lot of competition here. If I'm being completely honest, I'd like to keep this little grind spot to my goddamn self. I'll be back on remake. Okay, word. Yeah, Carla's gonna be done updating, and then we can get everybody in place. We can try to like get the group together. Because if we can do that, I think the AoE pulls here, the AoE pulls here are very, very, very high potential. What am I boy? I know they said that, brother. Everybody should be on the PTR testing as much as they can right now before everything goes live on the 11th. Even if you're not directly in my group testing stuff, you should be getting set up in the Discord. Keep in mind, there's a good chance if you were in the Discord, you got kicked from the Discord. That was an accident. Bad things happened. Get set back up in the Discord and join back up. Groups are posted for our official leveling groups. If you did not get posted into a group, you did not sign up in time, that is on you. There's plenty of notice. However, you can still post and you can try to form your own group with other people that did not get in. So, with that being said, I would most definitely recommend hopping on if you have PTR access and getting at least a few loops under your belt. Just make a new character and then progress that new character up to whatever level you want to, at whatever pace you want to. But at least dip your toesy woesies, get your feet wet. Because if you're coming in with no idea what to do, when servers are going to be at capacity and everybody in the world is going to be launching through one place, I have very bad news for you. You're going to be very far behind. You are probably going to hate your life very, very, very much. So, do yourself a favor. Hop in early, run a route or two, get active, and then you'll be good to go. And you'll have literally nothing to worry about. But, if you ignore me, just know I told you. I tried. I tried to do it for you. I hate downloading ashes. Why? What percent are you at? Like 0? Because I'm assuming you have essentially no download progress whatsoever. If I had to guess. I'm running fucking stupid taunt. Thank God we have Steam now. Steam should optimize the downloading a lot. Fish? I got you, fucking fish. Biscuit. I'm gonna pay you back in so many pillage fish. I'll restart anvils and go make GPS. So, Trip, you said you've been testing the Riverlands a lot, right? How has the Riverlands been today? What are you noticing in terms of like bottlenecks and shit? 16%? Oh wait, that's not actually that bad. You're kind of fucking thuming. You're actually pumping. I hope it makes it faster. It should, from what we've heard, at least what I've heard on my end, Intrepid never really prioed optimization of the launcher. So the launcher just kind of stayed poo-poo for a while. And as a result, the download speeds and, you know, patching speeds and stuff were quite slow. It was quite primitive from what I've gathered. So Steam should be a lot smoother patching, a lot quicker. It should be good. Those of us in OCE need to wake up at 300. Oh wait, 3 a.m. OCE time? Holy shit. My goodness gracious, brother. Is that's 1 p.m. EST for you guys? Did they say what time the download's opening on the 11th? Because holy shit, it's gonna be a bloodbath, man. I wouldn't be shocked if there are download issues along the way too. Like if there were people that borked their download and couldn't get in. Probably 10 a.m. Pacific. See, that's what I'm kind of banking on is the 1 a.m. EST. Sorry, 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. PST. I think that's what I'm hoping for. Uh-oh. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. I think there's enough of these for 8 people. Between both of the camps, yeah. I think so. It should be fine because at that point we just AoE pull them both in a pretty smooth manner. And then it'll pump us up. And the biggest thing here is just trying to transition ourselves into the next level range. Which, once we get... honestly, my goal is to stay here till 10. And then once we get 10, we should be just absolutely decimating people along the way. That's the hope. But it's all about how quick we're killing. I think our kill speed is probably going to stay pretty consistent. And I think the ideal scenario is always having multiple mobs going with nobody running out of resources at any point. And as long as we can do that and we can just keep killing and people keep getting gear and we just keep rolling shit off, I feel like that is the best possible set of circumstances for us. Because I don't want us to have to stop in between pulls. I don't want us to have to get, you know, super nuked in terms of resource sustain. I just want it to be super chill for the group. Multiple mobs at once being cleaved down. Remember, we have no bard? Yeah. We have 0 bard right now until we reroll. And then we'll actually have some sustain coming in. So that's going to be awesome. But yeah, right now our sustain is going to be the worst that it possibly is. So we'll be able to chain pull these really easily from both camps. And as we ramp up, I'm sure I'll be able to find a cheeky LOS that I can pull things around and have you guys pull to me. I think that's probably the next step is once we can AoE pull a little bit more, just find a little weird LOS and then just bring everything around the corner for it. Hoping we're on the same server as the OCE boys. Yeah, how are we feeling about the server situation, boys? Do we think that people are going to be able to smoothly integrate into the server of their choice? Or do we think it's all fucked? Because it might be a little cooked. It genuinely might be a little cooked. I'm not digging it. Too many, but we shall see. I mean, it's probably because the player base capacity. I mean, we're looking at a 5K concurrent player cap, which is half the world, half the player cap of what the full world's gonna be. It does make sense to me, at a very baseline, to have that set up for the cap. Oh shit, mana. Yo, Lacey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. So like the 5K makes sense to me. It really does. However, it's going to make finding servers very rough if people are trying to plan out their entire guild and multiple communities going on one server. Servers will fill up fast. At least I hope. But that's going to make it so chaotic. How many servers are they going to have? Population dependent. But Steven said today we're looking at 5K concurrent players on the cap for servers for the 11th because their goal for full launch is going to be 10K. And that's with the entire map in. So without the entire map in, makes sense that we're not at 10K, even though dynamic gridding's in. So this should be a good feel for how they want the actual world population to be, especially in the starting areas. Maybe gauging it around, you know, X amount in each starting area, and then having that level of competition. So we should see a bit more natural of a start than we saw back in like phase 2.5 when it was just 8100 plus concurrent. But I also don't really think the design of Ashes was ever to try to have this one mega server. I don't really think that was ever realistic. Steven's always talked about it trying to be a 10K concurrent. And that's, again, with the full map in, the full game in, all of the content in. If they had 10K on this server right now, there wouldn't be enough leveling area. There wouldn't be enough endgame space. There wouldn't be enough just world for people to partake in. It'd be awesome because it feel ungodly populated for a little bit. Although that wouldn't feel awesome for anybody that's caught in the curve. That would feel really, really, really bad for people that are caught in the curve. So, at the end of the day, I think 5K could work out to be a really healthy number. But you're also going to have... Yeah, no recruiting in my chat. What the fuck? What the hellington is this? But I feel like we're going to have a lot of the established communities on different servers this time around. I just don't think it's going to be realistic for everybody to get all of their guilds on one server. And if there's a huge, like, server lock early on and people hop into the first server, then people are going to go to the second or the third server just so they can start playing. I would rather go to a second or a third server than, like, have all of my people caught in a massive fucking queue. And that's going to be a war room game day decision, man. It's going to be intriguing to see how it all shapes up. Because at the end of the day, the second or third server could end up being the more populated one from the PvP communities if they all decide to wait it out until that second or third server is actually open. It is genuinely going to be so fucking chaotic now. Savo, almost a big day. Dude, I'm so excited. It feels like Christmas before Christmas. And the present is going to be hopefully some very good leveling prog, brother. I'm really hoping. My guild name is Narc was right. Well, that's just not going to get much support at all. We've already learned that one. Good fucking gracious. No, I think one of the officers probably just clicked on a "Here are my titties" link. Thank you for the $5 you sent me via Cash App. I'd be willing to bet somebody was just gooning. At the end of the day, most things in life typically do break down to some form of gooning. When you look at a lot of problems, if gooning didn't exist, it'd probably be a better place just overall. I don't want to attribute anything to malice, which could be attributed otherwise to gooning. It's Dusty's Razor. We got a goon? Oh, God. Oh, God. Team gooning? I mean, how else are we going to get the chum for the water? Because if we can't put our chummies in the water, then what are we going to do? We're not going to be able to fish. Love seeing other streamers casually react to your review. Dude, I know. It's so fucking cool. And maybe someday, the bald one. Bro, can you fucking imagine? That would be so wild to just see my dumb face. He'd make fun of me for like nodding too much. He'd probably like slur me or something. No, I'm glad that people seem to be liking it. I haven't had too many people ripping it apart, so that's cool. Naturally, I wasn't able to ask every single question that I wanted to ask. However, I do feel like I was able to ask a lot of very important questions, which makes me quite happy overall. I was really, really glad with how it came out. I was really happy with a lot of the info we were able to get across. And, you know, in just a short amount of time, hopefully people were able to learn a little bit about Ashes, about, you know, the dude that's making it all happen at the top and what his vision is. Because coming from New World, man, let me tell you, when I lost sight of where their CEO wanted the vision to be for their company, it really impacted how I looked at the game. So that was a really cool thing for me to be able to do. It helped, I don't know, helped me just, you know, continue feeling very confident in the future. It was obviously everything isn't this ideal scripted out answer, but made me feel very confident with what they're cooking up here. It's a free tea advertisement. Normal's cooking before a shutdown announcement. Yeah, it just lacked the, I don't know, I think probably the large resurgence that they wanted it to have. Because even though it was cooking, New World had, at that point in time, what Ashes has to battle through at this point in time, which is general negative sentiment around it that's going to make people very hesitant to hop in until they hear that it's safe to come outside and that everything is good. If there's an active shooter in the area and everyone says stay inside, it's not safe. Rajan, thank you for the follow, dude. If there's an active shooter and everyone says stay inside, it's not safe, you're gonna stay inside until someone tells you to come out. If it's not fun to play a game, people are gonna say it's not fun to play a game, and then you're gonna wait to play the game until people say it's fun. So with Ashes, we're going through a lot of that right now, and that's also part of why I think our population is gonna be the highest day one. I think there are gonna be a lot of excited people that are gonna be hopping in. However, I think there are gonna be a lot of very hesitant people that are yet to hop in that will want to hear if Ashes is actually in a much better state, or if Ashes is still a little worse for wear overall. Also, keep in mind, from your crates that you're getting that have the consumes, I would also recommend grabbing the mana salves instead of the con scrolls, because we're going to have XP scrolls fed to us on launch. We're going to have the rock eaters that are going over rubies, and if you're in my group, we'll be getting many XP scrolls fed to us. So that'll be nice. But I mean, even in the time just casually sitting here, we've almost grinded up to 7 with a 4-person group and not being able to AoE pull. This is not bad. It's obviously slower than if we started at basically 6 and came in AoE pulling and had an 8-person group. But if we had DPS in, and then we had some more sustain, we're so up. Will Profession do scrolls again? Yeah, scribing does scrolls right now. Rolling up to Arbor now, I'll be there in a minute. All right, yeah, massive. We're just gonna chill over here until Carla's update's done, and then we'll do a reroll once Carla's update's all good. And honestly, we've already got this cooking. So when you get over here, if you blue, then we'll just have the mana sustain that we need, or at least some of it. And then we'll be able to keep pumping for longer, and the pulls are really solid. They're very solid. And I think I'm the only melee, so this makes it super fucking easy to have the healing in place. I don't have to like run around like a chicken with my head cut off. I can actually dodge abilities as I need to, and I can use my fucking melee hitbox to walk around. There's a spot I found that has a lot of level 6 minnows. Interesting. And how gettable for us is it along the way? Don't talk too much about it here, but that could be a really good stop to push up to 5 before Harbor if it's in a good spot for us. So I like that. All right. But yeah, scribing is scrolls, and scrolls are super affordable early, because it's essentially getting 1 ruby, processing the ruby, processing the processed ruby, and then buying something from a vendor, and then you make the scroll. So you can just get 1 high rarity ruby, 1 high rarity scroll. That scroll lasts for 3 hours and is retained through death. And if you have like a heroic, excuse me, if you have a heroic scroll, you're going to be getting 10% bonus XP for 3 hours. That shit's good. Oh, sorry, Z, that's my bad. I ran out your flare. That's on me. So between additional XP from scrolls, between more kill cadence, less damage taken on me because things die faster, being able to AoE pull it more consistently, there shouldn't really be any reason why we're not just shitting out XP here. Now, I also think if we really wanted to, nah, we gotta hit 5 before we come here, I think. I don't think we force this before 5. Shit's gonna hit way too hard and it's not gonna be efficient. I tried to get in that one. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. But I feel like we get to 5 as fast as humanly possible, and then we come here, and then it's just free pumps. Also, if you don't tell me, I'll hook you. Listen, I'm not fucking telling you, dog. I'm not. You're not finding out. This is proprietary cats leveling technology. Oh, wait, this is perfect. This is literally just where I pull the mobs to. This is the easiest thing in the game now. I live right here. All right. Because now I can just pull things right around the corner. Taunt something, walking around the corner, LOS it. Oh, wait. I'm coming over. You're not coming over. You're not. You don't know where I am. You can't find me. I'm hidden right now. This is why I can actually gatekeep information. It feels phenomenal. I can't be stopped. Right now, we're pumping XP. Mana. Yeah. I'll stop on this pull for the mana. I like this a lot, though. I like this very, very, very much. Thoughts on this pull spot? Killable, safe, breedable, submissible. We're good. Never get kept anything that needed to be get kept. Okay, listen. It's not like I'm gatekeeping anything massive. I'm just in a mob grind spot right now, trying to not get a con by 7,000 people. That's where I'm at with it. I don't want to see half the server pull up on my one grind spot that I actually need. I will show people once I'm actually here grinding on launch day, but holy cannoli, brother. There's only so much grind to go around. Uh-oh. I need that lovin'. We're slightly down. This may be the end of Dusty as we know it. I'm off. I thume. I ball. I vibe. Everything's actually fine if I don't pull this bird. Okay, wait. We're so up. We're not up. I might be getting cooked. All right. I should have just kept running. I aggroed another rock golem. Everything's bad. Run and reset. Everybody run. All right. It's just the mana. But once we have Bard, we have mana. And now we meet up with our Bard. If anybody else has a character around, like, I don't want to say if anybody else. We should probably look at our reroll soon. However, even being here in the capacity that we are here right now, I've got another few silver worth of glint. I've got good XP. Bard equals mana. Yeah, Bards will have a few different options for their builds that are like popular options. You will most frequently see a Bard either being a mana battery, being a plus damage for the group, or being a pseudo healer for the group. So from that standpoint, Bard does a little bit of everything, and most groups, especially if they're trying to build optimally, will tend to have 2 Bards in them, and then 1 to 2 clerics depending on how much healing you feel you need. But Bard is your ultimate sustain. And the thing about sustain, in my opinion, that makes it really strong for leveling is the simple aspect of, if I don't need to take breaks, I don't need to stop to drink, I don't need to stop to, you know, eat rations, as we have over here, then I'm good. I'm chilling, I'm vibing. There is nothing that will stop our progression at that point. So, Bards are everything. Bards have good damage. They've got the support that every group needs. It's impeccable. And what we're running into right now is we only have 4 people in the group. Now we'll have 5 with the Bard. So we would want to have 2 Bards, and then we would want to have, that would give us 6 people in the group with a second Bard. We'd want to have 2 more DPS in after the fact. So not only will we have more sustain, but we'll also be killing stuff faster. So while we're killing stuff faster, we're going to be using fewer resources, and we're going to be able to take, you know, even fewer breaks, more time in between stopping those pulls. It just gets so much easier. So parsing this out and feeling it out with a very baseline group is going to make this feel incredibly easy for us as we continue to get ready to launch. Carlos took a 23% for files. The file operations boss is getting her. That's so fucked. Yeah, the file ops boss does not discriminate, if I'm being completely real. He feels no pain, no mercy. He does not stop consuming. Now, hopefully file ops are not the largest op for everybody on the 18th, or on the 11th. I don't know why I'm saying the 18th. The 11th? What if we get pushed back to the 18th? Oh god. Dusty leak confirmed? Oh shit. Oh shit. That's not good. I was into like 15 minutes today. Yeah, Carla's installing PTR for the first time. Don't say that. I don't want to. Brother, believe you me, you guys have taken off work. Imagine if you had to work with a fucking blindfold on. I legitimately can't show you guys my fucking screen, dog. I'm running a goddamn talk show right now with non-linked up video, and I'm expecting people to hang around for 8 to 10 hours of this. God damn, I can't wait to show my screen. The fact that anybody's showing up is a minor fucking miracle. I appreciate you guys. But yes, there have been too many goddamn times where people have taken time off work for Ashes and it's been pushed back. I'm hoping that this time we're good. Now, I feel like we also would know by now, considering it's 4 days until we go live with it. So I'm pretty confident that the 11th is actually going to hit. Asmon just said he'll play on the 11th. A, I call cap. B, my disappointment is immeasurable. I feel like this is a sorcerer ban moment. If Hank cannot produce a clip, Chad, I want you to bury him with 10-minute timeouts. I want you to prepare it. Does it? What? What? Did Asmon Gold say that he was going to play? What? He just said it on his stream like 2 minutes ago. Oh, wait, did he? I'm getting word Asmon is playing on the 11th. He just did again. Wait. He legit just said it. Wait, what? Interesting. Okay, wait. Get him to react to the interview. Wait, what the fuck? Is he saying he's gonna play it on stream? Like, is he going to stream him playing it? Savo, give me the clip. Lord Almighty bless us and let him fuck up. Well, okay. So what if Asmongold links up with Pirate Software on Pirate Software's return and then they make the Mega Spurg Zerg? What if? That would be the craziest sync up of all time. I'd rather have the Roach Lord than the Pirate. Well, what if the Roach Lord comes to claim his Roach General? And then he starts his Roach army? Like, what if they fully embrace the Roach status and they just fucking Roach like crazy? They would have enough force to get 2 flyers and then they could just fly around on their flyers. Don't they not like each other? I don't fucking care. Listen, I'm here to throw the fucking chimpanzees into the cage and let them fight. I'm just here for the content. We need Summit. Summit said that he's very likely going to play. There are going to be many, many, many very chill content creators that are playing, and I'm going to be buried so far down the directory looking for a ladder up. Asmongold doesn't really play video games much now. I mean, he makes so much money just farming people politically. Why would he play video games? He makes an ungodly amount of money without even trying to make money. Anyways, I wish he would make video game content again, but video game content has been dying very hard. And like IRL-y, just chatting-y content has been going up for a while. So, he's playing a game right now. Is he playing it well? Exclamation Guild Dookie. Plays game end of stream mostly. Okay, fair. Fair. It would be intriguing to see him come over. I mean, they have the PvP protection expanded to level 10 now. So, it could be doable. I still... Oh, God. Bro, can you imagine? Asmongold, Pirate Software, and Polar walk into a server. Holy shit. Well, does everyone hate Pirate now? I wouldn't say I'm associated with the hate trains. I tend to consider myself a neutral commentator on these scenarios. Somewhat of a, you know, the comedian alignment of everybody can get the verbal hands equally. If it's funny type shit. Pirate Software had a, like, multiple month span where people went through and dug up, like, every aspect of him being, like, just overall dickish to other people. And then brought it all to light, and then there was a whole stop killing games stuff where all of Europe stopped liking him. And there's been a lot of pirate controversy lately. I'll say it's died out lately. A while back, there was a lot of Pirate Software drama. It was a lot for a while. I'm shocked you avoided it. It was like slop tubers reacting to slop tubers. Reacting to slop tubers about the Pirate Software drama. Like, I swear to God, it was insane. It was fucking wild. I've never seen so many slop tubers just like making content off of somebody else's content. But holy shit. Holy shit. Might not even be able to play with 5k CCU. They just get locked out of every server by their spurgs. Ash's guild drama sounds like it's gonna be next level. Oh, it already is. It already is. There have already been instances of Suitorfuge where somebody will go undercover to infiltrate a guild to find out how they're operating on a baseline level and then use that info against them and bring it back. Polar Hate's about to go insane. Bro. Holy shit, can you imagine how bad the exploiting witch hunts are about to be? They've already been bad as shit. Well done. I was waiting for Havoc to come over. Do we have everybody over here? My mini-map's all fucked up. I was waiting for people to come up this way. And then I was gonna keep killing. Because Carla's still updating, so... He's already been scamming of own guildies? Oh yeah, there's also been like IRL fraud stuff, huh? Allegedly. Allegedly. Yeah, there's been a lot that's gone on with Ashes already. It is a socially driven game, and where there is social, there is drama. And where there is drama, there will be people. Thought New World Company was drama was bad? Oh no. I mean, I would say the worst thing that happened in New World companies was that a shot caller would fly out a respawn caller and pork them. But other than that, it wasn't really that bad. People eating ass and sucking nuts for officer spots, but you know, is what it is. Other than that, there wasn't too much going on with the New World stuff. That was all pretty tame. Bro, over here, there's been a lot. A lot. Like way too much for an alpha. I'm being completely honest. I can't wait for this game to launch because it's going to be like a Real Housewives of Vera with the levels of drama up in this bitch. I swear to fucking Christ. People are not even going to be able to function. I'm probably going to play more Ashes of Creation Asmon. Yo. That brings a lot of fucking eyes to Ashes. Like it or hate it, large content creators coming in for Ashes. Oh, invite Havoc? Wait. He's still in group. I thought. That brings in so many people. Holy shit. Are all 84 class combos out? It'll be 64 and no. All of the base archetypes, though, the primaries, will be out for the 11th. However, the secondaries will not be added until a little bit later on. Those will start coming over the course of next year. So I would expect to start seeing those maybe first few months of next year. 8 times 8 equals 84. Logic, don't. Don't be mean. I also am not good at math. Yeah, of course, dude. Tank and Cleric will be the first secondaries to come out. So you'll be able to go like whatever primary and then tank or cleric secondary along with that. So that'll be huge for the customization, but they'll keep adding on after the fact with more options for people. God damn it, Logic, I hate you. That's good. But yeah. 64 total. You'll have your 8 primaries, and then you can take any primary, and it'll be augmentable with a secondary. So the secondary will basically provide... Uh-oh, we pulled another one. I bring this bard, and he immediately just starts griefing the shit out of the group. I just gotta walk in a circle, and then everything's fine. Everything just keeps working out as long as I don't stop moving in a circle against the berserkers. I could unironically take 1,000 of these guys, not lose aggro, and not take any damage. It's so great. I just gotta dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. And then I take 0 damage. I am the Omega tank. Oh yeah, this is gonna be insanely fast, by the way. Our XP is already fucking moving off of this Poland without us dying. It's nice. This feels very secure. And we're still down DPS. So at this point, we'll have another bard that's coming in that will red song for us, and they're gonna give us more damage when they come in. And then we would have another DPS coming in. We don't have a mage in right now. So we'll have a mage in group with DPS. We'll have another bard in the comp, and then that'll be our comp. And that's gonna be fucking nuts. Wait. What else are we missing? The fuck? I just kicked second Havoc from the group. Yeah, we're missing a lot of DPS, so... Dinner wanted us these Caravan stream, bro. One of the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, which one? What is losing it? Oh, are you talking zombie? Probably Zom. Haha. Yeah, it might be Zom. We have 1 DPS. Yes. Yeah. Things are gonna die slow right now. And like if we get another DPS or 2 in, oh, We're gonna pump XP here. Very, 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 very quickly. This is going to be a... Oh, I think I just crashed. Uh-oh. Keep me up. I just, my weapon's leveled and then I crashed. Oh no, need that fighter if you're AoEing. Ugh! I don't want to have a fighter. I'd rather have a mage. Like, I know fighter's good for AoE pulls, but like, I feel like mage is still so ungodly good. Serious question. I know the secondary archetypes mostly just alter the skills of your primary archetype, but do you get any skills at all from the secondary, or is it only from the primary? Just from the primary. Secondaries aren't going to grant any new skills. They'll just change the skills that you already have. Yeah, good question. Good question. It's just gonna bring in those augments. So I'm tank. I'll always have tank abilities. It'll just be kind of a different flavor of that tank ability coming at you, depending on what my secondary is actually going to be. My small group and I are going to be new playing this game. Tips I've heard so far, we're just hide in the corner of the map and farm NPCs. I mean, yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's going to be like the most consistent form of being able to grind out content. Find an area that has mobs that you can kill, power car, and my biggest advice is just, if your experience bar is moving the day servers go live, you're winning. Just straight up. If your experience bar is going up and you're not just dead, congratulations. Curly needs more bandwidth. Tell her to go to fucking Starbucks. The fuck do you mean? There's plenty of bandwidth around. We live in a modern society. She can literally bring her PC anywhere to update. I just don't understand the problem. Oh, I didn't die during that pull. Wait, we're up tremendous. I'm here. I'm back. Everything's fine. Oh, wait. The Raven spawned in as a huntable. Wait, that's best case scenario. Holy shit, we're no longer getting harassed by a Raven. They have fiber? Yeah, we have fiber. I think it's her file operations and not necessarily the bandwidth. I don't really know. Either way, I'm running smooth as shit. My stream hasn't even taken a hit, so I'm happy as hell about that. That makes my job great. More fiber. I feel like we got good fiber. We got plenty of fiber up in this bitch. Then the question is, are you ready to pump? Because if you're not ready to pump, I think you need to unplug your computer real quick. I'm sending you a miskiss. Any advice for New World companies looking to make the jump, seeing as we've all been rendered homeless by Amazon Hammer? If you are a New World company that's coming over and looking to make the jump, you should do exclamation guild as fast as humanly possible. You should get into our guild Discord, and you should just tell all of your people that you are joining a guild that provides structure that you do not already have. You will be able to work up to leadership opportunities if you're coming over to the community and you're interested in leadership opportunities. You should get every single person in. We will help you organize your people with leveling groups and give you at least some baseline semblance of where to go at the start, what to do, and then you branch off and you level and we all prog. You'll have endgame content support. You will have every form of content in the game available. However, if you don't do exclamation guild, you do not get that. So, I would recommend starting out exclamation guild. That is unironically going to get you more information and content than any video that I could ever make. How am I supposed to make friends if my deltas are merging? Deltas are merging. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna miss merging my deltas. It's fucking cathartic sometimes. Just watch those things merge together, watch them all become one. It's just, makes it all fucking worth it. It's beautiful. Just watch them all click into place. Oh, not much like it. How's your install going, Carlo? Are you truly down horrendous right now, or is it not that bad? Because if not that bad, then wonderful. 37%. It's not terrible. You'll be able to play tomorrow, probably. Oh, this spot is so good for pulling the non-elites as well, actually, because we can probably pull a bunch of the non-elites and then kill them fast as hell in the downtime. And I'll just be able to pump them like this. You guys seeing what I'm doing with it over here? Because this is nice. This will be a big accelerator to our XP, and we're just complementing the very, like, you know, normal elite spawns with a big wave of non-elites that we can just stack up. I don't see. Hold on. Look it. I'll sit right in this goddamn corner. Wanna play Q City game when my deltas are merging too hard? Oh, wait, maybe your deltas are merging because you're trying to play another fucking game. What the goddamn helly? Maybe you should refund your cute city builder game and fully lock into Ashes. Not doing anything else? Well, you're fucking yapping a lot. Maybe your computer needs some goddamn peace and quiet. Golly. It's fucking ridiculous. Can't buy some peace for the PC. You're the one who's loud? You're making me be loud. You were the reason for my streams. Hit the PC 3 times, it should help. We got some nice water. Our sink has a little like sprayer attachment on it. So you're able to spray that shit out, nice and efficient. It's quite nice. Would highly recommend if you don't have one. So then when the elites are up, we just pull the elites and kill the elites. And then prog stays super smooth. I found a chess piece. Oh, damn, this has fort on it. What the hell? Oh, ho, ho. So I'm finding multiple pieces of heavy armor out here. I've already found a heavy chest piece and I've found a heavy belt. However, the belt doesn't have the fort. Oh, the belt does have the fort bonus on it. So this is heavy and fortitude for the shit that I'm finding here. So this is really, really, really solid. Dusty, when is 2 and 3 V2s? What? What the fuck does that mean? That is like cryptic. What? When is 2 to 3 V2s? Oh my god, wait, I just got another piece of the heavy gear. Are they just gonna start shitting out pieces for us now? Since we're within the level? Because if that's the case, then this is gonna get really good really fast. Because I've got 3 pieces of that heavy fort set that are all available to me at this point. And I've got 2 pieces equipped. I don't know about you guys, but I'm finding gear like mad. 40% RAM, I have 32 gigs. Oh, just come take some of my RAM, love. Why didn't we think of that? Yeah, just come grab some RAM out of my PC real quick. In the event of emergency, smash my glass on my case, and then you're good to go. Everything's perfect at that point. Our XP is fucking flying since we've got over here, by the way. At least since we got established. We definitely have grown into the spot now. It's more consistent. It's a bit safer. We're a bit better off at this point. It's nice. I like this. Fill her up. Thank you for all. I appreciate you. Did Aswan say he's gonna play on December 11th? I guess so. I don't know if he's playing on stream on December 11th, but he has said he's playing on December 11th. Or at least said he's probably going to play more Ashes. He's talking about Ashes of Creation a whole fucking lot. The Roach Lord himself. I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know who he's bringing in. I don't know what's gonna happen as a result, but good fucking God, it's going to be a mess, I think. An absolute clusterfuck. If I could describe it very bluntly. But it's gonna be beautiful. Asmon loves Ashes. Bro, a lot of people like the concept of Ashes in the MMO scene because Ashes is a really fucking cool MMO. Ashes presents a lot of good for people. If you are an MMO enjoyer, you will probably find something in Ashes long-term design that is appealing to you, just very simply put. That's not cope, it's just they have a very large scope that they're trying to fill out. And with that, they're gonna appeal to a lot of people eventually. A lot of different types of gamers, a lot of different types of content creators. There'll be a fucking plethora of different types of content that you can make in Ashes. There already is. It's all just a matter of the people that get their hands on it and when they get their hands on it, man. As one supporter Ashes, even though they won't play long term, found the game through his stream. I feel like he's always been low-key. He always talked about New World a lot too. I feel like he was always kind of a New World hoper a little bit. And I definitely think that he's also very vocal about Ashes. I mean, even back when it was an ARC interview and stuff, he let Steven come on stream and just fucking spit hot fire. That shit was beautiful. We'll now get Emeru to play Ashes on December 11th. Wait, go link my interview to people too, Hank. What the fuck are you doing? Brother, you've got to get people to get the React content down. Introduce them to the game that they're coming to. My fucking god. Have you no class, sir? Don't need goobers in here too? Oh, you're getting goobers regardless, brother. I got news for you there. You're getting goobers. Oh, you said gooners. Oh. Well, you already got gooners. We already got those in here. That's not anything new. God damn it, me actually calling people goobers, thinking that you meant that. You're standing on that goober business. We need more gooners? Let's not bring that. We don't need more. We already got enough, dog. Confirmed, just heard Aswan saying he's playing Ashes. Confirmed multiple NA servers incoming. I mean, especially with server cap being at 5K, even without Esmongold, there were going to be multiple NA servers incoming. It's Arcade all over again. It is Arcade all over again. It is someone who never played Arcade and spent a lot of my life playing MMOs that were not Arcade. I also love it. I am having so much fun just building out the community, watching the world grow, and seeing everything actually come to life. It's been really refreshing as a gamer. I don't know, man. It's quite cool. I have been having the time of my life. I think that it only continues to get better as well for people that are over here. And brother, let me tell you, I think I got the secret sauce with this leveling spot right now. I think this is really solid. I'm quite happy. The question is, what are the group's thoughts on this leveling spot? That's the biggest thing. But our XP bar is flowing. I'm not too worried about anything other than that. We're getting mucho XP per hour. I would say about as much as we can, honestly. It's not like it's this insane amount of XP per hour, but we're getting a really good amount of XP per hour early on, and we've already found multiple drops. I think it's solid. And I think it's off the beaten path enough to where we can make it work and we can get here earlier than everybody else, especially with the direct route. The biggest thing is like getting to 5, although maybe we can just come here before, but we need to get the harbor stop for the van. Genuinely, it'll work. I mean, our XP is flowing. Then just for perspective, we don't have XP scrolls up, and we're also down 2 DPS in a bard right now. And I'm sitting at almost 20% into 7. And I don't remember, I want to say, I popped my scroll, let's see. My scroll has 130 minutes on it. So I've just kind of been chilling here, casually yapping for 50 minutes. I popped my scroll when I was a little bit past level 5. So in 50 minutes, we've gone from like 5+ to 7. Which is not bad, considering that's also going to be the slower part of the pace. Because as we get more drops, as we get more gear, as we get more levels, more abilities, we're fine. And also, we don't have AoE damage right now. We also have no AoE that's going out. So having 2 more DPS will be huge. Me having more sustain, so Z doesn't have to pump me as much, will be huge. It just gets easier. But I think we'll grow into this spot, and then once we're done with this spot, we move on to our next, and that should be smooth because we'll have, theoretically, with what we've got established already, a metric fuckload of gear. I may have a heavy fortitude set before we go to our second spot, which is unreal. I don't really understand what's going on here with all these drops, but let me tell you, I'm getting a lot of goddamn drops. And multiple people in the group also have other drops. Yeah, I got you, Z, I got you. Everything's fine. I'm making the Canadian special. What, Craft Mac? Are you proud of yourself? Because I'm proud of you. You've got to embrace your inner Canadian. So, do you do anything to your Craft Mac? Or like, what do you do? You heavy? I mean, heavy's really solid early on for tanking because a lot of mobs are going to be fizz-based with a lot of their damage output. Plus, if it's fortitude, then that's just gonna give me a huge % increase to my con, which is gonna scale up a lot of HP very, very, very efficiently, because that's gonna grow up with the passive HP scaling too. Con is a much more efficient scaler than just base HP is right now. And even if I get 10% extra con, which would be more than that, but say I even got 10%, that would be like 33 extra con right now, which would give me over 100. Well, it'd give me 100 HP. So we can't loot before timer runs out. Oh, I can always switch over to the loot perms. I could go We can put it on free-for-all and then common threshold, so that way everybody can start the loot rolls, and then we're all just able to roll shit off. That'd probably be the easiest thing for launch. I wasn't sure how long we were gonna stay here, so I didn't get a setup this time. However, we'll have that. Bacon and extra parm cheese. Sprinkle parm? Or what kind of parm cheese are we talking here? The bacon I fuck with. However, 6 of my coworkers moved from Canada to the US and they actively talk shit about it. What, craft dinner? They're fake Canadians. I feel like that's blasphemy over there. I feel like everybody from Canada has to like craft dinner or you can't be a citizen. It's like you're born knowing a language and you're also born loving craft dinner if you're Canadian. As someone from Maine, I can also vouch that shit slaps so fucking hard. No, I'm not a goblin. What do you have against shaker cheese? Shaker cheese goes sicko mode. I don't know why you're a fucking hater. You're from Maine? Yeah. Yeah, born and raised. I have been here my entire fucking life. I went out to smoke a bowl and I looked at snow coming down. Oh, you're in Maine too? Yo, dope. There are a few of us around here. Carla actually just moved up with me from Arizona, so moved as a military kid. Okay, okay. Where did you move from? I fucking love Maine, man. It's beautiful up here. People are nice, small enough. We've got 4 distinct seasons. Winter is fucking unreal, so I'm in Arizona. I don't know why, but I feel like there's a lot of the community in Maine and a lot of the community in Arizona and San Diego. Something about San Diego, a lot of people out there too, but brick parm grated is bis. How much money you got? Goddamn. I didn't know I was talking to a fucking CEO. Holy shit. That's insano style. That's just like exorbitant spending almost. It's like a little extra. The fuck, dog? That good? This pull has so many ranged. And the range do not give a fuck about my LOSs. The arsonists are not being kind. I gotta go get him. Alright, I'm coming back. I'm trying. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine here. Everything's not fine. I fucked up. I pulled too much. I killed us all. Alright, 10 mobs is the limit. Noted. Everybody run! I would like to say if we had more DPS, we'd be fine. What's our background noise? That is the actual gameplay. So until the 11th starts up, nobody can actively show their real-time gameplay because it's on the private test realm, which is under a visual NDA. So this is technically PTR stuff that you're watching. However, it's from a day, like a week and some change ago, where the private test realm was un-NDA'd, and we were able to actually go over there and pump. So, no, this is PTR from the 1v1 tourney day. So they took the NDA off for that one day, and they allowed people to use that one day for recording, for content, whatever you may have. And then also submitting clips into, or 72% to 7. Oh, yeah. No, it's not bad at all. And this is without AoE DPS. We're down 2 DPS and a bard. So that's going to be so much more efficient. We get a mage in there and we're set. Why someone is using heal pet for PvE? I mean, probably just because we have tanks and DPS. A little bit of extra support doesn't really hurt too much. Like, healing pet's solid. If you can, early on especially, use it, is solid. But I think most of the time you have so much DPS in a group that it's... mobs are going to die regardless. The DPS is more single target DPS as well. The tank summon... if you have a tank, you don't really need that. So Summoner honestly hasn't been... I don't know, too hyped up in demand, at least in our guild. If you need more DPS, you shouldn't use heal pet. Yeah, if you already have 2 clerics, for instance, then you can definitely just use a DPS pet. But like in this raid, we only have 3 clerics, 1 per group. Oh no, it looks like we have 4. So I mean, somebody's probably using healing pet in this raid just to help out with some of the healing. But healing pet's solid, DPS pet's solid, tank pet's solid if you don't have a tank. It just depends on your group comp. It's a matter of the... Yo, Cyber, do exclamation vanish real quick. It's just a matter of preference between all of those. The turkey looks so juicy. Carla, you cannot eat the turkey. You're not allowed to eat the turkey yet. So worry about not having bards? We got bards out the ass. Yeah. We got bards everywhere that we need bards, but I feel like it's been a cleric concern early. Z, I appreciate you running the loops. I hope you have a beautiful, wonderful night. Carla will be on soon. Her deltas are merging so incredibly hard. And then we will begin. Then the pump actually happens. Should I buy EA or wait? Well, on the 11th? I would wait until the 11th, but I think hopping in on the 11th is going to be fun as fuck, if I'm being real. I think if you're coming in on the 11th, you're going to have a whole lot of content to look forward to. You're going to have, I'm going to be honest, it's probably going to take you well over 100 hours to level your first character to 25, which is the current max level. It's a very player-to-player driven economy, very player-to-player driven game system. Everything about Ashes is a bunch of players coming together for one thing. What's EA? Early access. So it's going over to early access on Steam. That is just a continuation of development. It just means we're all launching on Steam. So yeah, anybody that doesn't have access right now, I'd wait until the 11th because you save so much money. If you don't have access, then ball out, brothers. But it's cool. It's on Steam. I'm excited. I think it's much better. I think Steam is a more centralized platform with a lot more people. And if updates are smoother, we're up. Where would you recommend to go if visiting Maine? Fuck, what do you want to do? Like, it depends on what you're looking for. What season do you want to come up in? What are your goals? Do you want to go outside? Do you want to go in the woods? Do you want to go on mountains? Do you want to do touristy shit? Bar Harbor? Yeah, I mean, if you wear Sperry's and come up with like some pastel shorts on and a Vineyard Vines button down, then definitely Bar Harbor. Stephen King's house, yeah, if you fuck with Stephen King heavy, you can go up to Bangor and check out Stephen King's house. You can also throw stuff at homeless people in Bangor. There are a good amount of homeless people over there, which we don't have, you know, in many other places in Maine. So good concentration up there if you're looking to get onto that side of things, YouTube prankster type shit. Other than that, if you're looking for mountains, I mean, I think Sugarloaf is always a good mountain to get on in the winter. We have Sunday River. Sunday River's more of like a resorty, higher end type place. Sunday River's dope as fuck though. You got a lot of nice golf courses up this way with Belgrade Lakes and Sunday River. Sugarloaf also has a golf course on it. Kinneo's a beautiful golf course, so you got a boat out too. We have a lot of like snowmobiling trails, ATV trails for the fall. You can go up north to like Jackman area and you can find ATV and snowmobile trails that are legitimately like highway wide, like wider than our actual highways in Maine, because we have 2-lane highways wider than our actual highways. So we don't know any of that. Yeah, that's touristy shit. When we go do stuff. When you have this entire leveling loop down beyond any shadow of a doubt, we can start to look at doing stuff. When you hit level 25, maybe we go sled to celebrate. I'll push you down a hill to celebrate. What do you think about Guild Wars 2? It's cool for those that like it. It's not my type of MMO necessarily, but it's cool for those that like it. I have played it in the past. I did a decent amount of content over there. I played a few hundred hours of it. And which Guild Wars 2, that's basically 7,000 hours of another MMO. So, some MMO you think deserves time? I'll put 3,000 hours into it so far. I've had fun with all 3,000 of my hours, dog. If I'm being honest, I have a blast with it. I think if you are looking for an MMO that's going to continue to get better, Ashes has bugs, Ashes has jankiness. You're gonna find balance issues. You're gonna find things that just don't quite make sense. And honestly, at a certain point, you'll probably feel like there's not the most linearity and stuff to do. But it's very player-to-player driven. It's very multiplayer based. And at the end of the day, if you embrace that, you can find a lot of fun in Ashes. I'll be right back. While we wait for Corliss Deltas to merge and re-roll characters, I'm gonna fill up my water. I'm gonna go look at the turkey because it smells good. I need to turn the vent fan on. Un momento. I've returned. Oh god. Samurai. Thank you for the 7-day dude. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. All right, so Gandalf Shalom. All right, people. Oh wait, you won. Wait, no, you lost. Oh. Dusty went to good. Everyone relax. Wait, Dusty went to what? Luffy, what you on? What you on? I went to go get water and I went to go schmook because I'm a schmook. I must power the discovery. Goon. Oh, well, technically I did go to Goon because I went to go see Carla. Manny! The 62 months. Brother, that's like 4 years. That's fucking insano style. What it do, brother? How are you? How have you been? What have you been up to? I'm old. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, we would have made fun of me playing video games when we met. We would have made jokes about us. We would have called us unks. We would have put us in boxes and one pumped our shit, dog. I swear to God. I swear to God, how times have changed. How times have changed. The 5 years, 10 months is absolutely absurd. That's up there, bro. That was them 3 viewer days. That was those Fortnite creative nights where we were hitting the fucking harpoon wars going sicko mode on it. How far it's come. And hopefully it continues to go farther, dude. What you been up to? Asia Cash Cup. Bro, 3 a.m. getting pushed by natives on 300 ping was fucking disgusting. That started my positivity arc. I could not be tilted after that. Playing Fortnite on 300 ping in Eternity, fuck that. Fuck that. It made me the man I am today. Shit, bro, work been good? You gotta get yourself a vacation in soon. You gotta get yourself some chill time. Maybe around December 11th and then get yourself into an MMO for the first time ever. Bro, I wish I could show you guys my screen right now. I got like such a scenic ass view in the anvils right now. This shit pretty as fuck. I just want the 11th to be here, dog. Why can't I just be mob grinding my ass off right now with an entire group of people that's also locked in mob grinding their asses off pumping? I wish. Where the hell are all the flowers near Hammer Rest? They went to go fuck themselves because they hate you, Chris. Sorry. That was mean. That was mean. That was on me. I've been having some mixed emotions lately about the 11th. I'm really excited, but I'm really nervous. No, all the flowers went to fucking die because Intrepid, I don't know if the Hammer Rest side is the same, but they're just like, hey, instead of a equip tools, you know, gather a thing and then craft anything, they're just like, gather this one fucking thing and craft only this, you dumb bitch, for the first time user experience. And I would like to say, nay. Can a cleric deal with any class in a 1v1 open world setting? A cleric can deal with most things other than a good fighter, a tank, or a rogue. I think other than that, a cleric will... Oh, wait, and a bard. A good fighter, a bard, a tank, or a rogue will indeed fuck up a cleric. However, if you're fighting a summoner, it's probably pretty even. A mage, it's cleric sided, and then a ranger, it's cleric sided. A cleric can do decent though against multiple classes. However, it's typically, if you're fighting a DPS, like something without sustain, like your true DPS, right? Mage, ranger, they don't have sustain. They're bad in 1v1s. They're gimped. So, we go explore. Yeah, go explore. We'll wait for people to get on. Because if you think that's a smooth hit Havoc on the way down, then we can use that. But, so, at the end of the day, Cleric can do well, but anything that puts out a lot of damage and has sustain can get Cleric playing on the back foot, where they then need to sustain more than they need to damage. And you can kind of tempo the Cleric, and if you tempo the Cleric, you die. So, how many skill points chosen will classes have at 25? 24. Yeah, 24. Sorry, I had to double check mentally. You start at level 1 and then you get one at level 2 through 25. So that'll give you 24 skill points. You can use those for a mix of, there are some abilities that have augment options to them. More or less though, it'll be primary ability choices. At least as a tank. I don't know how heavy the augment side of other things are, but Dusty is unironically my GF. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I am cooking dinner for her currently as we speak, while I am also hard at work. Yep. I am good housewaifu. Is there a full wipe on the 11th? Yes, there is indeed a wipe on the 11th. Everybody will be on the new servers. The server capacity will be 5,000 peak players. Now that's probably going to lead to multiple servers. We may very well see the fabric of society shattered as Vera knows it. Guilds that have rivalries and friendships on different sides of the coin. How are we, a member of a large multi-guild alliance organization with large guilds of our own, going to fit in such a small place with a bunch of other people also trying to get in? Me personally, I feel like I should get the information. I feel like I should be able to pick a server and reserve it for my guild. I feel like that's fine. However, nobody else should get that permission. Just me. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm just playing wherever Summit is. Where my king goes, I go. Brother, I would love to recruit Summit. Fuck me. If we could get Summit enough content to keep him playing and show him that Ashes actually has some fun content when it's all settled in and said and done. Oh, dude. It's so community-based and so fun. He's in the pit. Ball pit? Ball pit activated. Ball pit. DOS! DOS, this is a sign. On the 11th, I'm actually doing a ball pit stream instead. Reschedule everything. What? Dusty, don't ignore me. Your last message said cock. What? Yeah. Penis. Before. Oh. I'm like looking at chat and your message says cock. I'm like, what do you want me to say? More, are you saying that I am good cook? What? Thank you? I don't know. What do you want me to do? Way before. What the fuck message am I supposed to read? You said cock and then you were talking about my cooking. Look at my history. No, I'm not pulling you up. You're trying to rage bait me. You and Zombie are in cahoots. I'm not dealing with this shit. Somebody time her out. Get her the fuck out of here. 10 minutes in the goddamn pit. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. Oh, if I get to 25 by Sunday when I have to work, can we go see the tree light up thingies and or sledding? If we hit 25 by Sunday, I will buy us tickets to the botanical gardens. Yes. Yes. That's your incentivization to pump. If we hit 25 by Sunday, you get botanical garden tickets. Visitation rights to the Christmas lights. Yeah, you're up tremendous. Also, El Nundo, what up, dog? Is level 25 max right now. It is indeed. We will expand as development continues. However, However, right now it's going to be level 25. I would expect level expansion to probably come milestone number 1 of next year, which I think is probably going to be March to April-ish is where I'm trying to guess. Because it can be a decent amount of time between large milestone updates, especially if they're trying to include some secondary archetypes with the next milestone update. So I'm thinking we could be looking March, April-ish, maybe a few months in between the milestones. Because this is a big milestone with the Harbinger update, with the summoners, with everything included here. So no more wipes after the 11th. Absolutely wipes after the 11th. Like a dirty butt, we will continue wiping until it's clean.
Caravan abs is absolutely
P2G, thank you for the follow, much love. It will need many more wipes along the way. Now, the ideal scenario is that it does not have to wipe until beta 1. The realistic scenario is that it wipes many times on the way to beta 1. I am hoping and praying that we get till June without a wipe. That would be a really, really, really good scenario. However, in the past, it's been 3 to 5 months-ish for the wipe cadence. So I'd say come in prepared for 3 to 5 months if I could just establish anything immediately. Keep wiping until it's clean. Most of the time, unless I'm in a hurry. Because there's an element of like efficiency to it. It's like min-maxing, so to say, where there's a certain degree of like, do I have somewhere to be or do I have time to finish this? And it's like, if you have somewhere to be and you're eating a meal, sometimes you're not able to take the last couple bites of your meal. So, is that not allowed to be a Steven question? What, how many wipes are gonna happen or what? Because, there will be too many fucking wipes. I'm gonna be honest. Wipes, also, I don't think they really plan wipes on that topic. I don't think they plan them. Every wipe is probably near a worst case scenario for them. And they're wiping because the state of the game is in a now more presentable and sustainable spot than it was before the wipe. It allows people to have more realistic content. So, at the end of the day, I think they would love to minimize wipes. I think they would love to maybe have legacy servers that are active and fresh start servers that pop up. So when the fresh start servers go, then obviously you have your player base there, then you have your legacies, then you have your merges that happen on your legacies. And from that, they can test the entire aspect of, you know, MMO live service. So I think that's the big thing. If they can get to that point before the game launches, could be really good if they get reps with that. Can you tell us the steps you would take when you first spawn in as a new player? What would you do if you were a new player with the knowledge you have now? I'm gonna be honest, I would go to the fucking Riverlands. If I could be completely upfront, I would go to the Riverlands as fast as humanly possible. I would complete some of the first time user experience.
Ni hao.
Yo, ni hao, Victor, how are you, my boy? Is this the return of Mr. Songs? I would go to the Riverlands. I'd follow the first time user experience there until I hit a bottleneck that was uncomfortable to complete. And then I would just start mob grinding. Like what you're gonna see me do, because I'm very likely, unless my thought process changes, spawning in the anvils this time around. Not because I think the anvils is better, but I think the anvils presents a form of, if you know where you're going, you can get a lot out of it. I think the Riverlands presents more opportunity. The anvils is fewer good grinds and more danger. I think it's harder mobs. I think it's going to be a lot more inconvenient for people to establish themselves in the anvils. I think overall the anvils is worse. However, if you're able to get yourself ahead and get yourself early, you know, advantage in the anvils, you could maybe do pretty well there, not being contested as heavily. I still think the Riverlands is overwhelmingly the best start that there is right now. I think there are the most POIs. There are the most quests available. There will be the most settlement development, as more players will very likely start in the Riverlands comparatively to the anvils. So if I were a brand new player, I would try to find a group to go in with beforehand. Whether that's trying to find people in the guild Discord. If you're not in the guild Discord and you're not in a guild, you should probably get in the guild Discord and get perms and then get in a group. Find people that aren't signed up, that also miss groups. Make a group. That's going to be your first step. From there, get some reps if you have access on the PTR. If you don't have access, be prepared to spawn into the Riverlands and be prepared to compete for quests. You'll want to go until questing just starts to feel like you're getting way too contested, much more than you would want to. And then you just say, fuck it, and you go mob grind. Like, just to be upfront, my plan for my 24-hour stream, if things go well, is about 23 hours and 30 minutes of mob grinding. I want to be questing for half an hour, and then I want to be done questing. And I want to get the fuck out of Dodge, and I want to get into mob grinds. Mob grinds can give us completed gear. Mob grinds will give us consistent XP. And all we need to do is plant our flag at a mob grind and say, this is our grind. Get the early level advantage, and then we scale up. Doing Riverland start now? I recommend most people to go Riverland start. I think it's still better. However, I'm probably going to go Anvils. I'm still looking at Anvils for my group because I think we are capable of getting far enough ahead to actually get Worth. But the Anvils has a lot fewer opportunities for people. And it's going to be a lot more punishing. I'm in your group? Oh, word. Okay, yeah. Then we're still going Anvils. The Anvils has changed a little bit and our route's changing, but I don't know what you're doing, but Carla's updating right now. And when her update's done, we're going to do a route and we're going to go to our grind area. So we might unironically be able to get a full 8-person route going right now, which would be good. I'm not going to hop into VC. Nin will lead that because like Nin and Havoc and the rest of the group has been rolling with me. So people know where we're going at this point. Havoc's just checking stuff out right now. So if we can get everybody in place for it. Wait, Victor, are you in my static as well? Wait, what the hell is this? Also, Toro, what up, dude? Quests aren't worth it or what? Quests can be worth it. However, hey, yo, Santos. My boy, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful, beautiful day. Thank you for the raid, Raiders. Welcome in. Bonjour. If you guys are new to the channel, my name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed over 890 days in a row. I am quite literally always here. Right now, I am running... Yo, Echo, thank you for the follow, dude. I am running an ungodly amount of new player loops so I can try to plot out a route for myself and my guild so we can all get ahead of the curve on the 11th. And brother, let me tell you, all these constant changes are not making it easy for me. They're keeping me on my fucking toes, but I'm doing what I can. I am doing my best. Who is sailing in the KT Harbor in a fucking rowboat? Mew. Huh. What the goddamn hell is going on here? Got 8.5 in 2 hours going line hold side with limited grinding. It's okay. Oh, dude, I think I can probably get to 10 with a full group in about an hour and a half to 2 hours tops with our grind that we're looking at. It's going to be ungodly fast if we get off to the good start that we need to. That's the biggest thing, though. It's all about the start and the scaling off of that start. That's genuinely the largest aspect of it. But yeah, so with quests, what we're looking to capitalize on with quests, where is the point of efficiency where the first time user experience quests that are meant to be accessible and completable fall off into no return, fall off into oblivion? Where does it become no longer efficient to quest and more efficient and more consistent to mob grind along the way? That's where we're trying to make the decision to just cut it off and go immediately into a grind. Through mob grinds, we're going to find completed item drops. We'll be able to get consistent experience. And that's the biggest thing. Consistency. It's an open world MMO. There is no instancing. There are points of interest that you can go to. There are more built up areas. There are wilderness spawns where you can fuck off into a corner and find a few mobs somewhere and just sit on those. Things respawn relatively quickly. There will be named mobs and points of interest. Eventually, you'll have open world dungeons that you can go compete over. However, with everything being open world, you're going to be competing for shit, especially if you're trying to go to the most sought after areas. It's opportunity cost with Ashes. So you've got to keep in mind, if on launch, you are going the route that everybody else is going to go, nothing to separate you and them, you're going to be caught in this wave. And you're always going to be trying to swim, but the wave's going to be moving with you. and you can never get out of the wave. However, if you get ahead of the wave, you're surfing it. You've got to be ahead to have a surfboard push you to the shore. So we're trying to get ahead early. And how we're doing that is through accessible questing at the start. No bottlenecks. We're trying to get through any bottlenecks as fast as humanly possible. And then we're trying to create distance between ourselves and the mob as quickly as we can. Hunter, thank you for the hydrates, dog. I appreciate you. In literally every aspect of this game, being ahead pays off so much. Yes, an unreal amount. And it's all about day one. I would be willing to argue it's all about hour one with the current pacing. If we have a very clean hour one. Yo, Sage, thank you for the follow, dog. What's the name of your guild? Cats with abs, brother. Exclamation killed. Join up. But yes, being ahead is the exponential scaler. The more people we have at level 25 earlier, the more force we have. The more we can go hold down whatever grind we want to. If I'm late to the... Wait, the launch Thursday, am I screwed? Nah, you're not, like, screwed if you're late to the launch. Yo, Sage, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much for the support. I don't think you're fucked, Bunny. Bunny. Jesus Christ. The brain rot. I don't think you're fucked. However, I definitely think you will have more of a catch-up route than somebody that's getting in just minute one and not crashing, not disconnecting. But Grutex, thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. You will absolutely have a harder route getting caught up and getting ahead of the curve. However, it's not like a matter of I'm late to launch, everyone's just ahead of me. Most people aren't going to be taking time off from work, taking a week off and just grinding without sleep. Most people are going to play a little bit and then go to bed. Naturally. So even if you start out behind and then you just put in an 8-hour session, you're going to be caught up. And it's a matter of like, you can be top 1%, top 5%, top 10%. That doesn't matter. As long as you're within that top 10%, which is relatively easy to achieve as long as you're playing 8-hour sessions, then you're coasting. It's when you get caught in that, 89 to 21 percentile. That's the big thing. When you get caught in that clump, you're cooked. Because it's just too many people. It's too much competition for everything. The groups will be abundant, but you'll be fucked. Does Cats have catch-up teams? Oh, we're going to have a lot of people that are catching up. Yeah, 1,000%. There's going to be an entire internal looking for group system. We already have our guild looking for group channels, but we're going to have, unironically, multiple hundreds of people leveling all at the same time. You will probably be able to, for the first month of Prague, find people that are at almost every level within the aspect of the community. So you'll have plenty. What's a star looking system called? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go back. I'll explain it to you guys. Hiya. Because this is one of the most integral parts of new player scaling. Welcome to the Destiny system. So I actually asked Steven about this in the interview and confirmed that this would expand into higher tiers, thus higher level support. So essentially what you're looking at, you have a first steps tab. The first steps tab is a bunch of very simple objectives from mount up, talk to a storage clerk, use a ration, kill 5 mobs, blah, 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 blah. You'll notice that you have the individual rewards, which you can claim, glint and XP, different amounts for each reward. And then you also have your progress chunks up here. The prog chunks are 2, 4, 6, and 8 rewards. You claim that, and then those give you chests. This, Nico, hello. Yo, Young V, what up? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The 8 is a weapon. It's fucking massive. The rewards are good. You also have a combat that's been added in. Then you have your initiate adventuring. Then you have your novice crafting, gathering, and processing. All of these give you rewards. It's now a form of objective-based linearization for people. It's a little bit of guidance. And trust me, it is very worth incorporating these into your first-time user experience. That is a core element of what we have been trying to integrate into our progression, just so we could stay a wee bit more well put together, if I can put it that way. It's a lot of very good complementary gear pieces. It gets you very well set up early on, and it can get you 5 pieces of armor. It can get you 2 weapons. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. So this system has done a lot for the first time user experiences. It gives a little bit of linearization, but of course right now it's only in that novice tier, which is going to be your level 0. Steven did confirm it'll eventually expand into level 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. So that's going to be huge when that does come in. Can't wait for that because I will absolutely be taking advantage of all of that. But even right now, I'm using pretty much an entire gear set that I got from the Destinies tab and the new first time user experience quest rewards. So they've been doing a really good job of making sure that people are coming out of that first time user experience with multiple weapons, multiple pieces of armor. I have no problem finding a 5-piece armor set to put on so I can actually get that bonus mitigation from the 5-piece armor set. And that just consists of completing the first steps in the novice combat. So it's not difficult at all. And these weapons that you're getting, these aren't just like intro level 0, you know, item level 3 weapons. These are item level 9 weapons. These are actually very impactful to get comparatively to your basic weapons. For example, I got a 447 fizz power, 34 strength bow. My old one was 127 and 10 strength. Every point of strength gives me 3 fizz power. So I'm looking at another 24 strength. You take that and multiply it by 3 and you got some bullshit like 72 or something. And immediately I'm looking at 447 and 72, which is a higher number than 127 by a lot. So that early upgrade is huge. Then I go for my one-handed rusty longsword at 56 fizz power and 7 strength to 397 fizz power and 34 strength on my greatsword. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that all day. I'm absolutely gonna do that. That's a huge loop to be a part of. That is massive, Prague. So yes, good question. Dusty, I'm watching this movie. You are going to be leading our Prague group, Nin. They're introducing free introductory webs better than the stuff we gotta spawn? Yup. Yup. So in my first time user experience Prague right now, like in my starting loop, I have 2 item level 9 weapons. I have 5 pieces of medium armor. And then from our initial mob grind, I found another 3 pieces of heavy armor that I could throw on. So they're doing a really good job. We played hard mode Ashes. Yes. We played Ashes the hardest a startup will ever be. I think genuinely we're up tremendous at this point in time. Can you tell me what you think? Do you worry that it's too immediate? Or do you think it would be a good stop and not like derail us too much? Because it's all about a quick 5 right now. That's the prio. Whatever gets us quick 5 is what I'm down with. 5 is the most awkward thing, and if we didn't have the crate quest taken out, then it'd be different. Don't think it'll be here long enough for it to hang us up. Right. We'll have to feel it out. We could add it to the loop though. I think it's important just to see like what our time to 5 is. I think that's the biggest thing right now. From a leveling metric, it's time to 5, and then once you hit 5, you got gear, you can go mob grind anywhere. It's now time to 5 in the first time user experience. Anything other than that's a bonus. Potential for bleeding 2 comms on this route. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Because we could grab the commissions, have a little bit of bonus turn in from that. Global turn in makes us not have to fuck around with the commissions very heavily. We wouldn't have to go back to town. It's not the worst. Okay, we'll have to see what it would change up. But, I mean, if we can get out of it fast enough and we can get to the immediate spot, then we'd be good.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Yo, Mesh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Oh, wait. Who had a Harbinger question? Sorry. Somebody had Harbinger question. But yeah, each Harbinger is in an endgame area, so there are different Harbingers. All of them will have different, like, big bads, final bosses associated with them that'll have, like, different themed abilities and shit. So the Harbingers will not be in early game areas, not in your starting areas, so the Anvils and the Riverlands will both be Harbingerless to start. And then those will be in the Tropics, the Anvils and the Gundark for now. And those will eventually... not the tropics, the desert, and the Goondark, sorry. I was like, why the fuck did I see the anvils? Me leveling in the anvils currently. Anyways, the tropics, the desert, and the Goondark, our 3 harbingers will be there. And then if we don't respond to the events and beat them in time, then they will expand and they will keep taking over more of the playable world, all the way up to the gates of the settlements in that area if you do, you know, let them expand. 3 dungeons for each boss individually. So it's less like a traditional dungeon sense. It's a massive area that has a lot of different areas to like delve into. So kind of dungeony in a sense, but it's more like a point of interest, so to say. It's not a traditional dungeon. There's no like instancing around it. It's this event cycle where once the event cycle completes, you get to go into the Harbinger itself where the corruption like emanates from, and then you can chase down these other name mobs and these other fights within the Harbingers. But the biggest incentivization for the Harbingers, in my opinion, is going to be the chests that are within the corrupted areas. Those are going to be insane. So these chests are throughout the Harbingers, and when you loot one of the chests... I'm running the wrong way. When you start looting one of the chests, you have to channel it for a minute, but you get a 60-minute buff on your character that keeps you flagged up for PvP, even if you leave the PvP area. So for 60 minutes after looting these chests, you're kind of cooked. However, Steven looted one of those bad boys on stream when they were showing the corrupted areas, and he got a blue ring, 5 pieces of armor, 5 gold worth of glint, which is a shitload early, and a bunch of corrupted mats. He got a lot, and that was from one chest, by the way. So what I'm thinking is, what if we get in there and we zerg down one of these bad boys and we just have somebody grabbing all the chests and then we channel those? Yo, McLovin.
Together.
Back in the prime, dude. Much love. Pick a diffo lead. You don't even know what the new route is. Movie runs like shit when Ash is running. Bruh, you're so cooked. You're so cooked. You're so washed. Are you running a movie? Or are you trying to watch a movie that somebody else is running? Oh my fucking god. You're the movie coordinator. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Can't we just do like a Netflix watch together or something? Guild morale. Oh my god. Listen, the guild morale will be higher when you're not level 4. Jesus fucking Christ. How is this low when you have a spaceship? See, that's also a good question. How is your setup literally a Honda Civic, but you can't watch a movie and play Ashes at the same time? My deltas are done. Wait, does that mean you're launching? Is it worth buying or we should wait? I think wait till December 11th, but I definitely think it's worth checking out on the 11th. I think for $42.50, the 11th to the 25th, you're hopping into an MMO that, albeit needs a whole hell of a lot more work, but you get to give feedback on that work as it goes, all the systems as they come in, and at the end of the day, there's a whole lot of Ashes left to go. So I'd say definitely check it out on the 11th. If you have questions about systems that will or won't be in, hit me up, but there's a lot to already do. I would say just from a leveling standpoint alone, most players will spend a good bit over 100 hours leveling. What movie is closest to Ashes of Creation? I feel like Shutter Island. We all come over here thinking that we're perfectly sane. And then upon exploring this island more and more, we realize that we may be insane the entire time. And then we get committed to the island permanently with no hope of ever leaving it. Just me or anybody else getting those vibes? I just had milk come out of my nose. Better to have milk come out of your nose than have milk come in your nose. That's what my dad always used to tell me. Avatar Fire and Ash 2025. Why? What is the similarity there? You think they'll have the city cycle done next content patch? Good question. Probably tied to level increase if I had to guess. Because theoretically, city would be rather imperative for settlement progression. What the fuck? Why do we have a hype train coming? Chat, somebody gift 100 subs. There's a hype train. Oh my god. What's current max level for a settlement? Settlements are currently T4 cap at town, but city is... Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm gonna need tea tonight. I'm losing my voice on this 24-hour stream. I'm so fucked. Anyways, city is still planned to be the T5. That's going to be the highest tier that we have pre-launch. They've consolidated the T6 down into the lower tier. So, hey, Rob, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. With the cities coming in, that'll eventually be, I think, tied into our level... Jesus Christ, I'm reading Carla's fucking chats again. That'll be tied into our level cap increases. Samson, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I think level cap increases would probably be the milestone that brings in secondaries. And I think that is there stretch goal to boof the smelling salts? I have to suck them in through my ass. Stop distracting me! Cities would probably be tied to level cap increases, which would probably be tied to secondaries, which would probably be tied to master gathering, refining, and crafting. Because we would need master gathering, refining, crafting to make level 30 plus gear. You got a leveling group going today? I am basically experimental routing right now. Everything's kind of fucked, but I'm trying to get Carla to launch into the game. And then I'm trying to get a group of 8 hoodlums together so we can actually check what we want our route to be. Because Havoc has a stop plan for us. Where? The PTR, sir. Can't wait for more skills. I can't wait for more augments. I can't wait for skills to feel different depending on player choice associated with those skills. I'd like that a lot. Nin's in. Is Nin doing the movie? Or what's Nin doing? Does Nin have an on timeout? Subclass is my main testing criteria. Yeah, you still gonna be waiting then? Why does this look so terrible? I don't know, probably because your mother's upset that she had you. Haven't played Ashes since the middle of Phase 2 Alpha. How much cleaner does the game feel compared to now? Oh god. This compared to mid Alpha 2 Phase 2 is night and day. I mean, comparatively, just keep in mind, even the version of the game that I'm running right now that has the stutter in it, this is not present in the game that I'm playing right now. So, since Phase 2, there has been a complete revamp to how they're looking at... I don't have a mom. All right, valid. Well played. Checkmate. They have revamped the early leveling prog and basically ironed it out, smoothed the progression. They've gone through multiple gearing reworks to bring gearing into a more meaningful spot. They've added in set bonuses, so you actually have incentivization to put multiple pieces of gear together. It's also level 20 gear, unlike Phase 2, where it was level 10 gear that was enchanted. Every step of progression, every step of interaction with the world, from your early leveling to how you're progressing. Kristen! Oh my god, thank you for the 1K biddies. Holy shit, the hype train is pogging. My god. Oh god, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, it has changed substantially since any point in Phase 2. Even for people that played in, you know, Phase 3 a little earlier, a little later on, we're seeing so many core things change from Phase 3 as well that it's just, it's truly night and day.
Together, strong.
Yo, Samson, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate that. Much love. We also have to face MMOs in a tough spot. Generational shift. Oh god, yeah. MMOs are fighting a battle that is not very easy to win. And it's a battle against time. It's a battle against modernization of other genres. It's a battle of stimulation and dopamine and short-term grinds versus long-term grinds. And at the end of the day, MMOs have a lot to balance. MMOs have tried to retain their core traditional aspects. And I mean, even Steven said in the interview, the vision of Ash just continues to develop. And it can and will continue to shift based on where they think it should be at and where the community feedback brings them. So What are you really doing if you're not playing Ashes? I don't know, fucking wasting your time? Like, why would you fucking work a job or spend time with your family? That's actual pussy shit. Like, I swear to God. You know who spent time with his family? Diddy. The fuck are you doing, Diddy? Play Ashes. Less family time. Or pumping time. Some pro tips, graphics-wise, update your drivers and do not enable ray tracing. Unreal currently has some problems with it. Yeah, non-pro tips from somebody that's not a game dev and has no idea about anything related to game dev. Do not run super res sampling. Don't run ray tracing or anything like that. Oh, it seems like they actually took ray tracing out from the settings on the graphics side of it. Very interesting. But yeah, just don't do that to yourself. That will make you crash more frequently. That will fuck you over. That will cook you. Yes, that is absolutely good comms. I would also recommend not running your global illumination too high. Global illumination is a very large chunk to your FPS. Who is Nin inviting? I don't fucking know who Nin is inviting. I don't know what Nin is doing. Carla's gonna get on, and then... Are these non-elites? Oh, they have some elites as well. Okay, this could be interesting. This could be good. I just need to pay Dusty for creating content. I would prefer them not to, because then everybody would say that my content was inorganic. 5K per server is not what Steven said in the server meshing live. Well, this also isn't the full version of the game. Steven's original goals for server capacity on full launch of the game when we had the entire world was 10K concurrent, and 5K concurrent with less than half of the functional world actually seems really solid to me, if I'm being honest. If you want to run a loop reset. Like right now, do we have the people for it? Because Havoc and I are checking a prog spot right now. That'll be a nice spot for us. Yes, right now. Okay, we'll be right there. We'll be right there. Make sure you get the right comp for our group, because I want to sim it with our comp. I'm here, Ron here. Word. Do you want to watch your interview? Said you did a great job? Good. I'm glad he did a great job watching the interview. I appreciate him checking it out, dude. I hope his chat also enjoyed it. I worked very hard to have questions that would appeal to more than just immediate Ashes players. And I was very nervous. Absolutely. Absolutely. It was 100% organic because when I saw the skill called Cats trying to PvP, I was like, hell yeah. Yo, I love that. I love that. No, there's always the evolution. It's like, is this Dusty's Streamer Fantasy Guild? Is this an actual PvP guild? Should we actually give them respect and time of day? And then people will just be like, oh shit, wait, they're actually serious. And then it just ramps up so fast. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love what Cats has already done and what it's going to continue to do. We have something so good here. Ooh. Yo, Havoc. Look at this, and then you're thinking what I'm thinking? The only thing to be cautious of will be the immediate snatch of aggro. Yes. I like this. I also like this. Can you get us an optimal pathing to here? Because this is really good if we can get this to 6. It's just how many mobs can we pull to this one spot without it getting fucked? I think that's the biggest thing. Would we be better off pushing further in? Because if we look up here, there's one that's a little bit more further in right here. That's a bit more centralized. And so maybe this could be a bit more valid. We have to peep the mobs real quick. Go run for a bard. We very well may. We have one bard right now with Havoc. I don't know who else. I don't know if Catpap's around or what. But Havoc is around, and then Carla's around a cleric. We're gonna go cleric and summoner, and then we're balling there. If you need someone. Yeah, I appreciate you. What is this area? Because we might be able to just AoE pull it, like, deeper in here. Is this an exit only? How do you get up there? Oh, word. What do we have here? Is there a way that we could hit this efficiently? Because, I mean, we could do this to... Ooh. We could do this to 7 if we really could get to it. It's just a matter of respawns because this is really solid. It's just like, I feel like the density is good. However, the respawns are not going to support us. After the 11th, you can stream live? Yes. As soon as servers go up in the 11th, I'll be streaming live again, and then I won't have to run this VOD. I will be so fucking happy. I'll be so fucking happy, dog. I can't wait, because right now, like, I'm doing so much testing. I'm running all across the fucking world to peep shit. And let me tell you, I'm kind of glad that y'all can't see it. I'm kind of very glad that y'all can't see it. I'm glad I get to keep it gate kept. You in Anvils or Riverlands? Where are the Anvils right now? Can you please go over your questing route before you start running mobs? Like, I would recommend most people start in the Riverlands, if I'm being completely honest. I would start Riverlands, and then I would just follow the linear route. If I'm being completely upfront with you guys, there's not much other than that. Everything is just follow your linear route. They butchered the harbor today, so there's no longer crazy harbor tech. A lot of the side quests seem like they're kind of cooked. So just from that perspective, like, I'd say spawn in the Riverlands and then just follow the initial quests until you feel like it's bottlenecked. It will depend right now how bottlenecked it gets comparatively to full December 11th launch, because there are going to be so many more people around on the 11th, and the bottleneck could hit at any point that you didn't think it could hit at. So, I mean, I'm still feeling out my questing progress, honestly. If I had it completely set in stone, I'd be more than happy to yab about it, but mine, honestly, is not going to be set in stone until we actually run it. When do you think Steam will be open to buy? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know if they'll have pre-purchase available on Steam before servers go up, or if people are going to have to purchase and then download through Steam. This could be a good route, but we're not going to have the AoE for this. The OG route loop is cooked now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all fucked. Yeah, it's real bad. The harbor has been... I mean, the biggest thing with the harbor that's cooked is that they have the crate quest porked right now. I don't know if they're trying to put it over somewhere else or if they just decided no more crate quest or what, but there are many things that have changed. Yesterday, the route was different than it was today. Dr. Killam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, brother. Yesterday, the route was different than the route is today. Tomorrow, the route may be different than the route is today. He's grinding pointless movies. Nin, your brain isn't working. Your brain rotted and you can't multitask. El bozo, dumb fingers, dumb brain. Mage player gets shit on. Yup. This is gonna be worth a buy on Steam. Release for a non-Ashes follower. Are you an MMO enjoyer that values seeing a lot of people in the open world and then being able to just explore that open world and have it feel very alive? Because outside of all of the systems that Ashes does provide for people, at the very, very, very least, it is a full open world MMO. There will be a lot of people that are playing on the 11th, and you will very likely become so sick of seeing people in the open world that you wish it wasn't an open world MMO. However, if you're someone that really, 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 really likes the open world, I think it's worth checking out at the very least. You have a long leveling process, albeit a grindy one, and if you like grinds, then you might like the leveling process more than you think. You can level your character through mob grinding, through gathering, refining, and crafting, through the few quests that are available in the early game before it falls off. And over the course of it, you can make some pretty quick progress depending on what route you're going, or you can make slower progress and enjoy your time through not just mob grinding. So, all depends on what you want to do, man. You're appreciated, Nin. Don't fucking lie to him, Preview. Don't lie to him. Do not put false expectations in Nin's fucking head. What level are you on PTR? We're 7.5 right now, but we've been running around for a little bit exploring. We have not actively, like, ground mobs in a bit, and we also have less than a full group. So we're about to kind of parse out what our start's looking like. Yo, I just worry that this is gonna get kind of cooked. Do you worry that this will have too many people at it, Havoc? All right, let's run it. Fuck it. Let's run it. It doesn't matter if we're the first ones there. What do we need for the group? Do we need more people? More classes? What are we looking at? Or do we have a full 8? And what do we have right now? Because I have a summoner that could come that was in the group, so they already know everything. If they yap, we kill them. I think no matter where you go, there will be people. Factos. Yeah, that's good comms. There is quite literally no avoiding it. It's just being the first group of people there. That is 1000% correct. All right, well, I'm going to make character right now. Oh, nice. I have a sick mustache this time. We're so up. Now, I would recommend being very familiar with the character creator so you do not make your character in the wrong fucking area. If you make your character in the wrong area, you're going to have a very, very bad time, okay? Do not make your character in the wrong area. Because then you'll probably get caught in queues, almost definitely. Do you want me to show you guys again? Let me see what we have. Because I do want to have a summoner in the group. I really like having a summoner in the group. But we might also have our summoner. I must see, though. Make sure to grab comms before we leave. Right. Yeah, we'll take everybody through it. We don't need to, like, speedrun it. I just want to make sure that everybody knows exactly what to grab and what not to grab along the way, so that way we can sync up in a more meaningful manner, you know? That's the biggest thing. If everybody knows where we're going and we move without any, like, lost time, then we're up. Who else? Let's grab Quack to summon, and then we need another Bard, and then we need Carla. And then we're good. So, Carla, a Bard, and Quack. And then we'll be good. For at least a little grind. So this will be a good test. Now, keep in mind, we'll still also be more optimal on launch. Pending a few things. However, we're going to have scrolls being fed to us. We're going to have XP scrolls that are being made in the guild. And high rarity, even novice XP scrolls can get you up past 10% XP gain. That shit's huge. Wait, Victor. Yeah, we get Victor in. We got the double Bard. We get Carla in. We teach the people the route. We just gotta have a set run for our 8-person static. I think that's the big thing. But as long as we show people the way, I'm gonna pee real quick and then make sure Carla's getting on. Chad, I can't make this up. I'll walk in, and Carla's making a goddamn self-insertion character. She's like in the character creator sculptor, just going absolutely fucking sicko mode. Oh my god. Is this PTR current? This might be his screen. No, this isn't my screen. This is old VOD. I'm in the Divine Gate area right now.
Yo, Ione, how are you, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Where the goon?
She's in character creator, dog. I swear to God. Also, Carla's gonna get in Discord, or yeah, Carla get in Discord, because I'm not gonna yap about every step that we're making along the way, because that will just give every single person our route, and that will be very unfun. That will be very bad. Yeah, I'd be fucked if I showed my screen. I would get immediately Thanos snapped. Stray can summon. Yes. We'll be good there. So we can get Stray in for summon, and then once Carla's on, we just take off. And then we zoom it. Cause Stray ran it with us last time as well. Sharing is caring? No. What if I don't care? What if I care about myself? What if it's all selfish motivation and I don't want anyone else to succeed and I'm preying on everyone's downfall except my own? Should I then share? What if I'm a fucking hater? Yeah, don't act all shocked. You saw this fucking coming. If you need to kick me, no, you're good. I would like to have a summoner in the group. I love having the summoner early on. If anybody else comes along and we need like the rep for the static, then we're good, but we got plenty. We got plenty. We have so much time, and this is all still refining. This will still probably change 1,000 times. Think of it this way, you need 23 people to help you farm Forge. What if I don't? Just know you're in main group? No, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Happy to get you familiar with the route, because at the end of the day, the questing route's still going to be the same, and then the mob grinding's going to be similar no matter how you're doing, or no matter like which group you're going in. So the biggest thing is just figuring out where you and your group want to go. My biggest recommendation is if groups are posted and you're in a static group and your group is not mine, figure out with your group, run around and be like, where would we want to plot out our route? And you can kind of see how we're planning ours out for my group right now, with the stops that we're hitting and kind of what we're prioritizing and how we're pulling. So my biggest recommendation is if we, when we end, try to link up with your group, give them a ping or whatever it may be, and be like, hey, I'd like to run some routes with you guys when you're free. And then just try to explore, find, where you guys could transition off of that grind.
Together.
Hey, yo, chatting. What up, gang? Thank you for the 6 months. To you. That's a new banana. Yo, Zars, what up, dude? Is there a video explaining how Steam works if you have a key already in your Intrepid account? If you link it up on the Ashes website, then you'll get your entitlement. Then on the 11th, you'll just download the new copy of the game through Steam. You're good to uninstall your Alpha 2 copy as of right now. If you're playing on the PTR like I am, then you'll want to keep your PTR, of course. But we will be switching over to Steam on the 11th. Have they done the entitlement? Yeah. They have a support page on their website for it. Nin usually has a link kicking around, but yes, I do not have the link. Okay, Nin does not have the link. You will have to find your own link. I'm sure somebody out there is on it though. But yes, we're setting it. Oh, no, sorry. I was reading something else. It's all being sent over through Steam. We're going to be updating through Steam. We're going to be launching through Steam. So we'll be up tremendous. No pre-orders or pre-downloads yet? Yeah, kind of unfortunate in that essence. However, I just hope that pre-purchases are a thing. It's pinned yesterday, check VOD. Yeah. It's also right there, I think. Right? Is that it? Oh, wait. There it is. Thank you, Nin. Don't forget link Intrepid to Steam. Yeah, I gotta link mine still. Because it's definitely going to get the hug of death as soon as servers go up. That's going to be really bad. I would not want to wait for that. Carla here. Oh, wait. Carla's here. Nin, invite Carla. Can't pre-purchase early access games on Steam. Oh, shit. So if you don't have your pack yet, you'll have to wait for it to go live, and then you'll have to purchase, and then you'll have to download, and then you'll have to launch. Oh, shit. Oh, you guys better have your fucking card preloaded. How much is Steam Early Access? $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. If you do not currently have access. If you do already have access, then you don't have to buy again. I might be buying now then. I mean, It's $50 more. You do get 2 titles, which is kind of cool. Those titles will be on your account forever, and those will change the dye scheme of your cloak. So, I mean, cool enough for some people. However, if you don't want to burn the 50 bucks, that's probably the more reasonable thing. Probably loading and still. Oh, yeah, she's probably fighting the shader boss right now, if I had to guess. If I had to guess. Don't want to get stuck in a queue or separate server from being late. See, that's the big thing. I feel like a lot of guilds are going to get fucked by the server queue boss. At 5k, 5k is still plenty. Like, content-wise, 5k is a very healthy number for the servers. But if there are a lot of guilds that want to focus up and try to force like a super server, that super server is also going to be acted upon by other people that are trying to join it that don't know it's a super server, and therefore it's going to be a super omega server, and it's going to go on queue and probably get locked for joins very early on. And then you may see a round of guilds re-rolling on a different server? Question mark? Is where I'm kind of leaning with it. Pirates Return 2. Asmongold's been saying on stream that he's gonna play Ashes. It genuinely might be over. We might actually be just fucked. I don't know. How cooked do you think the 11th will be? 3-hour delay? Even if no delay, queues are gonna hit hard. I mean, it all depends. They've had the servers down for a while to do backend stuff and get ready. I think it depends on how the Steam deployment of everything goes. I said earlier today, 3-hour delay. I said it's 1 p.m. EST, so prepare for 4 p.m. EST. I'll be here regardless. Shit, maybe I even give away a copy or something. Maybe we do a marbles race or something for it during queues. However, don't count on it, pussies. I think it'll be a little cooked. Go time. All right, we're on. Everybody run. May the Sandal Lord be with him. Oh, dude, I really hope I get through smooth. I really hope I get through smooth and they don't have issues. That's the big thing. Wait, you guys should get in Discord so Nin can lead you. Yeah, I made you think of the fall. I appreciate you. Timer start. Yeah, this might not be the most efficient timed one since people are going to be first timing it. However, definitely good. Oh wait, Rhyme, what up, dog? We're literally just starting right now. We can switch you and Stray out if you want to make a character. We just grabbed the Golem quest at the start. We're zoning another summoner the route, but if you're on and you want to make a character, we got you. Delay would be great. I don't want a delay, man. A delay would be sad. Obviously, it's not getting pushed back at the day at this point in time, but me all at bonfire then. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll switch you and Stray out at bonfire then. We'll run through with Stray, and then once we're at bonfire, we'll link up with you, and then we'll bring you to the mob grind spots. Perfect, perfect. All right, Stray, you're in for the starting route, and then we're setting you free, my boy. 3-hour delay and I can start on time. Yeah, I mean, that'd be solid. 3-hour delay and I can farm subs and viewers. Yeah, that'd be great before people actually start their leveling prog. Once people start leveling, they're gonna be head down grinding in that shit. That's good comms. Maybe I do root for a delay. Maybe I do some marble shoutcasts and shit. Maybe I get some hype trains going. Maybe we get lit up in here. I shake some ass, jiggle some titties. Bro, I'm really hoping it's not delayed. I want to hit the ground running at 1 p.m. I'm so fucking excited about it. I am so glad that we have the operations in place that we have in place this time around, where we have a bunch of people that are actively, you know, trying to prog, trying to figure out what's what. Also, did this get changed to 200 XP? Because, like, low-key, this is really bad XP now for the time. Like, that's only 200 experience. I don't know why they fucked that quest payout, but they changed a lot. Yeah, that's only 200 XP, which is not a lot. Although that gives us a necklace. So that's for a destiny. So we need a necklace for the destinies. We gotta do that. So we stop and do that for the destinies, and then we sprint through. And then we'll eventually get to the spot where we get our mount up here. It's important in this initial cave area to make sure that you don't brick your quest. So talk to the NPCs before you talk to the Ember Spring. So NPCs and then Ember Spring. NPCs and then Ember Spring. Both NPCs. Destiny, yeah, the Destiny tab, the Destiny system is a new system that they brought in. It's just a lot of different tabs with guided objectives and some rewards along. Carla, no, the NPC. Uh-oh. Did you get the quest, Carla? I feel like Carla didn't get the quest. I didn't see her interact with this one. Carla, what quest are you on? Because you definitely did not do all of the steps. Uh-oh. I think she just bricked it already. Uh-oh. Hold on. Carla, I think you fucked up. If you brick on the Ember Spring, you have to start over. Yeah. There's no way around it. Yeah. You literally can't fuck up. That's why I wanted people in VC or at least listening. And once you fuck it up, and you have to remake your entire character. So that was why I was saying that you had to talk to both of the NPCs. You run up the road a bit. Yeah, I'd rather not. What's the quest? You're supposed... Well, this is why we wanted you in VC. Because someone was going to lead you through it. So you talk to this person, the Firekeeper, and then you talk to the Root Warden, and then you talk to the Ember Spring in Attune, and then you go back to the Firekeeper, and then that completes the quest, and then you keep pumping. Why was no one in VC? Okay, yeah. I mean, I was trying not to hop in VC because I don't want to dictate every single place that we're going, especially once we get out of the cave. The cave is straightforward. But, like, I don't really want to be yapping about our entire fucking prog route to people. So if somebody could hop in VC and help Carla, that would be awesome. I think her quest is brick, so everybody just remake real quick. Then running movie night? Okay, yeah. We all have to remake characters. Because that'll brick it. Unless she can just log out and then log back in. I was just following? No, it's okay. It's okay. I tried to run over to the other NPC, and then I saw you just, like, run past the NPC, and I was like, nope, we're already fucked. There are a couple of very specific things that we have to pay attention to on this route, because we're making sure that nobody dies, because if people die, then we lose out on our glint, and we can't do one of the steps of our progression without a certain amount of glint. And then there are a couple of quests that we can brick along the way if we don't do it. What's bricking character? Is that going to be on the early access? There are a few quests that if you don't complete the quests in a certain way, it can cause some continuity issues. And on launch, we hope those things are fixed. Maybe see. All right, bet. There are a few quests, like I was saying, that have some continuity issues along the way, where if you don't interact in a very specific manner, you can basically prevent yourself from being able to progress through the quest itself. And as a result, if that happens on launch, it can be very, very, very detrimental, because then everybody in the group would end up not on the same level of progression. So it's essentially soft locking your character out from being able to prog any further, which is a very bad thing. Hopefully they get it fixed before the early access launch. Remaking tunes? Yeah, I'm remaking. I already remade. Unless we find out a fast way to get around the soft lock, but yeah, that's just the most detrimental thing. Avoiding the soft lock and everybody knowing the interact route is going to be big. And then once we get to the harbor, if the harbor's fucked, that'll suck too. We need to make sure everybody has 20 silver and then has all the destinies by the time the harbor's done. So people have to make sure they have glint, sell the glint, interact with a storage person. So there are a few specifics along the way. It sounds terrible. That 100% needs to be fixed by launch. I fucking hope so. Already said run back to the gate, Ember Spring a 2, and then run back. Right, but we're not gonna do that. It's quicker to just remake a character at that point. Instead of traveling all the way back to the gate and sprinting all the way back, it's quicker to just remake your entire character. So we know that there are workarounds. You can do many things along the way to get around it. You can also run down the road a bit more and then come back and complete it. However, the second you have to do that, it's bad. So this is why we're running our routes right now, so we can avoid doing it on launch. Because we don't want to fuck it on launch, even if it does exist. I hope it's fixed on launch, but we want to make sure that everything is in the right place at the right time and everybody's in the right place at the right time, so we don't have people that, you know, are behind in levels, are behind in gear. She's not bricked. All right, everybody back over to the other ones then. Did she not interact with the Ember Spring then? Cool. Perfect. If she was just following, she might not have interacted at all. Oh, we're so up. And back at the fortress. Foop, how are you, friend? What's this chatter about Asmon? Someone have a timestamp who was talking about playing on the 11th, or is this a made up thing? A lot of people have been saying, we're coming back right now, Carla. We're coming back. No, I know. I thought you interacted with the Ember Spring. Yes. I'm on DustyWhy. Thanks for the info. Yeah, of course. I got you. I saw you run past the NPC without going back to the first one. And it looked like you hit the whatchamacallit, the Ember Spring. And that would brick it. But if you're not bricked, then we're blessed. We're truly blessed. That'd be big. No, I mean, she just might not have interacted with any of it along the way. So we should be vibing now. As long as she has the quest, then we're good. I think got fixed. Oh, okay, cool. Did you interact with the Ember Spring first and then instantly have the quest completed when you got the new quest? Talk to the first guy? Huh. Cool. Well, if they fixed it, that'd be awesome. Keep in mind, while we complete these quests, you'll be getting... She did it right? Oh, okay, perfect. Then interact again. Huh. Oh, yeah. Whatever works. So, as we're completing these quests, keep an eye on your bags because you'll be getting some gear reward crates, and you can equip those as we go throughout. That'll just help you, have some main stats. Here, when you come over here, you're looking for all these sparklies. And then you'll basically just try to grab 3 of those bad boys. John G, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Do you plan to impersonate any GMs this phase? So this is gonna be a big bottleneck. This quest right now, the 3 Heartwood routes, is going to be the largest bottleneck that there is right now. But yeah, Foop, there's been a lot of chatter about Asmongold potentially coming over on the 11th and playing. I guess he's been saying that he's gonna check it out. Now, I don't know if he is going to play on stream or not. I have not heard him say if he's going to play on stream. However, if he plays on stream, that's going to be absolutely insane for Ash's numbers. That's going to be fucking redonkulous, if I'm being real. Not seeing any actual video of him talking about it looking around. Weird. Is everybody just saying it and nobody's clipping it then? Is it all just clickbait? Maybe it's all just clickbait then. Yeah, who knows? I haven't had the time to go over, unfortunately. But I too have not seen a clip. I've just heard people saying that he was mentioning it, but if anyone has a clip or something, let me know. It's probably false propa, if I had to guess. I don't really know why Asmon would want to... I mean, Asmon follows Ashes, but I don't know why he would want to come check it out on the 11th. Devs showing up to streams to hang out when the game has been in development for a decade is a bad look. What? Developers not working 24 hours a day and engaging with their community when they're off the clock is a bad look? What the fuck do you mean, brother? In what world are developers being more engaged with their community when they don't have any obligation to engage with the community on that level is a bad thing? What? I realize they're on their own time. It remains a bad look. What? How? Can you articulate how it remains a bad look? I think you're the only person that actually actively thinks that. Players hate getting engaged and getting information from the devs. Yeah, exactly. Players really hate when developers are super involved in the community and actively hang out in the community of the game that they're making, that they're very passionate about creating. And ask the community for feedback openly and take time out of their day to be present? What? Grab a tissue. Why are you telling somebody else to, like, grab a tissue when you're the one complaining about developers hanging out in streams? You're the one that had the original upset take that developers showed up in streams. You want to know what's crazy? There are probably more developers that show up that just aren't public, that they're developers. So how do you feel that Steven shows up in streams too? Does that really annoy you? I said it looks bad for the project. It doesn't bother me at all. What? If you're saying it looks bad for the project, it clearly bothers you. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't think that it looked bad for the project? Brother, you brought it up out of, like, the blue. Who's this guy? Holier than thou Redditor, man. I don't know, man. I can say something is bad PR without being personally impacted by that PR. But you actually can't articulate why it's bad PR. No part of you can say why it's bad. You're just saying that it's bad. You're just going, I'm right. But you're not articulating. I'm giving you an option to articulate, but you won't articulate. So, like, in what world? My initial comment articulated why I think it's bad PR. Because the game's in development? What part of that is bad PR? Like, I joke about nets on the windows, bars on the doors, beatings at midnight, punishments at noon, but brother, there's no way you actually think that people don't live a life outside of their jobs, right? Mister, I'd rather my devs know nothing about the game they're creating. Yeah, can you imagine how much feedback has actively been gathered from just lurking in chats? And just lurking as parts of the community? Brother, I'm trying to see it partially from your side as well, but I genuinely don't think any part of that in today's day and age of game development is bad. You can lurk in chats without announcing you're actively working on the game? Who comes in chats and says that they're actively working on the game? The only time Planendorf talks about the game is when we harass him about game stuff. Just because people know that Planendorf name is a developer and he has the same namesake on Twitch doesn't mean that it's any different than if his name was Tittyfucker420 on Twitch. If he came in and he talked about the lighting and his name was actually, you know, Boof Suckatron 69. What?
Farman
Like,
reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
there's no difference. You wouldn't know it was a dev if they were asking the same questions. The fact that they're a public-facing dev is no different. Sounds like a corpo rat. Tittyfucker420 would go unnoticed aside from his outstanding name. If Tittyfucker420 was asking the same questions that Planendorf was asking, no, they're gonna get the same exact attention and the same exact response. Like, I guess I'm just not necessarily seeing it from your side of things. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, right? Like, my job isn't to change how you feel about things. My job is to just kind of try to spit my side of the coin too. However, I just don't necessarily see it as a bad PR move, where I came from an MMO that had a lot of terrible PR because the developers were not actively intertwined with the game or the community whatsoever. And a lot of people felt as though Amazon Games, if they were a little bit more into their community and actually active, maybe would have seen a lot of the problems coming that kind of killed the game. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I just don't necessarily see the downside of it. So, that's my personal thing. I mean, everyone has their own takes on it, but I personally love, and I actually talked about this in my interview as well, having the, I call it like a small town feel. where, you know, I grew up in a small town. I live in fucking Maine. We don't have cities up here. Everybody knows everybody up here. I actually think it's quite cool to have the level of human that's associated with the developers over here comparatively to a lot of projects right now where it's corporate, robot, uninvolved developers that are, I work my 9 to 5 hours and then I go home. This shows me that the developers love this game and are passionate about this community enough to actively engage in the project without them being paid to engage in it. Like, they're not coming out and being paid to hang out in my chat or anything. They're not being paid to go out and do pulse checks in other people's communities. They're hanging out because they genuinely are that passionate about it that they're at home on their own time. And they're still taking time out of their day to pump that and to be present. I don't know. I like that personally. I'd rather have that than this complete disconnection, but Blizzard 101, it's just different, maybe different like philosophies. I don't know, maybe different like interactions with games in the past. But me personally, I like what we have over here. I feel like it's always very human. And I think a lot of game development has a lot of disconnect from the human side of things right now. And I think that leads to a lot of disconnected titles. I just think it looks bad given the game's development struggles. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things probably look bad given the development struggles, to be fair. But I think when you also look at the development cycle for what it is, instead of just comparing it to AAA titans of the industry, and you look at Intrepid as what they are, a first-time game developer that was originally self-publishing, now publishing through Steam. They're still a first-time game developer, technically an independent studio that started with 12 employees and now has 250 that's trying to put out one of the most system-ambitious MMOs in a very long time. They also went through a transition to Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 where they lost a whole hell of a lot of progress. They completely revamped their combat system based on community feedback, which also has cost them time. Many things that they have done that have changed the original scope have been the result of community feedback that has cost them time, but hopefully will improve the quality when the time does come. So, realistically, the game dev cycle, yes, it is long. Many games do have long game dev cycles. And those are also games that have long game dev cycles that are developed by, again, titans of the industry that have multiple titles under their belt, that have many published, put out their products all available for players. And Ashes isn't that. Ashes isn't coming from that dev on that level. This is genuinely a first-time game, man. So any bumps in the road, I think as long as they keep progressing through those bumps, I'm okay with it. That's my biggest thing. My philosophy on it too is kind of whether it's live service or whether it's in alpha. Progression is progression. Too many live service games right now kind of launch and they're like, hey, this is going to be a half-cocked idea and we'll give you the rest of the idea. We'll give you the rest of the cock later, right? And I don't necessarily like that. I'm playing a live service environment right now. I'm getting updates. I'm in a living world. I see other players on my screen right now. You don't see my screen. Not my active one, at least. But on the 11th, there's going to be so many people over here that people are going to get sick of seeing other people. So, with that being said, follow Havoc. Yeah. Meet up with Havoc. Wait in Bonfire? Okay. I go over. Once you guys come out of the cave, we'll meet up in Bonfire, get your tools all squared away, and then we go. Waiting on a goon. Oh, did she have bad luck with loot? My bad. What's up with clerics always getting the worst luck on those loot drops? I feel like it's cursed. Yeah, no, that's my bad. I just kind of took off. I kind of thumbed. But yeah, no, from my perspective, I've played a lot of live services that have not had content all in place early on, and they've kind of said, hey, it's going to be multiple years of us getting the content in place. If I'm being honest, New World was 3 years of what should have been an alpha still. And if it would have been, New World probably would have been successful when it did fully launch and have that full impression. I think at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, everything's always progressing. There is a non-zero chance that Ashes doesn't launch. There's a non-zero chance that Ashes launches, and it's the zeitgeist of gaming that reminds everybody what they were on about when they were kids. They divorced their wives, put their kids up for adoption, and just come back to gaming full time. Anything's possible. Will either of those things happen? I mean, those are on the outliers of the scale. I think it's more likely that Ashes will continue through the bumps in the road and the trials and tribulations and will put out a product at the end of the day that they deem is worth putting out. And to me, that's what matters. Update your Ember. Yeah, probably valid so you don't accidentally respawn. We also have to grab our comms while we're here. So make sure you guys follow Havoc over to the commission board and grab your commissions, because that'll be a nice little extra bit of XP while we're out. Havoc, are you over there right now so people can just follow you to it? It's over by me. I divorced my wife preemptively. Yeah, see, that's part of the risk that people aren't willing to take nowadays too. If people were more willing to just kind of go out on a limb and chase their dreams, I feel like we'd have a lot more dreams being achieved. And your wife was probably limiting you from achieving greatness on the 11th. And I feel as though as long as she's out of the house and you don't have to deal with her anymore, you will truly feel better on the 11th than you've ever felt before. You will be able to dedicate your entire gameplay loop simply to pumping. James Madison, I believe you were a former president of the United States. Brother, I am a huge fan of your work. Absolute fucking honor to have you here. Chat, President James fucking Madison up in this bitch. Get some confetti and shit. I'm sure he's packing heat. He probably has something. But it's an honor. Listen, brother, it's my fucking... I'm licking my nose. Jesus Christ. I feel like that says more about you guys than it does me. I feel like I'm not at fault here. I feel like this is all on you. Every founding father had to be packing. Not Abraham Lincoln. Clearly, brother got caught fucking slipping. Got caught lacking. In pre-internet times, no way. Oh, bro. Oh, honest, Abe. Maybe if he was a little more... Maybe if he was a little more shiestied up and ready to go, then it would have been fine. Lincoln isn't a founding father. And you're not a man of science. He's still up there. He's at least like a founding uncle. The fuck do you mean? 11th getting closer every second? Fubo, eventually the 11th is gonna get you. What are you gonna do when the 11th gets you? Are you gonna be able to contain yourself? Where's the Gooner? I think she might be at the wrong side. Gooner, this way. Hello, Ron. What class do you think would be best for a weekend player that'll make the solo except for Dungeons and Group content? Cleric, probably. Cleric if you're not good at video games. Bard if you're good at video games. Would be my two. Bard is going to be a little bit more skill ceiling-y, but it's also going to have a lot more capabilities. Did you turn in all your quests here, Carla? And get like your green tools and everything? Because you should have, at this point, green tools and then a bunch of boxes in your inventory that you can loot, or that you can open up. And then once you get that done, you'll want to grab commissions from that board. But then we go out where the rest of the group be. Yeah, do all your quests real quick. It should be easy. I think you just talk to that one and then you come up this way. Follow me. I shall show you DustyWhy. I'll mark myself with a cross. And then you'll just spam interact with this person. And then they'll give you green tools. And then they'll also give you, you'll have some crates in your inventory as well that you can open up for some armor pieces. So those will be nice. Washington was a tank? Brother was an absolute brick shithouse. How's PTR going today? Oh, they fucked our progression. The PTR would be going better if they literally just spit directly in my fucking face, if I'm being completely honest. But, you know, it is what it is, man. We fucking ball. I am happy to be here. I'm happy to be testing. I'm happy to be existing right now. It is the least I could do for Ashes of Creation. I'm so incredibly thankful. that they have changed half of our progression just like that. So anyways, they added opportunity to extend your experience. I'm gonna extend my experience. Anyways. Seems like they lowered our attack damage too. First mobs took forever to kill. Nah, I mean, it's still fine. You can also get, like, weapon drops, really. Not weapon drops, but you can get weapons way easier than you could previously through the Destiny system. So, that's not bad at all. They added dynamic pathing for your leveling route. I'm gonna dynamically path my fucking fists under your jawline. So I'm procrastinating anything Ashes this month? Listen, you can cut down the extended experience if you just fucking progress quickly. That is the game changer. That, my friends, is pod racing. Oh, yeah, we should wait for everybody. We still gotta get the Gooner. Because we all left the town and then the Gooner's still back there. We're down one cleric. Thought everyone was to the bridge. We were, and then we lost Carla. Do you need another tank? I might need another cleric if Carla's AFK. It's not a good start for her first leveling route. It's okay though. I believe in her for the full 24 hours. I believe. The solo cleric buy-in is going to be either the largest risk or the lowest payoff in human history. Or I should say the largest reward. She has to get level 25 by Sunday to see the butterflies. No, the butterflies are all dead. It's Christmas lights. And we're also buying in on the solo cleric. Because she said, as long as I'm locked in, I will be locked in. Which I guess kind of means that she's got to get locked in the first place. But yeah, I was told that she was capable of a solo cleric and we're up tremendous. How's the lag? Is dynamic gridding working? Dynamic gridding has been working on the private test realm for a while. The lag and the stutter on the current PTR build is non-existent. Literally non-existent. There is very, very next to nothing negatively impacting the build right now. In terms of like video stutter, in terms of lag, I'm running so ungodly smooth. So skills will be based on the first one, but the second choice will change your skills by augmenting them. Some will be different. Some will be pretty much new skill. Oh, are you talking about secondaries? Oh, you talking about secondaries? I was like, where the fuck is this coming from? But yeah, honestly, like, I've been very impressed with how smooth everything's been running at this point in time. A few days ago, there was a huge, I mean, you can see it in this game client from the VOD that you're watching. There was a huge stutter along the way. It was really bad. So, fortunately, they fixed that. There was an NVIDIA driver that went out that also helped with that along the way. So, it's been running impeccably well. I have no complaints. At this point, it's just a matter of figuring out first-time user experience stuff. On the dynamic gridding side, it has been active, and it's been on automatic reallocation of the server worker boundaries for a little bit on the PTR now. So that's great. However, the private test realm hasn't really presented the most players in order to actually facilitate dynamic gridding and make it grid, right? So that's kind of the what if that we're looking at right now for launch on the 11th. How will the gridding actually grid? If it grids good, then it grids good. If it doesn't grid, then everything might blow the fuck up. We won't know until we know, brother, so lock in and fucking hope. However, in the test that they've done, it has been performing pretty well. So, I have no reason to believe that it's gonna completely bork, but let's hope the servers run well. Yes, yes. Genuinely, let us hope and fucking pray servers run well. That's all we can do, man. Other than that, it's completely out of our control. Overall strategy. Yeah, I mean, shit. That's all you can do. You just gotta let it run its course and hope that shit actually works well. Are we going too far to try to chase this 5 prog havoc? That's the question. Because I feel like with a full group, we could just go to our initial grind spot. I really feel like the mobs are dying more than fast enough, especially the elites. Whoops, I went the wrong way. I feel like everything's dying more than fast. But I mean, if we're already on this route, I just worry having another grind spot in, even for a detour, means somebody could beat us to our spot and then post up. That's the biggest worry that I have. I don't want somebody else to beat us to the spot and post up. And if we have full group, then we should be fine. Because, like, we could turn right now and then just cut across. And then we could go try it. I feel like we should try it with an 8. Like I said, I was just thinking this wouldn't be bad. Right, let's turn right. Let's go to the initial spot. Let's try it with, like, skipping the interim spot and just going with the full, like, immediate grind. And then trying to go there. Can you bring us over? Because I have to pee real quick. I'm gonna auto-follow you while we get over. Changes today hurt from a get to level 5 angle. Yes! 1000%. This has been a big change to the getting to 5, which is an integral part of the loop. Just want to tell you congrats. Yo, Ordo, I appreciate that, dude. Much love. Look forward to seeing you on the 11th, too. Will Intrepid pay streamers to play on the 11th, at least some of them? Probably not, if I had to guess. I don't think Intrepid is planning any sponsored streams or anything like that. Servers will wipe at some point. On the Steam version. Yeah, there's a wipe on the 11th for Steam, and then they will wipe multiple times after that. Hold on, I gotta piss. I'm gonna pee my pants.
Hiya. Alright, Carla's AFK. She's gonna slap me. I'm gonna take damage soon. Alright, so what I'm thinking here. Since we have everybody, since we have a full 8, we should be fine with mob difficulty. Strag, how fucked is your, like, leveling to 5 experience? Because we're finding workarounds, but it's definitely less than ideal. Also, I'm almost thinking we just go directly up to the grind area, the first grind, and then we just pump it there for a little bit, Havoc. So, like, we go to our first grind spot, and it's, you know, it's where we go up once we normally hit level 5. I think we just sit there for a minute, pump for a sec, and then get our weapons, get our commissions, go back down once we're 5. That's really where I'm at.
Go to Ashes. Wait till you find out. Everybody just comes to old Dusto. Don't bother with the camp. Yeah, exactly. I think we just go to the main camps first. Harborside, using the route I did with you all. I get level 6 at the harbor or super close to it. Is that today? Because that's been fucked up today. Harbor's no longer viable anymore. Harbor has been full fucked 1 hour ago. What? Harborside, using the route I did with you all. In the anvils? What about Ember? Oh, just don't die. Should probably grab the Ember Spring, though. Yeah, good comms. Although, we'll grab other Ember Springs along the way, actually. Because we'll grab Harbor when we go by. Ayla? So, Aelin Divine Gate's still getting you level 5. Almost 6. Yeah, I mean, that's solid. That's solid. We're doing Anvil starts to parse that out right now. And the battle is not to get level 6 in the Anvils. It's to get level 5. Level 5 in the Anvils is where everything starts to get smooth. Oh, I have hiccups. And honestly, if we can get 5, we're so set. If we can't get 5, it's going to be real rough for us. It's the race to level 5, and it's the race to get ahead of everybody else. I think water might still be Biss. Yeah, water is Biss. I was just on autopilot. I'm sorry. I was taking us on a really bad route. But yes. Because we're spitballing a couple of different ideas. Will 5 take that long? If you get ahead of the curve and you don't get bottlenecked, then no. If you get bottlenecked, then yes, it could. Being slow? I am. I gotta be better. I'm letting you all down. Ron, thank you for the hydrate. Guilty of 5 going east before leaving cave. Right, oh, Hammer Rest side. Hammer Rest side just has a couple bottlenecks. And bottlenecks really scare me. I really don't like bottlenecks. That's just very grindy. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's going to take a long time to hit level 5, even if you get behind the curve, because you could hit trees to level 5 and be level 5 in like a few minutes. It's really not as bad as I'm making it out to be. However, we're not necessarily playing to get to level 5 to get to level 5. We're playing to get to level 5 so we can get to level 10 from our level 5 grind, and then we can get up to level 15, and then we can get into endgame farming at level 20 mobs. And we're trying to basically parse out a leveling route that gets us from point A to point B to point C as optimally as humanly possible. That's the big goal. We want to try to cut out all of the points of contest. We want to try to do everything that we can to be more efficient and get our people further ahead. What does Cats take over Steel Bloom? We're gonna have the whole goddamn alliance up in that bitch. We're gonna have the whole goddamn alliance up in there. Oh my god, should be a lot more stable now. Oh, in terms of stability, performance is great. In terms of econ, they just introduced a blacklist that Steven like unveiled during my interview. Banger. And that blacklist allows them to instantaneously turn things on and off within the world if it's suspected even that it's bugged. So if there's a report that comes in of a bug, dupe, exploit around something, they can turn off spawns, they can turn off things from loot tables, they can take fucking gatherables out of the world. It is phenomenal. I am so excited about the 11th. It's obviously going to have its own issues along the way, but like, brother, this is such a huge set of progressionary steps for Ashes. I'm giddy about it. Launcher boss can't get anyone anymore either. The launcher boss is fucking demonic. Demonic. The launcher boss has claimed many lives. Our boy Arrowly went down to the launcher boss. It's a goddamn fucking shame, man. I hope to see him back. I really do. There's a lot of place in the world for a man like him. So while we're here real quick, everybody grab the Ember Spring. And then once you get the Ember Spring, you're going to come over and you're going to talk to a storage clerk and access your storage.
So come over there and then just access your storage. And then we're going to come over here to the assistant. And then you're not going to do anything yet other than just, I'd like to see your goods at the bottom and then sell the glint that you have right now just in case we die. Sell all of that glint that we have. And then while we're here, I would just claim all of your extra bonus rewards from your Destinies tab. Hit L to get to your Destinies tab and claim that. If you have a ration in your inventory, use one of those. And then we're good to go. But claim all those bad boys, sell any glint you have. And then once you've sold glint, once you've gone into your Destinies tab and claimed your Destinies, and once you've got everything equipped that's available in your in your inventory from your crates, then equip that and then come over to me, and then I'll take us over to where we're gonna hit shit. This is good. I'm green cross on myself so you guys will be able to see me. But yeah, just sell your glint. And then once you've done that, claim your Destinies, equip your gear so you have some form of a baseline gear set. You should have a bunch of crates in your inventory from the questing at this point that you can open. You'll also have green gathering tools in your inventory that you can use. So equip all that stuff, destroy the stuff you don't need, and then mount up on me when we're good to go. Yo, Oto, what up, dude? Should we use the AOC launcher Steam? Assuming the AOC would still be 100 and not the discount. The price is going to be both the same, no matter which platform you're on. However, everybody's going to be going through Steam. So yeah, it'll be one streamlined way to play. We will all be launching through Steam. And on December 11th, both the Ashes website or Steam, either way, no matter where you purchase it, that will be the $42.50. That's the new price. And then on the 26th, it goes to $50 for the regular price. So even if you wait till the 11th comparatively to now, you're saving $50 or more. So it's a huge, 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 huge bargain. Yo, Haunt, what up, dude? How are you? Dying for the 11th to get here. Oh, lordy. Me too. So Steven gave a little bit of clarity on server structure today. So they are preparing servers to hold a maximum of 5,000 concurrent players. So servers will not be expected to hold everyone. They'll have multiple servers up, which I think is awesome. However, will it be able to hold 500 smooth? Methinks yes. Methinks, or sorry, 5,000. 500 be super easy. 5,000 should still be quite smooth, especially with dynamic gridding on. I'm looking forward to that. I'm very much looking forward to see how it is. So we have previously in phase 2.5 had 8,100 concurrent out of just the Riverlands when the Riverlands was far less developed. It wasn't good. So like 2,500 out of each area, I think that's phenomenal. I think if it's a 3K, 2K with the Riverlands having more, then that's even better for me. However, I'm just excited for it. It's, as Steven said, more of a content issue of like, is there this much content supported, you know, for this many players? And at a certain point, once you go past that too far into the side of players versus content, there's not enough content for the players to complete. It gets boring. Everything's too competed for. So I like that. Yo, Freddy, what up, dude? Timmy, hope you guys are having great nights. Timmy, thank you for the follow, man. Much love. Is there a lot of forced PvP, or is there a possibility I can solo level and just vibe and chat with people as I meet them, or is the whole world PvP and gangs happen whenever? Yo, Oto, thank you for the follow, dude. There is honestly very little forced PvP. I'll be completely honest. The number of times that you will be opted into forced and non-consensual PvP over the course of vibing as a solo player, now until launch, will probably be fewer than 5 times. And worst case scenario, if you do get killed in PvP, or even by mobs, you're not dropping pieces of your armor. If somebody comes up and ganks you, and that does happen, you're not dropping your equipment. You drop a percentage of your materials in your inventory only. There's an items tab and there's a materials tab. It's only a percentage of your materials tab, which is glint, which you can sell to vendors for gold, or it's, you know, materials that you gather throughout the world. Genuinely, not too much is lost on a normal death, unless you're stacked up with a shitload of glint, of course. But I'd be more worried about mob training. Yeah, no, genuinely, you will die to mobs far more than you will die to other players. And in terms of non-consensual ganks, any non-consensual murder marks somebody as a murderer. Like, they go corrupt, which is red, instead of purple, which is the PvP flag state. And when somebody goes corrupt, they show on the minimap for everybody around them. They cannot unequip gear. They cannot do any of that. Choo choo. The little ram prance. It's so beautiful. Okay. We have arrived. Everybody off mounts. Everybody get ready for mobs. And then blessings on blessings. Because our goal is to kill these without dying. I think for now, we probably start closer to the non-elite side. Because these are still gonna hit very hard. And I don't have the greatest AoE threat gen at this point until I hit level 6. But if we can even just get a couple of them, like, started and trained and the XP comes in, then we're so set. I want to pull one of the elites, but I don't want to pull multiple of the elites. That would be very sad. There's one that patrols around the outside that I can probably get, but let's go over to these side pulls. Because I feel like the side pulls are doable. Much more manageable, in my opinion, with a smaller party. So we'll go to the side pulls first. We'll start here, and then once we get 5, we'll do what we need to do over at the harbor, because things are gonna hit hard early on. Oh, we also don't have our summoner. All right, it's all chaos. It's all chaos. Uh-oh. I might have fucked up. I might have pulled too many too early. We might not be high enough level for this yet. It's not the level, it's the fact that I pulled like 100. Hold on. I'll get this under control. I'll fix this. I'll solve all of this. Everything's perfectly fine. Well, Carla's locked in. I think everybody's fully locked at this. Oh, no, we ran into the birds. Oh, not the birds. Oh, not the AoE pull. All right, everybody run. Everybody run. Everybody reset. Oh, God. All right, we'll wait for our summoner next time. We lost our summoner at some point. And then I started pulling, so the heals were a little light. That's okay. Jesus. It's okay. Everything's fine. Appreciate your info. Yeah, of course, dude. Hit me up if you have any questions. For a new player that would want to mainly focus on PvP, what class would you recommend? Genuinely depends on what you want to play for a role. Every archetype is going to function a little bit differently depending on what your goals are. Some function as more of an AoE DPS from range. Some are more, of course, melee and up in the thick of it. You have support of your classes. Cleric is your pure healer. So at the end of the day, it's really just wherever you want to focus your gameplay and whatever role you want to play. You guys playing with a summoner on the 11th? Yeah, we're trying to feel out a new comp with a summoner in it. And I think I'm cooking with it. However, I started pulling mobs without our summoner actually being there that time, which kind of fucked us over. Because we're putting the summoner in a pretty integral spot, which should make everything super easy early on. But I started pulling without the summoner, and I killed me and Carla. That's okay, though. Nothing of value was lost. But yeah, I'm excited to try the comp out. I think we're cooking. I think all the fields around the settlements are so littered with random mobs. What, the corks? Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird. G-Kick. We can't joke about the G-Kick. Like, fucking almost 1,000 people got Thanos snapped out of the cat's Discord today. By accidente. Is there a charter website? Exclamation class. What it's best at. I can break it down for you. Exclamation classes will give you a breakdown of, like, what the class names are and shit. But in terms of classes, Cleric is your true healer. Bard's like an Omni buffer. You have tank. Tank is tank. Frontline, grapples, walls. And then from there, we do a lot of CC, a lot of burst damage to single targets. You have fighter. Fighter's big, like, all-in melee, melee big combos, AoE type shit. High risk, high reward. Rogue, very nimble, very quick. Mage, AoE spells go brrrr. And then Ranger cast Vines. Vines is an AoE root. AoE root's really good. That is your class summary. Exclamation classes will get you the full class grid, however, they'll make them plural. And then you're gonna go. But yes. That's like the quickest rundown that I could possibly give you on every single class. There is obviously gonna be a lot more depth than just that. However, there are some very pronounced roles among them, and all of them will definitely play within those initial roles. Do we think for the initial? No, we push through to the better camps. Victor, how about an exclamation hello heal, brother? Yeah, of course, dude, of course. Happy to help. I would be even happier if we could get this
goddamn start down. But that one was my bad. All right, I think we have everybody. I do believe. Good camps are this way, right? Yes, this way. Carla, you're grunting all up in my ear. The ram sound is so cooked. This is what you guys are gonna have to listen to until I get a new mount, by the way. I want you to know. Actually, I'll hit a mailbox and then I'll be fine. But you guys are gonna have to listen to this for a sec. It'll be toxic. You're gonna hate it on launch, baby, but you're gonna learn to love it. The ram supremacy stays true. Carla, heal time. No more ram time. All right, so we do not have to kill a lot of mobs to actually level. So I'm gonna take it slow until we get all set up. And then once we get all set up, we ball. Then we'll ramp it up just a wee bit. The biggest thing is I just have no, like, I have no AoE threat gen right now, and honestly, pretty piss poor threat gen in general. However, I think this will probably help. If I could wager a guess. I think I just run taunt. Because taunt early on is at least gonna let me yoink single target threat really easy. So that'll be good. And single target threat is everything that I need to actually start with. Taint initially. Yeah, I'll run taunt to start and then I'll switch off of it once I hit 6. I probably won't need it as much, but taunt will also be nice for the initial pulls. Just making sure that those are smooth. Because at the end of the day, it's all about just hitting 5 in a relatively safe spot, then being able to scale up, run harbor, and then we grind. But every level is so fucking impactful. So impactful. Yeah. I'm gonna try to be aware of that. That's part of why I'm gonna go taunt right off rip too. Taunt is hopefully going to help with holding the single target threat on everything until I get just a little bit more threat gen to where I can actually handle it. But we should be balling, and this is gonna be really good for pulls as well, providing I'm able to actually get it situated. I think you guys stand over on this side of me, by the way, for this camp. So you guys stand a little bit behind where I'm at right now, so you're around the LOS, if that makes sense. And then I'll pull these around the LOS so I can get a couple of them grouped up. And then you guys just try to make sure that you're not pulling off of that. Yo, Rox, what up, my friend? How are you, dude? It's going so fucking well. Right now, we got the group together. The gang is here. And we are testing starting out routes because Intrepid keeps changing our goddamn routes and our goddamn plans as a result. So adjustments have to be made, but we're here making them, buddy. We're here making them. So I'm very happy to be here. We've got a whole lot of testing still to do, and I would expect to see even more changes before servers go up on the 11th. Everything is gonna get fucked 1,000 times over. And I can't wait to see us continue to adjust to it, man. Ooh, I'm trying to move, Freddy. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to go fast, dog. We gotta keep pumping. We've gotta keep the numbers up. It's imperative. If the numbers go down, then everything's bad. I am a little worried about the anvils. Just being completely honest. I'm slightly worried about the anvils. I don't think it's completely cooked, but I think it might be a little cooked. Also, with the summon, put it around, like, on the middle of this wood wall. Because the summon is... Hold on. Move summon to me here so it LOS. Because if we have the summon sitting there, then it'll be fine. Because then even if it pulls, it'll pull stuff around the corner, and then it'll be fine. The biggest thing is as long as I'm in between the mobs and the summon, then they'll have to come through me and then we'll be balling. And then it'll be super simple because we're already getting the XP that we need from this. This is really smooth. This is really solid. I just got to make sure that nobody pulls. And taunt is going to be everything for me there. These mobs don't want to actually, like, do anything. Also, make sure that you guys are completing your destinies along the way. Once we hit level 5, we'll get weapons. So as long as you guys are getting your destinies, we should be good. You able to use any weapon? Yes, you're able to use any weapon, and every weapon also has a physical and a magical version in Ashes. So say you are a mage and you want to use a greatsword, you can absolutely do that. You can find yourself a spell scaling greatsword. It's got magic damage on it, and that'll help all of your spells and your magic abilities hit harder. If you're a fizz damage dealer and you want to use a wand, you can absolutely do that. However, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. That's not the greatest. There aren't a lot of really good wands out there for fizz damage dealers. Typically, longbows are the shit there. However, you can use whatever you want. And then on the armor side of scaling, the only difference in armor weight is that it's going to determine whether you have more physical mitigation, you know, mixed, medium, and magic mitigation, or all magic mitigation from heavy, medium, or light. Once you guys hit level 5, by the way, claim all of your destiny objectives. And also try to make sure that you are doing your combat and your first steps. Combat and first steps are going to give you 2 weapons, which are much higher item level than anything that we are going to find in any reasonable fashion. Those are absolutely huge for us. I'm going to grab health salves as well to help out with healing when I get low from my adventurer's chests. And I'm also going to keep a shield on. I don't think I need the extra damage. I think I need the extra survive. If I'm being honest. I do believe. See, I'm gonna grab you. And then we're gonna go here, and I grab you. But on the 11th, do you get the 90-day refund? Then just start. It is just the Steam refund period now. So it's just a Steam standard. It's 2 hours of game time or 14 days if you haven't used the 2 hours of ownership of the game. So definitely less than the 90 days. RIP the 90 days. Steven covered that a little bit in my interview. I actually asked him about the refund policy and the changes to that. Also, if all the casters... Everyone should stack over near me. On fence here, so I can pull. Because then if anything aggroes to you guys, it has to come around the LOS, you know what I mean? So then I can just pull everything around this side. And then it'll all come over on this side of the fence in a really, like, normal fashion. And it might actually be manageable. Thoughts and prayers, I think. Yeah, this is already better. We're truly up tremendous. Teamwork makes the dream work, boys. And we are living it right now. We're so blessed. So, I mean, even this is really good XP, and we're not even into the elites yet. But once we complete, you know, both of the trees, we can probably start doing the elites. Level 5, level 6, we can start working those in. It's going to be the same concept when we start pulling the elites, and as soon as we start outpacing the non-elites, I'll start pulling elites in as well. But I'll just pull everything over to this side. We can just stay here and play off of the respawns here, and then I'll just pull elites over. Because we can eventually have one of our DPS start doing it too, and then I can just take threat off of the DPS that's pulling. And then you can just bring everything over, and I'll just yoink it. So this is... I think this is how we stack it. So everybody keep in mind exactly where we're standing right now. Exactly where you are to stop mobs from pulling over to you. This is where you will be standing on launch until we are done with this area. We will go back down to the harbor to vendor and run our caravan stuff at some point. But we definitely want to make the most out of this. I think we get... I like this spot. I like this spot a lot. Yes. I think we get 14k XP away from level 6 on people, and then we go back up. Because 14k XP is what we're gonna get from the Caravan quest. And then we're balling. Yo, JD, what up, dude? A lot of recent changes, you say? Anything noteworthy? Oh, God, too much noteworthy for me to even finish this stream, brother. Everything in Ashes is going to be functionally different for the start of December 11th compared to what it was. Like, it's kind of nuts to think about how much is actually changing from just the core element of Ashes that we have been interacting with to what we're getting on the 11th. Everything from our early game progression to late game incentivization from, you know, different modes. Just everything in between, man. You've got new PvP content, new PvE content. You've got new fucking fishing content. You got 2 new types of boats. You've got a shitload of bug fixes. You've got back-end infrastructural things like dynamic gridding and the new blacklist that'll allow them to stop the economy from getting completely fucked up by dupes, exploits, and bugs as it was previously. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Literally even Dusty's quests from yesterday have changed. Yes, my leveling route has changed unironically day over day. Yes. Day over day, my leveling route has been changing. Oh, wait. Things are hitting the summon through LOS. That's not good. As long as we keep the summon up, though, it's fine. Shouldn't be a big deal. We just have to be cautious about summon pulling aggro for the start. But we ball once we get it all stored away. Ooh, an item drop. Hold on. Somebody got an item drop. Oh, wait. I got an item drop. Ooh, a Cinder Touch ring. Wait, that's huge. That's max HP and that's power. Oh my god, we're so up. You going Renkai? I think I might actually go Nakua again. Like, the Renkai's a little too brawlic, if you know what I mean. It's a little too yoked, and I feel like that's not ideal. Cause, like, the Nakua can slip under the enemy radar very easily. And it's also really funny to be really small and then just dunking on people. You know what I mean? I might Nakua. I really fuck with it. So our XP's kind of schmoovin', and then I think in another level we move over to the elites. So we get here, and then we kill these until 5.5. And then once we get 5.5, we go down to the harbor, and then everybody learns the caravan route, and then that'll get us to 6. And then we just come back here and do this more. So that's where we can call this route for tonight, I think, and I'd be happy with that. But I want everybody to be comfortable with the 1 to 6. Just got Cinder Earring. Let's fucking go. I love the fact that we're actually getting drops out here too. We'll get the drop allocation all taken care of. That's not gonna be a problem. We'll get the group loop perms all squared away and shit before launch. So we'll be rolling on stuff, and it's not just gonna be RNG. Also, great job not letting the summit die. I love you guys. But we're fucking cruising right now. This is, if we can pull this off on launch, going to be nuts for us. Very, 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 very good for us. The pace of clearing that we have right now, it's super safe, it's super cozy. I like a lot. What? Bride. Hey man, I'm up in Maine, so just about the furthest thing, but I'm repping. Hardly home, but always repping type shit. Good fucking god. The amount of games I've refunded with more than 2 hours? Yeah. I mean, Steam will make exceptions for the 2-hour refund policy, right? I would assume, especially since it's an early access game, that'd probably be more likely. So, yeah, it's supposed to be the Steam standard refund policy. So definitely plan on that side of things. Just Sal, thank you for the hydrate, Judas. What up, dude? How are you? But I definitely feel as though 2 hours with Ashes can also be not the most. I don't know what that means, Freddy. I have no idea what that means. But I know Chupa mi huevos pendejo. And even then I don't really know what it means. I just know the chupa. So chupa mi huevos pendejo. Thank you. Pleasure to have you. How'd your interview go? Dude, I thought it went great. I thought it went just as well as an interview with me being nervous as shit could physically go. And I am really happy with everything. It's posted over on my YouTube. I do have the VOD up and trimmed down for anybody that hasn't been able to watch it yet. But genuinely, it is, it's really informative. Dude, I love it. Dusty the Great. Yo, Freddy, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. All right, so, but yeah, I was really glad with the turnout of the interview. I thought a lot of the questions that I asked were answered in a really thorough way by Steven. I got a lot of the a lot of the direct answers that I really hoped for. I had some questions that were about like AI and how they were going to continue to use it in development. And I don't know, a lot of shit that just was outside of the normal box of what people have been asking in their interviews so far. So I wasn't sure how it was going to be received from the Ashes Com, but it seems like people have really been liking it. Only a couple of people have told me to off myself over it, so I consider that a win. That's a light day. So we're up tremendous. Nervous? I mean, I don't consider myself a big deal in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if that's like new news to anybody, but I don't really consider myself an influencer or anything like that. We high enough? Oh my god, wait, we literally are. Jesus Christ. All right, everybody to the harbor. And we should have enough glint all saved up for everybody. Oh yeah, at this point we most definitely do, especially with that first vendor. All right, cool. Everybody off to the harbor. Make sure that you guys are allocating your weapon skill points as well in your weapon trees, please. So that way we can get everybody into better weapons earlier. So we can pump it out just a little bit faster. Because that's going to get Destiny objectives complete. That's going to get higher, like, spell power weapons on our healers. Higher fizz power weapons on our damage. Everything. So make sure you guys are allocating all of your points. At this point in time, you should be 8 out of 8 in your Destiny tab for combat and for first steps. And then you should have some of your adventuring ones done as well. Make sure you go in and claim every single one of the ones that you have available right now. That should give you more glint. We should be at 20-ish silver and glint just in our inventories right now. Kin, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I'm sitting 20k XP into level 5. Also, I think right here we probably... Oh, God. Would it be worth yossing the mounts? Genuinely? We might be able to mount tech it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it with the mount tech. I'm sending it. Nope, mount still died. Bad news, bears. But I also feel like we just... Dead mounts this early sucks. Does it, though, when we can just sprint? Because a mount's 135 and a sprint's 25%. Like, low-key, you guys go your way, I'll go my way. But I yossed my mount off a cliff. And I feel like it's way faster. It's 10% less move speed for 10 minutes. I guess I can green us back. I mean, absolutely could. If you stick in the corner. Oh, if you ride the corner down, you can keep your mount alive. Ooh. All right, that's a tech. So people got to practice that drop while not sacrificing their mount. And then that's the Techington. God damn, okay. This is getting good. Oh, you're a big deal to me. You're a big deal to me, Logic, and I greatly appreciate you, dude. Is there an explicit way for linking Steam account with Intrepid account? Over on the Ashes website. They have it in their FAQ right now. There should be a post over on the website regarding it. But you'll want to go over to the Ashes website. You'll want to link up through there. And then you'll be all good to go. If you have any questions, let me know. Twitch chat has a link over there, so. Let's see. All right, so Carla, over here, you want to interact with the Caravan guy, and you want to say, I'm ready to run a Caravan of my own. And then you want to do, like, the no option, and then that gives you the quest. So then, we make sure that we vendor while we're over here, so we have 20 silver in our inventory. Make sure everybody has 20 silver. And then you go into the manage the caravan, purchase a caravan for 10 silver, and then you prepare the launch in the bottom right. And then we all summon out our caravan. And then everybody's caravan will get summoned out. And then we ball. Once we summon out the caravans, we hop into the caravans. And then we turn in the caravans. And then we talk to the caravan guy. And then we get a whole lot of XP. Then all of us will be level 6. And honestly, from the Destiny's tabs that we've completed, probably level 6 and some good change. We all have 2 item level 9 weapons. We should all have multiple pieces of armor. I've got health salves. I'm set. I feel like I'm good. Chat, how are you guys feeling about the changes to first time user experience stuff today? Because I am feeling pretty solid overall. We're still making it work. However,
We have had to change a few things. Carla, do you have 20 silver? You want to talk to this guy? I think they're getting her through it. And then do your... Oh. Do you have your 20 silver or no? We got it? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, we just gotta make sure that everybody has a silver on the way through. And then, as long as we do from the early routes, then we're good. And we'll keep running this and repping this too. I think this is the most important part to get up to this point. Like, how optimally can we get 6? How few mobs do we have to kill to get 6+, and then go back over to that grind and target the elites instead of the non-elites? And I think that's the big game changer for us. 1 to 6 in the anvils is going to be an ungodly large point of separation. Ungodly large point of separation. People will get caught up in the pre-6 area. Did it the right way this time. You're up truly tremendous. And then once caravans are in, hop in the van, turn in the van, and then we're truly blessed up. Truly blessed up. Where's Carla's van? Oh, wait. She's got her van. Cool. I'm gonna attack her caravan. And then you've been turning in, make sure Carla's been doing all of her weapon points and stuff. And then make sure she has all of her destiny stuff. So this put me 8k into 6, which is almost 20% into 6. I'll fuck with that heavy. That's good, because now I have Intimora. Now I have AoE threat gen. I have literally everything that I need at this point in time to tank successfully. I can run taunt for pulls. Dusty Sire, yes ma'am. What a dooski. Nexus Island's gonna be a bottleneck. You gonna tell me, right? We gotta keep it under wraps. Okay. I got you. Have you been doing your destinies and stuff? Also, your neck is separated from your head. Oh, maybe it was just a weird bug on my end. Well, route, there is no route. The first rule of Route Club is don't talk about Route Club. I have no idea what it is. The route or the destinies thing? For destinies, you just press L. And then you just turn all those things in. Oh, there is no route. There is no route. We don't even have a route. The last time I talked about a route, Intrepid killed our route. The route does not exist. Oh my god, the route just tried to kill me. Nin, how you feeling about this though? Because then we just go back, we kill elites, and then after killing elites, we're set. We move to second grind, and then we're good. I feel like that went really smooth. Slower than old one. Well, of course, we're missing out on crates, but we also had a few stops along the way. I think with optimization, this is still going to be just fine, and I think it's going to put us very ahead of people in the 10 to 15 radius, because what we're setting up for, we're creating distance in between us and other people, and we're setting up for not our immediate 1 to 5. Our 1 to 5 will be slower than other people's 1 to 5. However, they never took out the crate. No, the crate's still bricked. The quest is broken, and it's not functional. Even from the Caravan Master side, he doesn't give you the completion for it. At least it hasn't been functional from any aspect that I've seen. But if you can get it to work, then good for you. But wait, am I being gaslit? I think I'm being gaslit. Either way. 55% to 7? Yeah. Yeah, it's really not bad. All right, Carla, turn in your van. Just hit the anchor on your van to turn it in, and then it'll go away. Carla's just whipping the van around a little bit. And then once you turn it in, you can go back to the caravan guy. And then you can turn in, and then that'll give you big XP. All right. I mean, I like this. We should run more of this tomorrow, pending changes. And then practice the 1 to 6 and then the 6 to 10. It's basically 2 different sets. It's 1 to 6 and 6 to 10 that we're trying to get to. That's a goal. How do I turn this in? The caravan, when you're in it, hit the anchor icon. And then once it goes away, you talk to the Caravan Master. Yeah, that's all we need. All right, cool. Tomorrow we do more testing. Everybody that's on in this 8 stack is going to be on for more testing tomorrow, and we're going to whip everybody into shape with no exceptions. Literally none. Boys, if you guys are new to the channel, please do me a favor and make sure you drop the follow on the Twitch side and drop the sub over on the YouTube side. If you haven't been here before, 7, thank you for the follow. Much love. My name is Dusty. I do stream Ashes every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so all the love, all the support truly does mean the world. I have streamed for over 890 days in a row, and I'm prepping for a 24-hour stream on launch. So we're doing all of our starting experiences now. And I'm excited for it. We're going to send a little raid over to Mr. Jonah Vale as he is over here yapping about something or other. I don't really know what the fuck he's doing. But I have rotisserie to Toiki, and I'm going to go mash some potatoes, and I'm going to chow. My dudes, my guys, I greatly, greatly appreciate y'all hanging out today and every single day. All the support, all the love means the world. We're hyping up for the 11th. I'm here for it. I'm ramping. The whole guild's ramping. And we going to keep ramping. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you guys tomorrow, bright and squirrely. Peace.